Ultimate gets right in there, and here's the engage. It's going to be knocking back multiple members from Tub, but they are just melting them all. It's Renekton plus Vayne tearing through these health bars. Enthralled plays frontline Vayne and completely demolishes the fight for the Ducky Getters. Adam making sure he can't get involved in the fight. Adam going to launch himself in with a public execution. Does manage to take down Redemption.
Here he comes!
Look at the big shock blast from RJS as Enthralled tumbles forward. Draco at his back to tear through the remaining members of Slated 6. Bio's the last one standing, and he's not standing for long. It's a double kill to Vakin, one in dominant fashion, coming through for the Ducky Getters.
Yeah, easy double TP into the base. The Ducky Getters, they have come out the gate looking real strong with some signature picks. And Slated 6, they're definitely going to be back to the drawing board for game 2.
The drawing board, erase everything you've got here already. Hiccup's not playing, it's still Redemption, and they look as dominant as they looked against those bottom seed teams. The Ducky Getters looking to stat pad, looking to take some big knockups, creates a lot of space for Hub to be able to fire back through with the True Shot Barrage. It's Redemption falling so low. Adam goes in for the re-engage, gonna be able to take down the first kill, but the support is dropped to the opposite side, and the health bars are just dropping for Slated 6. So much damage coming on through from the Ducky Getters as they rampage through the fight front to back. So much damage in that fight where Enthralled got to be the hero and pick up all the kills. He was pumping out every bit you would hope for, but here's a potential pick coming through on the back. A chance at Crystal Arrow does connect. Redemption going to try to keep him alive for a little bit longer, both the item and the player, but neither will be enough as Hub picks up the first kill. Now Redemption getting focused down second, and that's going to be a double kill right into Hub's pockets.
So it's not really come up this series, Gordo, so I've not talked about it. However, this factor.
Ward in position inside the Ivern Brush, trying to look for a victim to be able to hook on in. Tub just going to send it here, gets it onto Vakin, but he does have Redemption, again, the item and the player, to keep himself safe. It's going to be Tub forced to retreat as he loses so much of his health. A Glacial Prison connects onto RJS, but that's only to facilitate the retreat. They've lost too many health bars already, and over the wall comes Draco, taking down Tub and looking for more. Hub is going to join his lane partner for a double kill over to the Camille, and they're going to look for even more on the dive. Redemption able to keep tanking on up alongside that trigger seed. Calculus looking for the knockups, but Daisy's got knockups of her own to hold Bio and Calculus at bay. Ducky
bring down with his 15,000 HP.
Absolutely here. 8K and dropping for the Otacon. Here comes Slated 6. They're looking for the fight. They can't give over this ruinous Otacon without a challenge. Adam launches himself in, pops the Unbreakable Will. He finds his way back onto Enthralled. Enthralled has been marked by the mid laner, and the front to back is breaking out on the opposite side. Vakin's getting focused down. He has already fallen, and Adam has access to Enthralled. Redemption doing his best to try to create the space, but Bio's all over him, looking to finish him off. But a massive stun from RJS keeps Enthralled alive. Finally, Bio finds his mark, but they've left the Cassiopeia for far too long. A quadra kill for RJS on Cassiopeia.
RJS!
Or are they? This is a TP being channeled by Dr. Calculus. It looks like they want a challenge for it. TP being channeled here by Adam as well, and it looks like they're getting baited into the fight. Draco's back over the wall. No damage has come in towards this Baron for a while. Bio's going to be here for the backup. They're able to focus down Draco in time. Enthralled is stuck inside the pit. He's forced to retreat away. Bio getting in there, realizes the Baron's already reset, and they say, all right, it's time to fight. Knocked back in. Hub is thrown to the wolves and torn apart by Enthralled, who's already got a triple kill, and he wants some more. A quadra kill to Enthralled on the Corky.
Oh, and Bio's not going to give it to him.
Like Savakin with this shielding that he's going to place on everybody. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here with this early advantage. No item completed yet, but still a nice BF sword to pump up those numbers. Adam launching himself in. They're going to try to focus on a Redemption first. The aftershock and the shielding doing so much work, though he's still above half HP. Meanwhile, Tub is just getting focused down. A nice big stun comes on across from a stolen ultimate from the Cassiopeia. Calculus comes into the backside, trying to find ways to pump out the damage, but RJS continues to rain through the Twin Fangs, and a triple kill is secured for Enthralled. The quadra's denied by his mid laner, but Ducky Getters clean house in the bottom river.
How is it possible that the Ducky Getters are this clean? They put so over the contenders. Slated 6 get bombed, and the Ducky Getters, we need to start having the conversation. Promotion in their sights, only 2 series away.
And they're just unstoppable throughout their first three, right? This is a 6-0 upper bracket for the Ducky Getters so far out there in that last fight. And I mean, Sushi is playing like an NACL 80 carry. This was your requirement, Hawk. Unfortunately, these are former LCS players he's up against, and that might just not be enough.
I'm going to be so honest. I really do think Sushi's having a great game so far, but the rest of the team has just really struggled to keep up with how good Near Airport is. And I mean, you can't even blame him. I think we're just going to see another fight in mid, as it is Respawn trying to control the Dragon area. They do still have potential access to a Ambessa burst right there.
Whoa! All right, that's a bullet time thrown down to the bottom lane as Sushi and Mixture nearly take down Double Lift, but he survives with just a sliver of health. TF Blade arrives to the scene, but he'll be taken down by Shochi. Look at the Strangle Thorns thrown down by Spica, getting knocked out to damage onto 3, and Spica has dominated this fight for Near Airport. Respawn are routed as they flee back underneath their turret.
Oh my word, the fight looked good!
Here's the equalizer. It hits nothing onto TF Blade, and that might mean that Lawrence has to call it quits, but he lands a harpoon. He's looking for some more with this burn. Not quite getting the damage on across. TF Blade forced to retreat, but will keep his life.
I think that was a missed solo kill. I think Lawrence is supposed to hold the equalizer until after TF Blade's flash. The Ambessa was not getting away without it. I mean, at the very least, it is a health bar lead. And Respawn, they're first to the Dragon. Oh no, it got turned around!
Blade turns it back and takes down Lawrence.
Bottom.
Once again, when you think you're winning, you might not be. It's going to be a flash in from Biofrost, finding that stun there onto Chad. Chad is isolated. He knocks them away with the Bramble Smash. Sushi's ultimate pumps out plenty of damage with the bullet time to get one back, but now the team is split. And Double Lift and Spica are advancing forward. A hook in from Mixture to allow Sushi to find more shots, but he's got a blast cone out. Pobelter winning out on the one-on-one. Sushi looking to outplay, has to flash back to safety, and Pobelter coming on the side. A flash ultimate from Po here, and it just forces Respawn into these impossible decisions. They can't leave any single person alone with him in these long lanes anymore.
All right, Gordo, here's what I talked about, though. Here's where Respawn make their bread. They've called Lawrence down, but it might not matter.
Look at TF Blade just throwing himself in there and continuing to clean house. Near
just a hook to end all hooks. Here they come. They have to go.
Chad coming in on the side. A nice equalizer going to land on all 3. Bullet time is opened up. Does a lot of damage to Biofrost.
Oh my God!
Only Biofrost and Double Lift plus Spica just melt through the members of Respawn. Shochi, the last damage dealer alive, but they have torn his team apart. He opens up with comeuppance, but they absorb it like it's nothing. And the base is cracked open. The Nexus is in their eyes. Near Airport looking to start this series off 1-0. Yeah, they are.
Crystal Arrow, the Stranglethorn's not going to get anybody. Double Lift caught in the middle here. Biofrost with a big Magnet Storm. Crashing Ball not going to find anybody, but the Piercing Arrow will. And he is monstrous. Double kill for him. Crystal Arrow goes down, but again, another fantastic wombo combo.
Welcome back to the North American Challengers League Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan, joining you as your guest host for today's broadcast. So, we started off with 64 teams, we're down to 16, and only 3 of those teams will qualify for the NACL. But before we dive into our today's matches, let's do a quick recap of yesterday's and last week's games. But who else is more qualified for that job other than our amazing casters? So let's bring in the casters! Yay! Joining us today is the no other Hawk and 4x4, who will give us a great analysis of what has been going on in the NACL OQ. So Hawk, would you like to give us a little bit of a recap for those who haven't been caught up with everything that has been going on lately?
Oh, of course. Oh my goodness. What a day it is to be an NA League fan. Like you said, 64 teams, now only 16 remaining. And y'all, especially yesterday, we have had upsets so far in this tournament, ones that nobody expected. Out of the 4 top teams that everybody had coming into this tournament, 3 of them are now in the lower bracket. We promote 2 teams to the NACL later today, and we've also got to eliminate 4 more. We are getting down to the absolute wire. It is do or die for basically everyone.
Yeah, and before we let our players hit the stage, we're going to be breaking down our first match today, which is Citadel versus Galaxy Gaming in a best of 3. So 404, would you like to break down that matchup for us?
Yeah, I mean, look, the big thing is, I mean, Citadel versus Galaxy, right? If you would have told me that these two teams are going to be meeting in the lower bracket at this stage, I wouldn't have believed it. I wouldn't have been alone in saying so. These are two of the favorites. They got knocked out. And Citadel, depending on who you ask, was the favorite, right? These are guys, I mean, 7 of the 10 players on this roster were in NACL or above last year. Galaxy Gaming, the 3 seed. But, you know, again, that's just based on ELO if you're just joining us. That's Cozy, City Witty / Kaido, and then Ariandel and Oribi and Kim down. And then the Citadel, this is like your NACL, you know, who's who roster. That is Philip, Armeo, Bradley, Instinct, and Trevor. And those guys meeting in the lower bracket, I mean, Hawk, I'm going to send it to you. You know better than me. This is unprecedented, but this is the beauty of the open qualifiers in this massive double elim bracket format.
Nobody expected either of these teams to be here at this point, and you can see too, later on in the day, we have the best of 5 between Dog Fans and Apex Mission Impossible to determine a spot in the NACL. No one really had them in that position either, and that's the beauty of the 64 team double elim, is all it takes is one magical moment, one day of getting hot, and you could potentially do it. It was Dog Fans that sent Galaxy Gaming to the lower bracket, and for Citadel on the other side of the bracket, Friendly Fellas, who are playing over on Titan Esports when that stream gets started up at 3 p.m., they Friendly Fellas sent Citadel down, and now they're playing for an NACL spot, right? So both of these teams got sent down by sort of the upsets of the week, the teams that have become maybe more than we expected, and now Citadel and Galaxy Gaming, only one of them will be able to qualify. Oh my goodness, Spica with the plays, and that is definitely going to do his wash. He's having a pretty big game on this Victor. I mean, fell behind in the lane as expected, but hold that thought, we still got more fighting.
Root coming out through, Chad trying to lock him down on the other side. Mixture's already...
All right, and we're back, and that was our format for the NACL Open Qualifiers. As we're about to hop into game, as you guys saw, it's going to be a best of 3 match with Citadel versus Galaxy Gaming, and we're going to have a best of 5 later in the day as well. It's going to be a full-on fearless draft with 64 teams originally in the starting, but then again, we're down to 16 going into 3 going into the NACL. So yeah, and all right, casters, I think it's time for you guys to hit the road with the players as I watch on the sidelines. So I'm going to say good luck to everyone in the teams today, and I'll see you guys after these games.
See you, Alan. Thank you very much. Again, as she mentioned, I am 4i4. That is Hawk. We've got Galaxy Gaming versus Citadel in this best of 3. Again, the best of 5 is coming up later. In the upper bracket, it's down to 4 teams. And the way this bracket works, again, with 3 spots, the next match, there will be best of 5s played, and the winners of those will qualify for the NACL. And then we will shuffle 14 teams, essentially, down to the lower bracket to funnel them all into one. Hawk, this is what we do it for.
Yeah, we've still got 13 more to knock out over the next 3 days. We'll be saying goodbye to 4 today. I'm not sure if we have a bracket as prepared, actually, because we have Citadel Gaming against Galaxy starting things off on our stream today, but the other matchups in this lower bracket, Fantastic 5 against St. Clair Saints, Fisher College versus UCI, 2 top 10 collegiate programs going head-to-head here in Tier 3, and then we've also got Saving Private Dozer against the Pepe team. 4 of those teams will go away. 4 of those teams will move on to face some of the losers from the previous round. I mean, it is just so interesting and exciting, this bracket, the way it's shaken out. And like you said, 2 teams qualifying for the NACL later today, and then only 1 spot available for everybody else to pick up the scraps, and that's where we begin our story.
Yeah, and again, the teams fighting for a best of 5, the 4 teams, 2 of which will be NACL teams next year, either Near Airport or Friendly Fellas, and then at Dog Fans or Apex Mission Impossible. We will get to Apex Mission Impossible versus Dog Fans on the other side of this one, but we've got a BO3 down a lower bracket to eliminate somebody. The winner of this one will go on to play Respawn. That's the other thing, Hawk. I mean, like you said, those matchups you pointed out are the ones in this round right now, but waiting on the other side is Tempest, Dorado, Respawn, and Ducky Getters. And 3 of those 4, again, coming into this team, were absolute powerhouses. But it's what you said. What you said when you kind of previewed this thing, when I kicked off with you a week and change ago, was, look, no one has a gimme road to the bracket. If you qualify for top 3, you are there on purpose.
Oh, absolutely. You have to beat great teams or beat people that have beaten great teams. Again, you know, we talk about teams like Apex Mission Impossible and Dog Fans. They got there because they are upsetting teams or upsetting the upsetters. I misspoke earlier. I said Dog Fans upset Galaxy. That was inaccurate. Dog Fans upset Tempest. It was Dorado Gaming that took down Galaxy, and then Apex took them down, right? And so you have to beat great teams to get to this point. And Citadel and Galaxy, they have the hardest roads. Like you said, Respawn awaits them directly after this match, and then a probable Ducky Getters after that. That is some of the favorites currently to promote for the NACL. And again, only one of all of these teams down here is going to get this spot. Let's remember, Galaxy Gaming got sent to the lower bracket by Friendly Fellas in the second round of winners. They have had, if they are going to make the NACL, they will have had to win 8 straight best of series from the lower bracket, which would be a Herculean feat. And the crazy thing is, Henrique, is that a lot of people expect them to do it because of what you mentioned, them being the pre-tournament favorite.
And it's a shame that they've got to, I mean, with some kind of, they're going up against some of the crowd favorites, right? In a team of Cozy, City Witty / Kaido, Ariandel, and Orbi and Kim down, right? There are some guys that are, I mean, and Oribi, right? Guys that have proven themselves in tier 3 and are trying to prove that they are tier 2 worthy, and they've got to go up against guys who have been there and done that, to put it very, very mildly. And I've always got a soft spot for guys like Ariandel. I talked to him a little bit. He moved out to Chicago, right? He's a SoCal kid, moved out to Chicago to get lower ping to grind up the solo queue ladder, and he shot up the solo queue ladder, but now finds himself in a do or die match.
Yeah. Oh man. Players like Ariandel, their story is, I think, what tier 3 is all about.
Exactly.
Has always been at the highest levels of play in tier 3, but has just never quite cracked up to that upper echelon. Like, one of his greatest achievements, honestly, winning CLOL with, you mentioned SoCal Kid, UCI in 2018. Shout out them, who are playing later today, but or rather at the same time, by the way. But yeah, I mean, he just hasn't quite gotten to the upper echelon. And you look at some of the other players on this roster, City Witty and Cozy, they successfully defended their NACL spots in trial by combat with AoE just one split ago, and now they find themselves here in tier 3 because, you know, sometimes that's just how the offseason goes, right? Inori B trying to prove himself as an NACL caliber player. We mentioned it, only Inori B and Ariandel they're the only two that in the last calendar year didn't actually play in tier 2 in this entire match.
Yeah, no, and it's exactly what you said. And I mean, you look at on the other side of things as we take a look at, again, where we started from. I mean, all of these teams, right? 50 of them, there's a whole other page still to go here. I mean, some of these teams that we thought were going to be, you know, it's like you have kind of that top 8-ish, right? Top 10 that you're like, okay, we'll see these guys late into the tournament, but definitely some upsets that have come through. I mean, teams, and even some stalwart kind of collegiate programs that are always there, right? I'm trying to say Oklahoma Christian because that's where my head goes because Betau, my king from CB Lowell from south of the equator is there. But yeah, I mean, teams like, you know, Akuma, right? Like, we got broadcast the Bikini Bottom Warriors, Grandview, you know, and gosh, where else are we looking? I mean, yeah, Friendly Fellas, right? They've had an incredible run. Flippers are still kicking around. Kabuko's Brewery as well, right? And all these guys. And again, this is where we've whittled down from 64. We didn't eliminate anyone the first day, or on the first weekend, actually, I think. We did 2 winners series. And then on the other side of things, now we have whittled things down to 16 teams. Hawk, let's talk a little bit of Citadel. I think you're the phrase you just used kind of encapsulates it all. Sometimes that's just how the offseason goes. And there is no more chaotic offseason, I'd say, on Earth than the offseason in Tier 3, Tier 2 North American League of Legends. And some of the byproducts of that are, you know, some good things, some not so good things. But one of the kind of things that happens every year is you get a team that forms itself in Tier 3 of these guys that couldn't get a roster in Tier 2. And if you would have told me, right, this time last year, or this time especially in 2022, when that Team Liquid Academy team was just absolutely running things in Tier 2. Philip Armeo, Bradley, Instinct, Trevor, right? You're like, wait, none of these guys are in Tier 2? And here they are in a do-or-die match in the lower bracket of a Tier 3 tournament.
I mean, if you want to talk about that's just how the offseason goes, I don't think it is encapsulated by anyone more than Bradley. Mid laner for Citadel was supposed to be a part of that Nightmare team, which we also had Meech playing on another team in this tournament as well. You know, things happen, and it didn't go their way. Bradley now finds himself on the Citadel team. I think he is one of the players that people always look at as being one of the next guys in our region. Him, Instinct, and Trevor all promoted to the NACL together with CCG. It was the big return of the prodigal son of NA mid lane. And it's interesting, too, because all of them went their separate ways, right? Bradley had a relatively disappointing split on FlyQuest Challengers. Instinct was an all-pro AD carry that made finals, and Trevor went to the promotion tournament and successfully defended that spot. Then again, like you say, you have Armeo, who is more LCS experience than he is NACL experience at this point, and is always one of the best junglers whenever he plays in Tier 2. And Philip, who's just been a staple of the scene for the better part of the last 5 years now. Yeah, like, there are so many great players on this team, but the crazy thing is, Enrique, you're mentioning it, for do or die match in this series today. It's been do or die matches. To be honest with you, despite the names on this team, the play has been a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, no, and that's it, right? Like, if you have just a bad weekend or two, a bad game or two, you find yourself in this, having to play these do or die matches, right? You talk about, Bradley had an okay split on FlyQuest Challengers, but even in this tournament, he's been, good, not great. And again, because that's kind of also the byproduct, right? Is like, if you get knocked down early as a Titan, then you have an easier road right up until about here. This is when you got, it's mustard cutting time. And, and that's a very interesting matchup in the mid lane, right? Because Ariandel, you talk about guys that are kind of on different trajectories. Would you say that's fair, that these two are kind of on different trajectories and now they have to, one's got to knock each other out?
If I'm being honest, I think Bradley and Ariandel have actually been on more similar trajectories than maybe some of them would like to admit. Like, Bradley has been one of the top solo laners in this region for the better part of the last 4 years now.
Yeah.
But I still think he's struggled to really break into that tier 1 conversation, which is really where we want to be looking. Again, like, it was a disappointing split on FlyQuest Challengers after a lot of hype coming in off of the CCG split in spring. And I still think Bradley's a fantastic player, but he's been struggling to sort of prove himself as one of those next talents. And I honestly think Ariandel has been somewhat similar. But if I'm being honest, there's a lot of great matchups in this game. Mid is certainly one of them. The one I really want to focus in on, especially from a gameplay point of view, is going to be jungle. We talked about it. Armeo, NACL, whenever he's here, one of, if not the best jungler at this level of play, against Kaido, the artist formerly known as City Witty, carry jungler specialist, has, I think, routinely at this point actually been doubted over the course of his career, and pretty consistently proven that he is a tier 2 caliber player. He is the biggest carry on this Galaxy Gaming team. They always pick carries for him. They play around him. It's more about Ariandel, Cozy staying consistent in their lanes, creating volatility in bot lane and jungle, with Kaido oftentimes coming out on top. Before their match against Dorado, he was number 2 in KDA across the entire tournament, and Galaxy as a whole, as a team across the board, just were not dying. They had 4 out of the top 5 players in terms of lowest deaths per game before their series loss. So that shows some of the consistency of the team and the level that these players can achieve. And I am expecting Kaido to need to be the X factor in the series against perhaps one of the more daunting opponents.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who, I mean, like you said, at this level, at the tier 2, tier 3 level, Armeo doesn't make a lot of mistakes, right? Maybe he hasn't been able to crack himself a consistent LTA North or LCS spot, but at this level, he is as consistent as they come. He doesn't, he's not the guy who's going to lose you games. Like I said, it might not be that X factor, but, or at least, not in a way that shows up kind of maybe on the stat sheet like it does with someone like Kaido / City Witty. You want to talk about, I mean, a composition defining component, right, is Kaido / City Witty in the jungle for Galaxy. But then on the other side for Citadel, Instinct, we've had this graphic up here on the screen for a little bit. 497 gold per minute. That's the highest in the tournament. He is playing out of his gosh darn mind these last couple weeks.
Yeah, Instinct has been one of the only people keeping this Citadel team afloat, and I don't feel bad about saying that because they've had, again, some rough looks. And I think overall, over the course of the tournament, I have been harsh on them because of what the expectations for this team and these players are. And they have gotten better. Word on the street coming from, formerly Cincinnati Fear Maddie, for example, was that, they only had like 2 scrims before the first weekend of games. That might have been part of the reason they lost to Friendly Fellas, this, that, the other thing, and they have slowly gotten better. And expectation is that just the caliber of players, still makes them a contender to promote into the NACL. But Instinct, like I mentioned, just a split ago, being an all-pro AD carry on split runner-up Cincinnati Fear, he has been by far the most consistent performer. Not only is he a gold per minute leader, as we can see, also number 2 in damage per minute in the whole tournament. Instinct has been the guy for this team, the Rock, and he needs to continue to be, because on the other side, you have a young, electrifying AD carry, Nori B. One of a couple of AD carries, I think, alongside guys like Sushi, that are really trying to prove that they can have a breakout split and that they can become tier 2 ADCs. I think Nori B yet to really prove that at this point in his career, and he's going to have his work cut out for him against Instinct.
Yeah, but he's got someone who, I mean, right next to him for an REB, you've got Kim down next to you, right? And he's someone who has experience. And again, he wasn't like a stalwart, crazy in NACL, but he was solid for a couple of years. And your top side is going to be so solid, right? Ariandel's an absolute rock. Cozy has a very deep champion pool. So I feel like that should, you know, in theory, take the shackles off in REB, or maybe take the ankle weights off, right? Let him play a little more free, knowing that the rest of the composition, the rest of the identity is so solid, right? You don't need to be insane because the rest of the competition is kind of going to play itself. Into the draft we go. Of course, taking away the ASOL from Ariandel and a carry champion. I mean, the ASOL, the Galio, right? He can play that as well, playing kind of whatever you need. And then on the other side, taking away Maokai, Sejuani. I mean, these are Armeo champs kind of through and through.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it does seem like we're back to picking in roll order, not pick order, so we'll kind of just talk about the picks as they come out, as we are absolutely flying through the draft. I do like how you called out respect bands coming out from Citadel towards some of those signature champions of Ariandel and City Witty. I think in general, both of these teams set to thrive in a full Fearless format. Deep champion pools, I think, on both sides for a lot of these players. But immediately, interesting stuff. We talked about carry junglers for City Witty. His signature Kha'Zix coming out in game 1. This is the champion I associate with this player, and I absolutely love it. I think it's hard to execute, though, this game into a Volibear and a Nautilus, 2 champions, especially that Volibear, that if you jump on top of them, they can eat you up really fast with their CC and damage. And so, I mean, I think we primed it, and there's a reason why I have my eyes on this jungle matchup. Kaido needs to be the carry for this Galaxy Gaming team, but already it's looking difficult.
You're going to get a cranked up Wukong up there, balling on a top laner's budget into the Jace there for Cozy. Again, Cozy, right, formerly Cozy Shroud, a Kali dude. And now he is busted out. I mean, he's played a couple different picks, right? He's got the Jace, he's got the Yone. The Wukong we haven't seen, though. This one is just, I haven't seen Wukong in the top lane. I'm trying to think, if ever, as far as a game that I have casted. How do you see this going?
It's uncommon, but I actually like it, especially into the Jace matchup, as well as against a Volibear. I think it has a lot of ability to play towards that 4-1 style. Again, when you're playing the Kha'Zix team, you need to have things that can side lane strongly so you can spread the map, because you don't want to just dive into 5v5s in mid lane. That's what the Orianna Zeri Jace composition wants to do, right? For Galaxy Gaming, they want to try to get an early lead, they want to try to spread the map, and I do think Philip is an attackable avenue in this game. Also, in the mid lane, you have Azir against Orianna. Orianna being a mobile carry, if you're able to blow that flash, really common practice in the Azir lane. First shuffle gets the flash, second shuffle gets the kill. Perhaps you could force Armeo to path more aggressively towards mid, or rather, I should say more defensively in order to defend things, and that's where a player like Kaido could look to try to take incremental advantages.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the script is kind of, that's how it's going to be written, right? Is you have a couple of champions that can side lane pretty well with the Wukong, with the Azir as well, right? You can keep yourself a little bit safe. You've got mobility, you've got the shuffle, but you've also got a champion in Ezreal for an REB that, again, should things maybe not go sideways, but start to lose steam around 20-25 minutes, you can, in theory, hand the baton off to him. So again, you're putting this guy in a position to prove himself.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm going to be honest, I think Galaxy... they're in an interesting position with this composition in general, right? And again, I'm kind of talking about the draft from their point of view because they're the ones that slammed down the Kha'Zix right here.
No, exactly.
Because there is just a stock standard team fight composition on the side of Citadel. If this game goes normally, they'll be in a really good position. They have fantastic range later on in the game, very good single target burst, and initiation potential. Whereas for Galaxy, this Kha'Zix does need to get going because while their scaling and team fighting overall is good, they need to be able to force Citadel to march to the beat of their drum. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard for them to make plays of their own if they start falling behind. And looking at the lanes, I think they're in a good position to do it. Azir versus Orianna should be relatively even early on in the game, if not slightly Orianna favored, but I think good side lane matchups, Ezreal Rel into the Zeri Nautilus should be able to get pushed early on in that 2v2. And you've also got the aforementioned Wukong into Jace, though it might not get the earliest push, it does have the all-in potential in the winning side lane later on. So I think Citadel, or rather Galaxy, generally has what they need to win this game. Again, all eyes on Kaido. How does he play out this Kha'Zix? Because I think Armeo with the Volibear does have a very effective counter pick if they're able to, you know, just find the right fights.
In the early game, though, how do you see, what do you see as the angle of attack for Kaido to kind of get him rolling? We talked about it kind of in the mid and late game, right, to spread the map out, allow him the freedom to be able to get and generate those picks. It feels like to me, I mean, look, you have... I mean, the initiation is going to come from Rel, right? But you have the ability to get some CC down for City. We need to operate in a couple of these side lane champions. Is there a lane you're looking to attack? Like you said, it's relatively even early on in the mid lane, but in the top lane is our matchup you like a little bit better to get Kaido rolling.
Yeah, it's interesting because I will say Wukong doesn't have the most gank assist until level 6. In general, the lanes don't have the most gank assist until level 6, and I actually think, especially on the Kha'Zix, you generally want to power farm to 6 yourself to get that first evolution. That's when a lot of your skirmishing power can really come through, despite being a strong duelist early on into the game. So I think Kaido's looking for a couple things. One, does Philip overextend in the top lane, and can that be punished? And two, make sure you're able to secure your bot lane's push, because you're going to need the Rel to get active on the map.
Yeah, look for them to, I 100% agree with you, the Rel and the Nautilus both, right? Zeri and Ezreal can keep themselves safe. Wouldn't be surprised if that turns into a 1v1 lane pretty early on, but both Trevor and on the other side, the Rel gonna try to, yeah, get going with Kim down. And, you know, like you said, not a lot of gank assist kind of in the top lane. In the mid lane, again, it's okay, right? But at level 6 is when you're gonna expect it to really start popping off, unless, of course, you can get those supports up there and kind of act as that pre-level 6 button.
Look, when I play Kha'Zix 4x4, I usually have a turn of phrase of find the inter. Find the guy that just keeps mispositioning and keeps dying, and just make him die all the time. Feast upon him, just like a good Kha'Zix would want to do. And I think that's what Kaido is going to be looking for, right? You don't need to attack every single lane. You just need to find an opening. But again, these are NACL players on the other side. Citadel, they're going to do everything in their power to not let that one up.
And it's going to be a composition that, like you said, on the Galaxy or on the Citadel side, kind of plays itself. And that's more or less how they've rocked in, you know, ever since kind of getting dumped down into the lower bracket. Is, look, they're just going to out-hands you, right? Out-macro you, just everything, out-experience you. Play compositions that are easy to execute. And a lot of that, to be fair, does come from Armeo, right? I mean, you highlighted, Hawk, the jungle matchup and why it is so interesting. I think the one thing is, okay, how do they, you know, stack up against each other? But how do they completely warp the compositions of their teams around them? These are two guys that have a very specific style, and especially, obviously, on the side of Kaido, it just dictates how the rest of the, you know, how the rest of the matchups are going to go and how the rest of the team is going to play.
Yeah, definitely can. Both junglers pathing opposite sides. So this is really interesting immediately. Two aggressive junglers, both moving to opposite sides of the map. They're going to see who can get the advantage, right? They're not going to be on that collision course towards each other. I do think this favors Kaido actually quite a bit. Now, Volley at level 6 in a mismatch clear with access to that ultimate can be very dangerous. However, I think the Kha'Zix being able to avoid, again, this Volibear that can just kind of eat him up is generally a good look.
Yeah, no, he doesn't want, yeah, because like you said, you got to get to level 6, and if you get the Volibear rolling, he can just cause absolute havoc. He's going to be unkillable. You play in the top lane, obviously you got a little bit more of a budget, but getting to level 6 is so important. I think that's exactly right, Hawk, for Kaido, be able to get that first evolution going, and like you said, that's where a lot of that borrowed power comes from. Ariandel getting shoved out of lane here early, like you said, a little Orianna favorite, so going a little how you would expect very early on, but Ariandel going to play it safe, right? Like we said, just such a rock in the mid lane. He's going to get that ASOL banned against him kind of just, you know, all throughout the tournament. I think the only time he got it was in the very first round when maybe the team on the other side didn't know any better. But don't expect him to get his hands on that champion anytime soon. So TP advantage over to Bradley. Again, we don't see supports kind of roaming up just yet. I think it's just a matter of time. Again, especially level 6, I would have liked to see you know, again, you get away from that kind of on your first recall, but that first recall hasn't come just yet, almost at level 5, but Kaido going to take an early recall here after getting that first scuttle.
Yeah, and again, I think power farm towards 6 going to be the name of the game. Henrique, I do want to throw a quick wrinkle in for the audience, though, because I think an important question that we need to ask ourselves whenever we're watching Citadel games is how much is individual skill going to factor in? Because again, we expect that this is the most individually skilled team in the tournament, maybe alongside Near Airport still in the upper bracket.
Yep.
And so even though, they have fallen down to the lower bracket, they might not have meshed well as a team. Despite how good the Galaxy Gaming players are, can Citadel defy expectations just by virtue of being better players?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that's kind of what I think you said a little more eloquently when I said kind of from the top was like it's almost reflected in their team compositions, right? The comps kind of play themselves, and they're going to try to just play their own game. And like you said, not allow, especially into this Galaxy Gaming composition, them to dictate the tempo. Because the second that Galaxy, with this composition, with the way they like to play, with the way that Kaido likes to play, the second they start dictating the tempo, boy oh boy, yeah, then things can get really tricky.
Yeah, definitely could. Cozy getting chunked out pretty heavily by Philip here. Again, the Wukong, it's more of a scaling matchup into the Jace. It can trade quite well early on, and especially once you hit level 6. First item with the Trinity Force, generally just having more dueling power in the lane with the stacking armor, with the attack speed that can come out.
Almost level 6 here for both these champions, I think. And just barely. Not able to see that, but a couple of, with those early recalls, couple of Dark Seals, thank you, Brain, taken as well as the tiers early here, but it is that Citadel squad over to the Dragon first off here. Almost at that level 6 mark for Kaido. I think happy to trade that first objective to start getting things rolling here truly early. Void Grub's going to be spawning in just a little bit. The first Dragon going over to Citadel.
Again, I think that's a pretty big win for Citadel, though. Able to take the Dragon before Kha'Zix hits level 6, which is when he's got the ability to do it so quickly. And if the expectation is that the bottom lane for Galaxy was supposed to have push, it didn't really come through. I think Citadel extremely happy to take that objective off the map because now they can take their recall, potentially swap up for the grubs should they choose to fight for them, or at the very least, have a move in towards it.
And now you've got purchase onto the grubs, right? And so now there's going to be a true scrap over it because you kind of mess up that timing initially, right? I thought off that recall immediately was going to be Kaido onto the grubs. But like you said, I think it was a pretty self-aware move by Armeo and company saying, look, if we yoink this on pull, then then Kaido's not going to be there to contest, and we will have equal tempo to contest it up on the top side. It's Dark Seal and Ruby Crystal versus Pickaxe, though. Not for nothing. Again, not quite at level 6 just yet, as Cody's zoning Philip off the fight here, but Trevor and company starting to fight here in that choke point. Ariandel trying to get forward, doesn't have his flash, but Cody taking really, really low with Philip dumping the damage on him, but First Blood going over to Cody, actually. Able to flip it with the clone. Reaver Shuffle goes out, gets Kim down, grabs the first kill, or the second kill, I should say, of the fight for Galaxy, and now they've got control of this river.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice commit from Galaxy in the river. Cozy making the Wukong pick look really good. It was a great engage from Kim down on the Rel, and the follow-through was clean. We talk about Citadel being happy to move first for the grubs, but again, Galaxy, they're the composition that packs the most early skirmishing. Big fight for them to pick up 2 kills and all 3 grubs.
And we talked about the side lanes and how that could be that extra cherry on top, the stability to give Kaido the room he needs to get rolling and accelerate a lead here. He's got those 2 assists, he's got the Void Grubs as well, and crucially has hit level 6, I believe, as well, as he starts to get rolling on that first item. In the bot lane, really not too many fireworks. Again, and the supports haven't kind of left their lanes as well to try to get things going in other lanes. But look, these 2 very mobile AD carries, I think you cannot underestimate them. But again, these are guys that are coming from different places, right? Instinct and Philip were on that Cincinnati Fear squad that got 2nd place at NACL, then 2nd place at the Americas tournament as well. And Inori B trying to prove that he has what it takes to be considered in the same breath as those guys like Instinct. And when this Galaxy Gaming roster was announced, I think there was a lot of chatter about Inori B of like, damn, this guy might be, whether they sink or swim, because everybody else is a much more known quantity.
Yeah. I mean, Inori B is such an interesting player to me because this is a player that in 2023 actually really stormed onto the scene, has fantastic mechanics, very outspoken as well, likes to play aggressive picks like the Callista and Draven, and I think has slowly improved, but at the same time has not quite hit that ceiling that I think he wants to hit and believes he's capable of, right? And I think on this Galaxy Gaming roster, as you mentioned. He is sort of the least known quantity, the player that we're not sure as much what to expect from, and definitely in this match will need to step up. As we can take another look, this cinematic view of just a great commit forward from Kimdown. And even though the shockwave from Bradley was nice, Ariandel arrives, is able to reset the battle lines of the fight, keep his team safe, and help clean things up.
It's exactly what you said, Hawk. He reset the battle lines, right? Just when it was, like you said, it was that good initial jump there from Kimdown, but then you had encroaching enemies, and Ariandel didn't try to get too cute with the shuffle, make some sort of highlight play, dump the AD carry anyway, just say, no. If the fight conditions stay like they are, we win this, I'm going to make sure it stays that way. Hoovered everyone away to give Galaxy Gaming that incremental lead here. As in from out of nowhere comes Armeo. That's a good defensive Shurima shuffle. Again, they're from Ariandel. Should be able to get away with this one. As Armeo pretty much on full health here. A little bit of a glip on our end as Armeo actually able to grab the kill, but the True Shot Barrage coming from down south, and Ori B almost able to take Armeo out.
All right, nice play from Armeo. That's what you want out of the Volley Bear, able to attack the weak lane. We talk about find the inter, and I mean, so far, unfortunately, it is Ariandel down 20 CS in the 1v1 to Bradley, and now gets taken out. Great gank to come out, and Ori B tried to clean up the kill, just unfortunately not able to find it.
As the supports go toe-to-toe here, defending in Ori B's recall. And yeah, the gold lead kind of locked up here, or kind of, I should say, more even here. And Armeo, again, you don't think of him as playing the guy who's playing the champions that are going to win you the game necessarily, but he's not going to lose you at any time. Really good kind of jungle mid coordination here. The shockwave went off at right about the same time that Armeo showed up. Almost enough there to defend things, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, Ariandel just felt safe up there in mid lane because he had his jungler behind him, but the Volibear Orianna offers so much damage, so much CC, and unfortunately, the one thing Kha'Zix does not really provide is any semblance of safety. Armeo wisely ignores the bug in order to clean up the kill and is able to live. And the man on our screen now, Bradley, I want to talk more about him 4x4 as, hang on, we might have a fight in the river for the dragon, so actually I'll hold that thought.
Let's see here. As they duck off into the shade. Came down on Ariandel looking to jump here as Cozy, excuse me. Able to grab his clone. Sky Splitter comes down, swiped away there by Kaido. So 1-1 on the Dragon front. There goes the depth charge onto Ariandel. Kim down, trying to play some defense here. Do they go onto the Azir? No, that Tribe Rush is too much. Now the re-engage here with an Ori B coming in from the back as Kim down, able to get the crash down. Kaido goes forward, and there goes the feet as well for Ariandel. Ariandel kind of baited them into the Tribe Rush, just got them right where he wanted them, and then turned it around. Flash forward by Kaido. It's another one for the Bug. 100% KP, but he finally gets a well-deserved first kill here, Hawk, and they've got their sights on another objective.
Yeah, Galaxy Gaming looking good at these early objective fights. That's the feat of Warfare getting claimed, and they should be able to just get the feats of strength wholesale if they take these grubs. Might not go for it. Okay, Kaido on towards it now. We'll see if Citadel's able to mount a contest, but I talked about how compared to expectations, Citadel has struggled, Henrique, and this is exactly why. They lack discipline. It's fine to contest that dragon with the 3-man unit that they had, but they cannot commit as far down the river as they did because instinct wasn't in the fight. And a great confidence, Kimdown on this rel, again, a fantastic engage, recognizing that Zeri could not arrive, and even though they'll be able to pick up 2 of the grubs on the back end, it's a 1 sequence for Galaxy, now 1k gold in the advantage. We can just take another look at this. This part is fine, but as soon as the dragon goes, they commit so hard, and the TP from Cozy makes it, in fact, a 4 versus 3, essentially, as Instinct is just simply not able to enter, and all of Galaxy recognizes their advantage.
Yeah, no, it's just a very kind of, they definitely knew what they were doing, right? Back a little further, you're good, stop, and they turned around, and like you said, that TP from Cozy as well, yeah, kind of helped seal the deal as far as the numbers advantage is concerned. Really good. It almost feels like, I mean, Citadel, it was a little bit of an overextension, yeah, but it's like, I don't know, it feels like they were asleep at the wheel, but it's so tough to say when we've got the God mode vision on, right? It's like, well, how could you not have seen when Ariandel kind of backs away, right? Maybe you don't explore that corner, you don't go a little further forward, right? The health bar advantage definitely wasn't on their side, but it is what it is. We sit here now with about a 1,000 gold lead for Galaxy.
Henrique, my philosophy as a caster is always celebrate players' victories before criticizing their mistakes. However, my philosophy is also, if I can see it with my emerald diamond eyes up here in the booth, then these Challengers League level players can definitely see it. And when we talk about promoting into the NACL, I expect high-quality League of Legends from both of these teams, and so the bar does get raised, and I do think it is fair to say Citadel, an overextension on their part, just not respecting bottom lane priority in the TP that could come down behind.
And now you see kind of an interesting, I feel like, Hawk, this could be a microcosm of how, for a Galaxy Gaming win script, this is kind of how these fights want to go, right? Like you said, it feels to a, maybe not as explosive a degree, but this kind of feels like what you were talking about. If Galaxy can get Citadel to march to the beat of their drum, right? Pull them into an unorthodox position and bounce back, right? Play kind of this counter-attacking style almost. That's how they're going to win a lot of these fights.
I definitely agree. Ooh, as Cozy, heavy trading. Armeo might want to dive here.
Let's see. He's able to go. Cyclone popped here to slow Armeo down just a little bit. They will dissuade him from that.
For every action, though, is an equal and opposite reaction. That's Newton's Law of League of Legends. Galaxy, with seeing Volibear in the top lane, they don't get the first tower, so not the feats, but still trades 1-for-1 across the board.
A little bit on either side again. Galaxy still with about 1,000 gold lead. First items have started to come through, crucially on both junglers and the AD carries. We've talked about these matchups a lot, Hawk. As they are the most exciting ones. The bot lane hasn't been, explosive by any means, but Kim Down also 100% kill participation. We haven't really talked a ton about him, but I think especially in these early skirmishes, when you have, a little less freedom to, or I should say, when you've got a little more freedom to dictate how you want these fights to go, as you see that bottom river just unbelievably lit up. In Vision, right? This mid-game river control for Galaxy starting to rear its head a little bit, but Kim Down, on a team that has no real go buttons besides the rel as far as primary engage, right? The Shurima shuffle and everything, and the Cyclone on top of it is great, but I wanted to shout out Kim Down for being the engine early.
And quick narrative point for you as well. We talked about Ariandel being a UCI product, CLO champion in 2018. Kim Down, scouted out of UCI, picked up by Spawn and the rest of the coaching staff over there at Team Liquid for Team Liquid Challengers, I believe at the start of 2023 it was, after a mid-league amount of Tier 3 success as well. And Kim Down, I think, is a player that has grown quite a bit, and I do think he's been the X-Factor in these fights, and we might get another one. Dragon coming up. We've got one item on Anori B and Kaido and Ariandel and Cozy. In fact, everyone just has it. Citadel's got all of theirs. But it's Galaxy first into the river. We'll see if Citadel can play a good retake.
Yeah, and let's see how that might be the difference here, right? You look at these item breakpoints, who can just capitalize on their tempo, but a bit of an interesting spot here is Philip. Maybe he went too far forward. I think he should be able to get out of there with the warp gate. Cozy trying to catch up here with the clone, and here comes Kaido. Able to get the leap down. He's level 11, so should have that second evolution in tow, and the CC is just too much. Philip will go down as another kill in the pocket of Kaido. Should give them prio for whatever they want to do, but you now leave Citadel kind of alone with some one-on-one time with that dragon.
Yeah, but Rift Herald being on the map at this point, I think City should just be able to trade this one over. Again, this will be feats of strength for Galaxy if they pick this one up. Citadel is still one objective away despite getting the first tower, and I think a good cross map from both teams. Citadel is playing to their win conditions at this point. We mentioned they're the ones with the bona fide team fight composition, double front line and 3 carries. So Galaxy, what do? They try not to opt into the 5v5s. We have a TV behind.
Got TV behind. Trevor is just saying, ooga booga, look at me, guys. Here comes with the Hextech gate. Philip doesn't have the flash to go over the wall. Instead, gonna meet Kim down here, and Citadel collapsing there on the Galaxy support. Very nicely done there. Trevor wasted a little time, throwing up a little red herring as they grab a kill onto Kim down.
And there it is for Citadel. They get their cross map right. A really great collapse. Trade of objectives, trade of kills, everything even across the board. And Henrique, nearly 18 minutes in, gold, about dead even.
Good. This is what we want. This is what we need. Both these teams seeded 3 and 5 in the community perception, maybe seeded 5 and 1. Is when Oribi is out of mana. He might be out of luck here. Sky Splitter comes down the shield as well, and Oribi able to get out of dodge with the flash, and now having to burn the ultimate to escape. There is Kaido as ultimate gets taken out. Ariandel gets the kill there with the help of Kaido.
Really nicely done. It's aggressive play onto an Oribi. Instinct thinks he has the solo kill with jungler support, but they're just taking a little too long to make it. League is a turn-based game. The first turn was the contest after the Herald to get the kill on Kim down. They tried to double dip. Galaxy gets the punish, and with the Rift Herald in mid, second tower taken, just like that, 1,500 gold in the lead is Galaxy. And we mentioned that they need to be in the lead, and it's Kaido, 2-0-4 on the Kazakhs leading the charge.
An MVP performance so far has been at the right place at the right time, and the rest of the composition has played incredibly well around him. Just really the one kind of oopsie up there by the Rift Herald, as Philip maybe in a little bit more trouble. Let's see if Cozy wants to dive this. Pops the Cyclone. He's still got his flash. Or I should say it's going to come up off cooldown in a little bit here, but Armeo and Trevor meeting the rest of the gang here in the top river. No objective to fight over here. It might just be fisticuffs for their own sake, but both these teams backing off. That's not what you do in high-level League of Legends. You don't do fisticuffs for their own sake.
Clearly this guy... Henrique, you come from CBLOL. Are you implying that CBLOL is not high-level League of Legends? Because down there, we absolutely do fisticuffs for fisticuffs' sake. And if I'm being honest, I think that could describe this play as well as, again, it's just a little over-aggressive for Citadel. I see the angle, but they just didn't have the tempo to make that play. Great collapse from Ariandel, and City off of the teleport from the Azir. They pick up the kill and are able to parlay that into the most important turret in the game.
Mid-tier 1 taken down as Galaxy. He talked about spreading the map, Hawk, and how Kaido, with his two side laners, with a little bit of stability, right, with a little bit of CC, being able to set up for some picks and for some map control. We got to keep an eye on how this deep vision ends up going, right? And how Citadel's able to take something back on the other side. Because you've got Jace able to take down in side lane, but Bradley, as kind of illustrate my point here, he is very vulnerable in a mobile mage in a side lane. Not even pushed up all that well, or all that much, but taken down nonetheless. But again, his team getting something done on the other side here, potentially.
And that's what we talked about. Galaxy attacking side lanes. Now Cozy trying to defend cross map.
Armeo able to go over the wall here. Cozy gonna have the Ignite taking down on him. Flash blown. Armeo still has his to catch up, but I don't think he'll need to use it. Shut down over to the big white bear. Kaido able to get forward here, but he's gonna get CC'd here. Again, a lot of upfront burst damage. Kaido's got to be careful in this composition for Citadel.
Yeah, and only 2v3. Fortunately, health bar's not low enough for them to follow through. Citadel again continuing to cross map. They lose Bradley in bottom, but they get a tier 2 tower and a kill of their own on the top side. And this game just seesawing in the balance. It's now Citadel with a marginal gold advantage. And this is what we wanted, 4x4. Two top teams, Citadel the pre-tournament favorite, Galaxy many people's number 5. And it's looking just like that. Much closer, at least, than when we had number 2 versus number 4 yesterday in Near Airport versus Respawn.
Yes. I think that's a fair statement. You see the play going on up here on the top side. Again, Cozy actually a pretty good tower defense, all things considered. But at the end of the day, Armeo, Cozy overstayed his welcome. Armeo was able to punish him with really not too much trouble, and almost got I thought Kaido might have overextended here just a little bit, right? But came down, able to kind of force them off, defend that 2v3 with Inori waiting in the wings as well here. But Hawk, yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is, in this best of 3 right now, again, full Fearless, we're in the lower bracket. Like you said, this is a heavyweight fight that a lot of people wouldn't have been surprised to see in the winners, in the best of 5, right? Fighting for an NACL spot. But one of these teams, in about, 1.5 to 2.5 hours, depending on how things go, is going home. They're done until next split.
And now we need to start talking about the Dragon Soul win condition, right? Because Citadel with river control, with the team fight composition, I love the way they're playing together as a group, denying a lot of the value of the Kha'Zix. Awkward spot to be in for Galaxy. They're going to pull the Dragon. Where does Citadel go with the fight?
Cozy seen on a tri-brush ward. Maybe Citadel just kind of go forward here and collapse on this 5v3. I think that's what they're trying to do potentially here, but they've got to hold down before for their own Azir turret. Kim not able to get in there onto Bradley. He flashes over, but who's waiting but Cozy in the Raptor brush, but he's all alone. Philip follows him over the wall, able to take down his opposite number. Instinct just dueling it out here with an Ori B. ADC on ADC, able to get the Ultra Shock laser through, but not quite enough here. So it's 1 kill, and that'll be enough for Galaxy to start this Dragon.
I mean, they're the ones down in the 4v5. Bradley has the teleport if he's able to reset, as does Philip. Oh, this is looking really bad for Galaxy. They get the Drake, but can they get away?
Let's see, big TP. I think maybe there isn't going to be a chase here. The TP committed there up to the top lane.
Well, they're looking to push sides.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're not going after the team themselves. They are looking to push that side lane, and then in response to that, Kaido and company going after Trevor. Armeo having to play defense here, but Philip is uncontested in the top lane until finally Ariandel able to get up there, but not before that top tier 3 goes down.
Honestly, I think... Oh, hang on. Philip might be cooked, though.
Yeah.
Does he get away?
Just a little bit too long. I don't think he's going to get help in enough time. Armeo, poor dude's being dragged around the map. Like, where do I go? But he will not be able to bail Philip out in time. Ariandel sneakily just, a few kills in a row here. He's got 4, the most of anybody on this map.
Yeah, I think you still take this if you're Citadel, though. Not only did they get the kill onto Cozy to start things off, trading the Dragon for a tier 1 and a tier 3, and Instinct getting damage on mid-tier 1. It just feels like The more map control Citadel is able to get now, the easier it will be able to set up for those team fights later and force Galaxy into difficult situations. So even though they don't get the Drake itself, soul stacking is not a threat right now for the opposite side. And honestly, I think both teams may be somewhat content with how that went. Citadel nursing a 1K gold advantage. I think the biggest one we've seen so far is still that Galaxy 1.5K lead of a few minutes ago. This game is very, very tight. Now 24 minutes in, 2 items on most of the big carries, with Cozy being the main character really behind the curve.
Philip, the most penetration on the map here, but he did it at the cost of his life up there on the tier 3. That was the response immediately from Citadel as they got the dragon taken on them. But now on the other side, you see the picture there. Kim down, or excuse me, Arian Dell might be able to get away. He's going to be able to scrap of his life unless the Sky Splitter hits him, just barely able to hop out of trouble. The Emperor of Shurima lives on.
I'm not sure how Arian Dell found himself in that position, but Armeo not able to secure the kill, and that's flash off of the bear, traded for the Azir. I think you actually take that. If you're Arian Dell, the flash bear slap, so important to Armeo's kit, and Azir has ways to self-peel without that summoner spell available. So I think you're very happy. Armeo, we talked about him at length in the pregame. It's been a pretty quiet game so far. Only level 12 to Kaido's level 14. A big question we had for the series would be, how well does the former pro, negate this tier 2 talent? And so far, it hasn't quite happened. I think Armeo's had a fine game, but Kaido, doing what Kaido does best so far.
Yeah, still 100% kill participation. The game has revolved entirely around him. And with so much physical damage able to come through, the Black Cleaver's going to get the shred stacks off. You were able to 100-0 somebody pretty dang quick. Iori 0-0-2 hasn't had to be a main character here, Hawk. The rest of the team is playing really, really well around him.
Neither is Instinct, and we need to start keeping an eye on the Instinct with the Zeri on a champion that doesn't really have the most early agency, but can pop off in these later game fights, especially against these hyper-mobile style of compositions. The team fight's likely to break down, get a little bit more isolated in the way Galaxy wants. That's where Instinct's mechanics can perhaps go on full display. Let's remember, from a time perhaps a bit past on TSM, Instinct has a pentakill on the LCS stage. I was actually there in the studio back in 2022 summer. So this player is not just an NACL All-Pro, but he has that top-level experience. And again, is so much of the reason why I think Citadel is even still in this tournament is the incredibly high level of play he has. I think he's been the best performing ADC alongside Nightstar in this entire thing.
And we'll get to see Nightstar a little bit later, but right now, like you said, Hawk, yeah, Instinct bringing his top-level experience to this Tier 3 Open Qualifier. This is just game 1 of 3 between Galaxy and Citadel to decide who goes home and who gets to play. If my memory serves me correctly, it is Respawn waiting up next in the lower bracket. Again, the task of winning 8 straight best-of series, if you get knocked down to the lower bracket early, it is an absolute mountain to climb. But that's what both these teams are trying to do, as a couple of the favorites. Citadel, kind of the community consensus #1 favorite on ELO, rated #5 as the 5th seed. Hawk, in this one, it has gone kind of to script, or at least I would say how Galaxy had hoped it would, as far as what they've been able to accomplish. But Citadel, they absolutely are bending and not breaking. And Kaido, he's still trying to get himself over that hump right now. You see that Serpent's Fang coming through into this composition, incredibly based.
I think this game has simultaneously not gone as well as Galaxy wants based on their composition, but pretty well considering they're up against the Citadel, if that makes sense, right?
No, I think you nailed it. Yeah, like
they
you're
are
up against
showing
tough
that they
opposition.
absolutely can hang with this team. And Enrique, they're going to need to keep doing it because we got a Dragon on the map, and Cozy has a great flank.
Cozy has a very good flank. I don't think he got spotted out by Armeo there. Dragon be taken to about 2/3 HP. Philip showing up. He's got the Edge of Night. Now Cozy going to be seen. So it's going to be Philip versus Cozy trying to zone him off right there. But Kaido able to grab the Dragon. And now they're on full retreat. Armeo's kind of low here. Over the wall goes Arian Dell. He's going to get depth charge, but that'll be about it. Clone buying a lot of time. Instinct going forward with Philip in his wings. That's one for Instinct. Can he get another one here? Kim down playing defense, and Ori should be safe. He doesn't have flash, though. If he gets that E back up off cooldown, he should be able to split here. Philip able to set up another one for Instinct. Has to blow his flash, but they trade a Dragon for 2 kills here, Hawk.
And what's the play on the Baron going to be? There's pings down towards it. Now, Cozy has TP when he respawns in 30 seconds. Kim down is out for 20. It'll go down quickly to this composition, but not incredibly so. If Galaxy can defend this, they're very happy. But Citadel, they want to force the tempo.
They absolutely are trying to defend it. You see 2 TPs committed, one from Ariandel, and then immediately responded by Philip. It is all hands on deck in a game that has been so tightly contested, seesawing back and forth. The Baron could be what breaks it open for either one of these teams. Kaido able to get over. He's got Flash. He's got his ultimate. He's got Smite as well. All the tools he might need to swipe this one away and propel his team. Damage coming over the wall. The Citadel health bars are pretty low. Another TP coming in here from Cozy into the Tri-Brush. True Shot Barrage goes over, but it's Armeo who secures it. Trima Shuffle able to buy some time a little bit, but he goes down. Will pay for it with his life. Ariandel goes over. He's got a ton of damage waiting in the wings. He gets a double, another one for Kaido as they lose the Baron, but no one, and I mean nobody on the Citadel is going to get to live to tell the tale.
Galaxy Gaming, they came up fast enough. They're able to defend the play. Even though the Baron is not stolen, it's a huge fight on the back end. They got the Dragon to boot, and Galaxy is still in this game. Otacon on the map is gonna be the focus. They can clear out their waves, and 4v4, 30 minutes in, we are locked in a battle as nobody is willing to emerge victorious.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It was such a huge gold swing in terms of a 5-for-0 ace, but you got that free 1,500 to kind of offset it in that way, so now it's about the tempo, right? What can you get off this? Otacon takes about 3 to 5 business days to take down, so you're going to see that go down eventually, but you got a little bit of one-on-one time with an Oribe and the mid lane, and they've got control in this one finally. Is that enough to go forward? And Hawk, like you said, the Baron, right? It didn't kind of break it open here. We're going to get another replay here to see exactly how this went down. The health bars are so low for Citadel.
Exactly, just so much damage comes through. I want to give a lot of credit to Anoribi. I think great positioning behind this Baron pit. Cozy sections out the fight, and then Ariandel and Kaido just send it,
monster.
understanding they can win. And a really critical thing is not only were health bars low, but in the Baron pit, battle lines get weird, because frontline wants to hit the Baron, but they're not really zoning the dive away. And without Instinct or Bradley having access to their ultimates, it's just not a winning fight. So a great punish comes out from Galaxy. The Baron is completely denied. This game is completely even. Literally the only thing that separates them is a tower in the favor of Citadel, a dragon in favor of Galaxy, and the feats of strength.
Philip still trying to do his thing on the other side of the map, trying to get something going here. He took down that top tier 3. It feels like a lifetime ago, Hawk. The timbre of this game has switched, I don't know about completely because we're still even, but it feels like one team is in control right now, and that is Galaxy Gaming. But Philip doing a good job of responding in the side lanes, forcing Cody to get away from that 4v4 in the western quadrant of the jungle before we get another objective spawning here in a while. And with that free withdraw, I think is the term we were using, right? What do we call the mini GA? A withdraw. What do you think about that?
Yeah, a nice withdraw.
I feel like mini GA just sounds like, I don't know.
I feel like the problem, the issue I have when people call it GA is you don't respawn at the spot, right? Like, you respawn back. I feel like it's a mini Akshan revive more than anything, which isn't really a GA, but yeah, I don't know. If I'm being honest, I think this Otacon is kind of bait now. Like, it's nice. It allows you to push, and you basically do get a freebie fight still. But you can't just, like, int face and be like, don't worry, I have withdraw, because you're still down for 15 seconds and you give up 200 gold on death, which is generally less than ideal. But Henrique, I think the next thing we're looking at is this dragon in 50 seconds. It's Galaxy trying to control the bottom side of the map for it, but Citadel wanting to break that.
Ooh, Citadel absolutely trying to break that. The spell shield will be broken, but he took down 50% of Cozy's HP in the process. It is sole point here for Galaxy. As the battle lines are drawn here, like you said, they can get a little weird around these objectives. As Ariandel free firing from the other side, and so is Oribe on the Ezreal. He's quietly picked up 5 assists here. Again, hasn't been the main character, but you saw the damage he was able to do as well from over the wall. He complimented his positioning, and yeah, on an Ezreal, this is just the kind of stuff you can do. Bradley pushing in that mid-tier 1, still not knocked down. I can't help but think, Hawk, that the fact that that mid-tier 1 is still standing is just such a massive thorn in the side of what Citadel want to do going forward.
Definitely makes it tough to control the river, and you can see the poke. We talked about range on the side of Citadel, but how about Ezreal and empowered Kha'Zix W's later on into the game? Kaido is level 16 on the Ka, and this is Mountain Soul. Here they go. They're pulling it. Cozy on the backside. Can Armeo hit the smite?
Cozy going for a monster flank. Shriba Shuffle goes out. Lightning Crash down. Ariandel buys himself some time. The Shockwave goes out as well. Cozy going in. The Dragon was completely abandoned. Citadel actually coming away with the first couple of kills here. Galaxy falling apart. They bend, but they do not break. Citadel come away the winners in the fight.
Yeah, it's a huge one as the team fight composition comes online. It's a triple kill for Instinct in the fight as That's what you wanted. Ariandel got found out, was not able to create the space that he needs, and without the 6, 1, and 3 Azir able to provide the damage, the fight just gets so hard. I like the look from Galaxy right here. They want to control the space. But Trevor, a monster hook onto Anora B, and he's able to get the chain CC onto Ariandel with the depth charge. By the time he goes into the Zonias, he's already 1 HP.
Yeah.
The Azir is not able to contribute, and without that damage, the fight is just completely lost for Galaxy. An incredible commit. Trevor, that was nice.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. It's those kind of game-changing Nautilus hooks that make this champion such a staple in pro. You could do so much with so little. Trevor, with quite potentially a game, I don't want to say game-winning just yet, but this could be the start of something.
Game-winning.
Could be the start of something, something good here for Citadel.
Again, we just got a taste of how good the team fight composition can be for Citadel later on in the game when they're able to stay grouped up as 5, when they're able to find a good commit and stop one of the carries from DPSing, right? And I think that was exactly what Trevor was able to find for them right there. Now they're up 3,000 gold in this game. They have an advantage in map control. There's a Baron spawning in 10 seconds that they can leverage that to hopefully secure. And it's now up to Galaxy with a more skirmish-oriented composition to try to somehow outplay in the 5v5.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like you said, just the way these competitions want to do things, they don't want to fight right here. They want to fight kind of around that Baron, where, like you said, the battle lines get weird. You can get creative with your flank angles. Speaking of flank angles, Philip wandering up that Pot River, just moseying his way into the fight. Cozy's going to find him out. Might be that 1v1 between the top laners. Clone pop, as well as the Cyclone. Armeo and company back off here. Philip trying to draw Cozy away. Flash blown there by Philip. And I might have a 4v4 as Kim down goes in with the Magnet Storm. Lightning Crash goes down as well. Big ol' shockwave. So much damage in these straight up 5v5s. This team is so gosh darn good. Armeo able to go forward. Ariandel gonna buy himself some time with the Shuriba Shuffle, but again, it's a similar story. Bradley comes up big with a shockwave, and Citadel walk away with control of the Baron pit for now. It is still a 4v4. 1 kill against 1. Cozy going down here maybe, but wasting a lot of time here.
Inoribe's pushing mid. Inoribe's pushing mid. Can Galaxy try to get a tower or something for their trouble? At this point, Galaxy's in full damage control. They want to buy as much time as possible. Cozy's being annoying. Okay.
He's wasting so much time. Like you said, Inoribe got so much one-on-one time with that mid lane tier 2, and then tier 3, and then the inhib. That is a big piece of map control here for Inoribe, but Citadel go right back onto the Baron.
But, I mean, this isn't going to go down quickly. Ariandel has TP in 20 seconds. Everybody's low, and Inoribe will be able to arrive. This is going to be a 4v3 for the Baron. Can they steal it?
Why do I feel like I've seen this movie before, Hawk? Armeo's got to pull out a big performance here. Kaido is so low, not able to contest.
Bradley winning these last sequences for Citadel. First, it's the shockwave in mid, and then the chunk that he found on the Kaido to force the Kha'Zix away. Understanding is not worth his life to die for the Baron, especially with Dragon Soul spawning in a minute and a half. So, Citadel, they come away with the kills, they come away with the Baron, but they don't get everything, as this fight somehow only was initially a 1-for-1. Trevor goes very far forward and is forced to flash away, and from this point, the battle lines look good. But Bradley finds the shockwave to just completely destroy Galaxy, and from this point, the battle lines again get wonky as the fight breaks down, but Citadel has the resources to press the attack.
They couldn't get the Baron, but they were able to keep control of the river. If really worked, they would get the Baron, excuse me. No, but it wasn't, it was Galaxy not able to contest, apologies. And actually Galaxy able to get, you know, again, that mid-tier 3, so able to open up the map maybe a little bit here, right? Push that line of scrimmage forward just a bit. But Hawk, I feel like even if, what am I trying to say here? Even if Instinct or Galaxy, Citadel, oh boy. Even if Citadel are able to maintain the battle lines where they want them and control the river, right? I mean, you're gonna have, it's like, it's one thing to control the river, but it's another thing to like really control the river, to control all the angles of entrance, right? The back of that Baron pit, the tri-brush up there, because Cozy's not afraid to get weird with the angles as well.
Yeah, and I've got to say, as Cozy cutting the wave, talking about getting weird with angles, this is really smart stuff, denying the siege right now from the Citadel, who's not really going to be able to leverage his Baron for much more than priority towards the Dragon Soul. Before this fight, I need to see some clutch factor from Ariandel. He was the Fed carry on the side of Galaxy, and he's been the first to die in the last 2 fights. He needs to have some self-preservation in this fight, but no flash means he's the obvious target, and the soul's already gone.
It's already gone in the blink of an eye. All they can do is get something in the fight for it afterwards. There goes the Sky Splitter crashing down there with the Volley Bear Armor going forward, but the Shockwave comes down as well as the Cyclone Instinct staying free here. Ariandel trying to get in and be that big playmaker that they need. Cozy will go down. Philip picks up the kill as well as the Mountain Soul for Citadel.
That's a huge win. Citadel might just have everything they need to run away with this game as the Soul gets picked up. Great control over the river. And Galaxy, they try to go for a last-ditch fight, but they can't find it. Now they need to get back and try to defend, but Citadel does have a small wave.
They do another big hook there onto Kim down. Ariandel doesn't get much with the Shurima Shuffle. He might be next on the menu, retreating from the safety of his tower. And Ori B gets jumped on and deleted. Citadel, you give these guys an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's exactly what they've done here. They're looking to end, Hawk.
Yeah, they are 40 minutes in, Citadel. I think they can do it.
Let's see as the Shockwave catches out Ariandel. That should do it. It's just Kaido left. A lot of low health targets, but even if he gets one, he won't be able to get them all. Citadel, again, they bend, they do not break, and they're able to take game 1 and put Galaxy on death's door.
Yeah, it was a bit messy in the early game fights. Mid-game objectives looked really good for Galaxy Gaming, but I think we really saw some of the individual skill and the veterancy of Citadel on display. The players were able to clutch up in the team fights. They remember why they've all been at the top echelons of play, and they played much better together as a team. And to throw some sauce into the mix here, 4x4, dare I say, we're talking about individual skill. We're asking questions about how Galaxy themselves can maybe stack up against these top dogs. I think some individual falterings didn't quite allow them to parlay their advantages, and the Citadel were able to clutch it out.
Yeah, again, I mean, they're just so solid, right? They've been in 10,000 of these games before, at least. It's facing so many of these situations, but they're playing just kind of, like you said, it was a little floppy, or not sloppy, it was a little wobbly in the early game, but every time Galaxy got an advantage on the back of Kaido and company, they didn't really concede much, right? The gold lead, you saw it never really fell, right? It felt like Galaxy was winning. Oh my goodness, you know, Citadel, they're on the ropes. They never really were.
No, I don't think so either. They fell marginally behind multiple times.
It really wasn't that much.
It feels like oftentimes in League of Legends, it's not the first mistake that kills you, but it's the second mistake. And multiple times, I think Citadel made that first mistake. They opened the door for Galaxy to potentially, with one more play, break open the game, right? But as you have said multiple times now, they bent, but they didn't break. They didn't allow Galaxy to hit critical mass, and kudos to Citadel for always keeping the game close, no matter if at any point they faltered.
Game 2 coming at you real soon here. Citadel against Galaxy. Again, one more win for Citadel and Galaxy. Ariandel, Inoribi and company. Kaido, after a great Kha'Zix early game, they could be going home in about an hour. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you game 2 and everything else coming up today. Don't go anywhere.
Out. There's bullet time to get a little damage on a Speak on Biofrost. Sushi doing a good job of
Sushi's
spacing
cooking.
this out, finding the damage, taking down Bio. Chad looking for help. It's going in on a double lift. A couple more autos from Sushi, trying to turn this one back. The young gun takes down the veteran, but it's Speaka looking to fight back. A little more burn damage is all it takes to push Sushi.
We're seeing that you know, Ezreal just doesn't have the wave clear as Chad.
There's going to be a nice aim of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they will be able to get Chad there.
Oh,
Mixture comes in with a big multi-man knockup, but it's turned right back around by Near Airport. A double kill, a double lift already. Lawrence goes into the all-out form, trying to hunt down Pobelter on the opposite side. Sushi is slowed up, though, and nearly taken down. It's shutdown gold to Sushi, but double lift is still rampaging through the fight. It's a quadra kill to double lift, looking for the pentakill.
Again, my internet just getting dunked just like Respawned, as it looks like a pretty good fight right now for Near Airport.
Yep, I mean, Pobelter already found the pick to start things off, and Pobelter's looking like he's going to end it the same way. It's a nice shuffle back from Shochi. Maybe 10k gold ago, that could have been enough to make it close, but absolutely not this time. Sushi is pushed back. 4 members down. He is the last one standing, and he is not going to be able to turn this around 1 versus 5. It's a clean ace for Near Airport, and what we thought might be a close match turns out to be an absolute slam for the veterans. Near Airport shows that the clock has not passed them by yet. They are still the top dogs in this region. They will knock on down Respawn, and they move themselves on to a qualifier match tomorrow.
Ooh,
Mid lane,
Shochi
they're
again.
trading again. It's Shochi with a massive health lead. Enchanted Crystal Arrow
TP
came out, didn't quite connect, but they've got to get back over the wall. TF Blade has TP'd in. He's behind enemy lines, waiting for a target to be able to engage onto. Chad will be found. Mixture will be left out to dry as he gets claimed as a 3rd kill for Spica.
Can they re-engage this, though? I mean,
Launching himself in with the Rift Herald, pops the ultimate, gets right in there, and here's the engage. It's going to be knocking back multiple members from Tub, but they are just melting them all. It's Renekton plus Vayne tearing through these health bars. Enthralled plays frontline Vayne and completely demolishes the fight for the Ducky Getters. Adam making sure he can't get involved with the fight. Adam going to launch himself in with a public execution.
Enthralled
Does manage to take down Redemption.
Here he
Look
comes!
at the big shock blast from RJS as Enthralled tumbles forward. Draco at his back to tear through the remaining members of Slated 6. Bio's the last one standing, and he's not standing for long. It's a double kill to Vakin, one in dominant fashion, coming through for the Ducky Getters.
yeah, easy double TP into the base. The Ducky Getters, they have come out the gate looking real strong with some signature picks. And Slated 6, they're definitely going to be back to the drawing board for game 2.
The drawing board, erase everything you've got here already. Hiccup's not playing, it's still Redemption, and they look as dominant as they looked against those bottom seed teams. The Ducky Getters looking to stat pad, looking to take some big knockups, creates a lot of space for Hub to be able to fire back through with the True Shot Barrage. It's Redemption falling so low. Adam goes in for the re-engage, gonna be able to take down the first kill, but the support is dropped to the opposite side, and the health bars are just dropping for Slated 6. So much damage coming on through from the Ducky Getters as they rampage through the fight front to back. So much damage in that fight where Enthralled got to be the hero and pick up all the kills. He was pumping out every bit you would hope for, but here's a potential pick coming through on the Vac. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect. Redemption going to try to keep him alive for a little bit longer, both the item and the player, but neither will be enough as Hub picks up the first kill. Now Redemption getting focused down second, and that's going to be a double kill right into Hub's pockets.
So it's not really come up this series, Gordo, so I've not talked about it. However, this factor.
Ward in position inside the Ivern Brush, trying to look for a victim to be able to hook on in. Tub just going to send it here, gets it onto Vakin, but he does have Redemption again, the item and the player, to keep himself safe. It's going to be Tub forced to retreat as he loses so much of his health. A Glacial Prison connects onto RJS, but that's only to facilitate the retreat. They've lost too many health bars already, and over the wall comes Draco, taking down Tub and looking for more. Hub is going to join his lane partner for a double kill over to the Camille, and they're going to look for even more on the dive. Redemption able to keep tanking on up alongside that trigger seed. Calculus looking for the knockups, but Daisy's got knockups of her own to hold Bio and Calculus at bay. Ducky
Bring down with his 15,000 HP.
absolutely here. 8k and dropping
fight,
for the
though.
Otacon. Here comes Slated 6. They're looking for the fight. They can't give over this ruinous Otacon without a challenge. Adam launches himself in, pops the Unbreakable Will. He finds his way back onto Enthralled. Enthralled has been marked by the mid laner, and the front to back is breaking out on the opposite side. Vakin's getting focused down. He has already fallen, and Adam has access to Enthralled. Redemption doing his best to try to create the space, but Bio's all over him, looking to finish him off. But a massive stun from RJS keeps Enthralled alive. Finally Finally, Bio finds his mark, but they've left the Cassiopeia for
Oh, yeah,
far too long. A quadra kill for RJS on Cassiopeia.
RJS!
Or are they? This is a TP being channeled by Dr. Calculus. It looks like they want a challenge for it. TP being channeled here by Adam as well. And it looks like they're getting baited into the fight. Draco's back over the wall. No damage has come in towards this Baron for a while. Bio's going to be here for the backup. They're able to focus down Draco in time. Enthralled is stuck inside the pit. He's forced to retreat away. Bio getting in there. Realizes the Baron's already reset. And they say, all right, it's time to fight. Knocked back in. Hub is thrown to the wolves and torn apart by Enthralled, who's already got a triple kill, and he wants some more. A quadra kill to Enthralled on the Corki.
Oh, and Bio's not going to give it to him.
Like Savakin with this shielding that he's going to place on everybody. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here with this early advantage. No item completed yet, but still a nice BF sword to pump up those numbers. Adam launching himself in. They're going to try to focus on a redemption first. The aftershock and the shielding doing so much work, though he's still above half HP. Meanwhile, Tub is just getting focused down. A nice big stun comes on across from a stolen ultimate from the Cassiopeia. Calculus comes into the backside, trying to find ways to pump out the damage, but RJS continues to rain through the Twin Fangs, and a triple kill is secured for Enthralled. The quadra's denied by his mid laner, but Ducky Getters clean house in the bottom river.
How is it possible that the Ducky Getters are this clean? They put so over the contenders. Slated 6 get bombed, and the Ducky Getters, we need to start having the conversation. Promotion in their sights, only 2 series away.
And they're just unstoppable throughout their first 3, right? This is a 6-0 upper bracket for the Ducky Getters so far.
Best of burst right there.
Whoa! All right, that's a bullet time thrown down to the bottom lane. As Sushi and Mixture nearly take down Double Lift, but he survives with just a sliver of health. TF Blade arrives to the scene, but he'll be taken down by Shochi. Look at the Strangle Thorns thrown down by Spica, getting knocked out to damage onto 3, and Spica has dominated this fight for near airport. Respawned are routed as they flee back underneath their turret.
Oh my word, the fight looked good!
Here's the equalizer. It hits nothing onto TF. For some more with this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they were talking to us and saying they'd fix the feed.
Yeah, no, I have nothing.
That's all good. Do you hear M right now? 4x4?
No.
Right. So okay. So Kimmy is saying that she was muted by production. So production needs to unmute her on their end.
Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan, joined by our lovely casters Hawk and 4x4, where we're going to be breaking down Citadel versus Galaxy Gaming, with Citadel coming on top against Galaxy Gaming. So let's talk about this individual skill. I know Hockey mentioned about like the individual skill of the veteran players. Did they meet that expectation? Did you see any like variations of that in Galaxy Gaming at all?
It's so interesting because I think on one hand, yes, we saw how good the Citadel can be. Bradley up 20 CS over Ariandel in the lane. The team fighting from Instinct, superb. Later on in the game, we talked about the sick engage from Trevor as well. But then also, you know, Galaxy did, I think, actually fight back in their own right extremely well. That game was very close for almost all of the 40 minutes that game was.
Yeah, I think we're about to hit into a recap too with 4x4 maybe possibly talking about it, but before then we can talk a little bit more about the teams and more about what are you guys looking forward out of this second game, because you know a lot of these compositions kind of fit individually and how they like play and things of that sort. So what would you like to see these teams do differently in this next match that we're going into?
I mean, I feel like if you're Citadel, I mean, they're going to be on red side in all likelihood. We don't know that for sure, but they're going to be on red side. I think they're probably just going to stick with what they know, right? Which is, okay, you maybe get a counter, use red side to get yourself a counter pick or two, but look, let our Mayo play a sort of tank and spank engage jungler, right? I mean, we'll see what gets banned as well, because I think that will also be the same, right? We're not going to see the Ace, we're not going to see the Kindred, we're not going to see maybe the Maokai or Sejuani again, because our Mayo, right? Maybe, again, he hasn't cracked it at tier 1 level, being that kind of consistent stalwart starter, but otherwise, he has been really good at this level. I think if you're Galaxy, I think that's kind of the more interesting question, right? Is how do you change your identity? If you do, I don't think you should, because this has been what you've been playing literally the entire tournament. To throw it away here, one, I think for the vibes and for the narrative is, I'm going to poo-poo that, but also I just think, again, they've done nothing but win, right? Since they got down to lower bracket, yes, it's been a slower run, and this is the toughest opposition they've had to face, so you could argue that this is the time to change your style. But if you just try to change your style and go to, let's say, just a straight up 5v5 sort of composition, you're going to do that against the only team, a team that is going to for sure do that better than you. You've got an edge, you've got a characteristic that's unique, play to it.
All right, we're really quickly going to draft there, so I'm going to have to say goodbye and give the floor off to the casters. Good luck to all the players playing today in this next match, and I'll see you guys after this game.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, right into draft we go, and it will be the Viego for Kaido. So it is pretty much all the same bands, and we're actually staying on the same sides, it looks like.
Yeah, so Galaxy choosing red side, as they have typically done throughout this tournament, favoring those red side counter picks, trying to find a winning lane that Kaido can play around on the signature carry junglers, and they've managed to find it. Syndra into Victor, a volatile matchup, one that Viego can look to exploit and influence, but Xin Zhao, another great early 2v2 influencer, let's say, from the jungle. Again, it feels like our Mayo's game plan is very clear. Kaido's going to pick carries. I just need to pick champions that can be useful in their own right and keep my lanes afloat to withstand the pressure.
Yep, and you've got some pretty good disengage as well to really kind of extend these fights. And again, like you said, in the side lane, Gnar is going to be able to hold his own. We'll see how Philip wants to build the Gragas, right? How he's going to be able to hold his own. But then this control mage matchup should kind of take care of itself in the mid lane. Hawk, again, it is a little bit of kind of the, little bit of the same, right? Ariandel on a control mage, on the top side. On the Gnar, right, it's not as kind of crazy as we've seen. The Wukong was a little off the wall, but it's still going to come down to Kaido and what he's able to do on this Viego, on this carry champion. But again, it's the $1 million question when you get to the mid game, because I could see the first 20-25 minutes of this game going exactly the same way. But then what needs to change for you? What needs to change 25 minutes on if we get to that same stage?
I mean, I think the biggest thing, they just need to execute in the team fights well. We talked about it. Somebody's got to get that clutch gene here in game 2. Do or die for Galaxy Gaming, the Citadel. One more game and they move into the top 12 in this tournament. A chance to promote to the NACL, perhaps, as a Nori B already having the flash blown at level 1.
Yep, you got that ward down in the tri-brush. Fat load of good, it did him. Blowing the flash early. Still got the cleanse. That is what both these bot laners are going to be running. Flash cleanse and then flash ignite for both the supports as well. Nothing too wild as far as keystones or any of that. Philip going to be just a tough nut to crack, a tough laner to go against in that with that Arcane Comet. But with these bottom lanes, yeah, this is 2025, baby. These are the kind of the lane swap bot lanes, right? With Varus, with the Ashe, right? These first couple levels going to be really, really oppressive, but going to be going into each other as I think, right? We are playing on the now.
Lane swaps are officially dead. Unlike what we thought last week.
Yes.
They are officially dead this week, which is a treat to be able to see. And I do think bottom lane is going to be a major focal point this game, as well as those mid-jungle 2v2s. Kaido's starting spotted on the bottom side of the map, wanting to move up towards the top side. I think already Armeo in a favorable position, because with the Nori B having no flash and the Xin Zhao clearing mismatch, no Viego coverage down towards the bottom side, Citadel has a lot of room to potentially play aggressive, and Instinct on this Ashe pick. He is the only player, I guarantee, in this tournament that is valuing Ashe higher than both Corki and Varus, and we can see that based on the picks with him on this champion.
Yeah, no, Instinct, I mean, he was our kind of MVP for game one, poised to have a big game here, but there's going to be a lot more damage coming through. This isn't as stock standard a composition as they were running in game one, as getting the better of the trading here early on is Bradley over Ariandel. You saw the lead that he was able to create late in last game. But yeah, no, this should be an interesting one. It's going to be a little bit of different way this competition wants to be played out. But again, expect Philip in the side lanes. Expect him to take some creative angles as well, right? Cozy was doing that in game one with the Jace, with the Wukong, I should say, into Philip's Jace, who's body blocking him pretty well. And that's another thing I worry about, right? In these later team fights, with a Gnar composition, right? When you don't have another kind of, a tank jungler or something to be able to kind of start these fights. You talk about execution of these team fights, Hawk. I feel like a lot of it is going to come down to Cozy, whether he can keep his flash. We can get that flash Gnar, right? It is so telegraphed the way you want to start these fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's something we can track more later on. I'm still looking at this early game, though, because I do think Citadel is in a position to try and actually find themselves an early game lead. Something that maybe with just potentially superior team fighting, they can look to try to take an advantage. And again, if we were looking at mid lane, Ariandel in a matchup where we wanted to see him try to take more control, just getting bullied out by Bradley. Remember, this is the guy that came in for CCG in Summer Split of last year and basically carried them by the neck to the promotion tournament alongside Yukino with his absolutely stifling mid-play, some of the best we've ever seen in Tier 3. He got MVP votes 4x4 despite playing only half the split.
Yeah, and Bradley trying to get back to the top, right? It hasn't been the best tournament for him. It's been kind of the Instinct show, but now both these teams running up against, in the lower bracket anyway, the toughest opposition that they've had, with a chance against kind of these, some of these younger guys, or, well, in Ariandel, he's older, but I should say less experienced at the Tier 2 level, has not broken into that space just yet. But he's trying to do that here with his back against the wall. Him and the rest of Galaxy Gaming. Him down, and Ori B, another guy trying to knock on that door, push up into Tier 2. Ariandel down about 10 CS. Yeah, this early matchup, Bradley's out of mana, but that's about the only thing that's going wrong for him. Fisticuffs potentially in the bottom lane, just some trading back and forth. No one's going to pull the trigger on it just yet, it looks like. That was another thing, kind of, to talk about the lane swaps are dead thing, right? They did reel back as a result of some of those early tower changes, right? That's sort of the first iteration of trying to take away lane swaps, doing the changes they did with the tower. Those have taken away. Those have been, those have gone away as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, lane swaps are not, fortunately, very much a thing in the past. I feel like this is something that, I mean, I don't know, Citadel, they have good early game planning. They have the players to be able to pull it off, but, I mean, if you're one of the most individually skilled teams in the tournament, being able to play heads up in the lanes, oftentimes a boon that can come through. I will say, small win for Galaxy Gaming, and Ori B did not get punished for that blown flash as Ariandel's low.
Ooh, he might be in trouble here. Steps over the gravity well, just barely. I thought he was cooked there, but knew the amount of time he would have to stay there to be stunned up, and did not actually get there at the end. But both these mid laners, crucially, Hawk, holding on to their flash, right? I mean, I feel like Bradley's just like, please, can I get this dude to press the F button once? Then this lane might get really out of control.
Would certainly get volatile. I'm actually very surprised at how little we've seen the junglers really try to influence this game. Seemingly content to power farm to 6, but Philip.
Well, just as you say that, able to flash away is Philip. Kaido able to get forward, gives the first blood over to Cozy. Galaxy in front.
Yeah, just as I say it, Philip immediately gets ganked by Kaido. That's a caster curse if I've ever seen one. Really nicely done by the jungler of Galaxy Gaming to start finding a lead.
Woodgrub spawning here. Should be full control over there by Kaido up on the top side. And indeed, he will grab those first couple. So again, Hawk, I mean, it feels like a little bit of deja vu. Seeing the way that they want to play this out, the side of Galaxy, right? They get a kill here early. Prio for their jungler, their carry man himself, right? Kaido had an 18-kill Graves game not too long ago. And they started off up on the top side, popping level 6 immediately for Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great wave management from Cozy. I think has quietly been one of the stronger performers on this Galaxy Gaming team, holding his own against Philip in game 1. Has level 6 advantage, has the Mega Gnar, and the wave sitting in neutral just forces Philip to overextend for that one. Now up nearly 20 CS, Armeo able to get the Dragon on the bottom side, but the Grubs during the replay taken by Kaido.
And on the other side, in response, taken there by Armeo is the first Dragon of the game. So as we reset here, yeah, I mean, again, it just feels like the same old like we saw in game 1. And again, the executing in the team composition, we're going to look at that just a little bit later, but I feel like another storyline that developed at the end of game 1 was Ariandel with the lead he got. Not the best team fights from him specifically on the Azir. Now, with Syndra, a little bit easier to pilot, right? You don't have to go for these, like, 100-0 super hyphy flash EQ ult plays from a screen away. It's just hit one good scatter of the week and pound one target. Ariandel should be in a better position to do that, but again, it is just one frontliner there for Cozy. So the team fighting questions for me, for Galaxy, still remain on the other side of things. Citadel still keeping things close.
I think the question is, where do the teams go next, right? Again, it's been fairly slow early game. I'm still surprised to see the lack of jungle intervention towards mid specifically, with Ariandel just, I mean, really hemorrhaging CS. Despite the early kill for Galaxy, they're not actually that far in the lead. I mean, I guess mid and top CS are basically balancing each other out. But it really will become a question of, just like game number 1, how well does Galaxy actually play towards this strong side laning Gnar later on? And then to your point, how well can Citadel play the team fights?
We'll see. Ariandel getting back to lane here, but Bradley, I mean, he actually, in terms of combat power, they're about even, right? He's up a Dark Seal. It's not a horrendous advantage. Scatter of the Week is going to find Bradley, or I should say almost finds Bradley. Ariandel might be in a little bit of trouble here. Bradley doing a good job of kind of zoning him off any sort of escape, and indeed able to get the silence down as the gravity well comes through the Chaos Storm as well. Armeo flashing forward, Ariandel flashing back, pops the blast cone. Bradley, does he have enough damage to Scatter the Weak? Will make it so that Ariandel survives, but he blows his flash in exchange for Armeo's now. Potentially Kaido looking for a return kill here. He's got to be careful here. The health bar advantage does not favor him. Hanging out in the Harrowed Mist. Armeo goes forward there. Gets the Would Become Lightning. Gets a lot of early damage here. Hawk has to blow the Heartbreaker as well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Kaido was going for right there.
Yeah.
I mean, Armeo was very clearly still in the area. Never is going to get a kill. Maybe wanted to try to get a summoner off Bradley, but instead, it's just a flash blown off of Ariandel. That's the mid pressure that I wanted to see all along from Armeo, to start trying to control the mid river highway as
Beautiful CC chain here as the Solar Flare comes down with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but they wait out the CC and Trevor gets punished. A little bit of misaligned thinking there, but Bradley TPing down. He could walk into these 2 kills. It should be easy as you like. And Ori B goes down. Bradley picks up 1. CC comes down. Flashing away is Kim down. He's down every single summoner, but Kaido able to buy just, and I mean just, enough time for Kim down to escape.
I'm really amazed Galaxy was only able to go 1 for 1 right there. Trevor gives his life for the cause to make sure Bradley can find the teleport behind. Instinct takes up pressure in mid, picks up the wave there, but I mean, good escape from Kim down, trading 1 for 1 with the Nori B getting a kill. You're very happy about that. Galaxy continuing to just keep things within striking distance, up a couple hundred gold.
Yeah, just 600 gold. They had that first dragon again. The first 3 Void Grubs were traded into the hands of Kaido, and as the second set spawning here really shortly, in about a minute and change, that dragon could come up as well. I imagine we'll see another trade of objectives there, right? We saw Armeo in game 1 on the Volley Bear pull the trigger really, really quickly and was able to contest, right after getting that kill, or the dragon down bottom, was able to contest up top. We see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow go through here. It lands onto Kim down, crucially, and Ori B just sits back and says, thank you, I'll just right-click my way to a kill, but Armeo buying enough time here for Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, Kim down played that fight fantastically, body blocking the whole way, maybe knowing that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow could come down the lane, and super tanky on the Alistar. Anori B, as soon as he flashes in to secure the kill, he's absolutely dead, but I think it's fine. You trade out 1 for 1, then you get the quick, the shortcut back to the fountain, if you will. And this is Galaxy just picking up the second pot of grubs, completely uncontested. Yeah. Citadel swapped up here to try and potentially find a play, but Galaxy just matches, and again, I think Galaxy's early games have been better than the Citadel's so far this series.
No, they've been really, really good. I wholeheartedly agree with you. They're making snap decisions. They're controlling their tempo and their vision beforehand as well, right? You see that river? I mean, it was completely lit up blue, but it didn't matter for Galaxy. They just kind of walked in, took the grubs on spawn, and said, "See you later." And now trying to get some control here down on the bottom side. Armeo clearing down towards that. And with that priority up on the top side, Cozy and Kaido find to surrender that dragon, it seems like, and they're just happy to take all this free turret plating, Goldhawk.
Yeah, Philip is losing out big time right now, and there is no cross map from the Citadel. I mean, they might be able to get the dragon that is just now spawning, but this is a 6 scrub. Gnar and Viego just free hitting a tower while Gragas can't get any gold. Where is the sense of agency from Citadel to try to get something back? This is huge right now. Galaxy's going to jump out to a 2K gold lead, or thereabouts. When it's all said and done, sure, down 2 dragons, but you take that.
Oh, 100%. No, this is a dream start right now. The lead much bigger than it was. Well, I say much. It's a little bit bigger than it was last time around. But Armeo, look, again, I think the biggest kind of thing to take away is the fact that that top lane matchup all of a sudden is completely on its head.
I think talking about a little bit more about Armeo, again, consistently one of the best junglers at this level of play, is we might have a bit of a fish here, 3v3 in the bottom side. Remember, Bradley's big, level 10.
Kim down looking for a flank. Armeo, I think, might sense the blood in the water. Kaido just gets lit up here. Arendelle tries to buy time, but the flash goes away. Beautiful solar flame chance to Crystalera. The CC chain just going to miss, and I mean just. Kim down buys a little bit of time for Cozy to show up, and he's got a big play on his hands as the feat secured with the kill by Kim down. He blows the ignite to beautiful effect. Bradley has to flash away. Cozy with the flash. Gnar beats him over the head with a bunch of rocks. The over the top from Arendelle. Beautifully done. Shut down there for Cozy as Galaxy take control.
Nice teleport, Feat of Warfare claim. Philip will try to get something back on the top side, but a 0 grub Gragas ain't gonna do much more than deny the wave. Bit disjointed on the engage, but Galaxy finds it, now jumping out to nearly a 3K gold advantage. 4x4, this is bigger than what we saw in game number 1. Questions being asked right now by the underdog.
Absolutely, but I think crucially, as the wind becomes lightning, actually does tag Cody. Philip able to TP down. They should be able to grab Cozy, excuse me. As a shutdown goes over to Armeo, nice little chunk of gold in his pocket, should help him get to that first big item spike. But Hawk, I mean, kind of resetting here, we can talk about it in the context of this replay first, though. Like you said, there are a lot of things going similar here. Actually, let's just digest this one here. I thought Kaido, I mean, this was like, oh man, this looks so bad.
Kaido wants to get the party started, but Kim Down is just well behind in arriving for the engage. It's really Cozy's arrival that turns around this play. This Gnar, so incredibly strong, even more so than the victor at this point in the game. Excellent flash follow, knowing that as long as he holds his flash, Bradley will have to blow his first, right? And obviously, it does get punished on the counter teleport from Citadel later on, but still, you take that one if you're Galaxy Gaming, had already cracked the top lane tower, dropping a couple waves top, sure, but the kills are the real story and that big feat of warfare. And in fact, they took the feats of strength because with the first tower, that was just it. Objectives don't even mean a damn thing.
No, they're very happy to sit on this gold lead. And Hawk, kind of resetting here, this feels in some ways like what we had in game 1, right? I mean, it's not, the lead isn't as much in Kaido's pocket, right? Like you said, he's kind of been, I should say, at the right place at the right time, but he's only got the one. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I was going to ask. It feels like Cozy, what he's,
exactly,
he has a lot of gravity in this game.
Cozy is going to be a really big problem in the side lane. That's the one thing Citadel's composition doesn't really have. Again, it's just a true team fight composition. You've got triple front line and then 2 really big, really talented carries, right? But Cozy can be huge on the side lane, and this gives Kaido another avenue to attack later on. It gives Galaxy the ability to try and spread the map, try and play for trades, something that I think they have excelled at in this series so far when compared to their opposition. And not only that, the literal gold value of their lead is bigger as Arendelle is up the creek.
Yeah, let's see if he's got that aforementioned paddle. Armeo able to get forward here. He's sticking onto him like white on rice. He gets the knock up, and Instinct should be able to do the rest. Arendelle goes down, tried to get the unleash power onto Instinct, but again, caught out just a little bit here. Double kill, 2v2 here in the bottom lane. So lots of CZ coming in here as Philip able to get the gravity. Oh my goodness. The explosive cast down onto Kaido. Able to get away here, not take that tower aggro. Cozy not able to find a way into that one.
I think they can just kill the tower, though. I mean, Kaido's low, but what are they gonna do? That Gragas is very low.
Yeah, Philip very low. Blows the flash from Trevor as well. So they didn't get the tower, but they did get the flash out of the support and crucially walked away with their lives. Crescent guard out from Armeo as an Ori B. Try to get forward. Gravity well goes down. That should stop the chase.
Nori B not quite able to find the timing there. That's the TP behind, though. Arendelle, he wants revenge.
Oh, absolutely. He's going back to the room where it happened, where his chalk outline is still fresh on the floor of the river. Can't give down, going forward. Gets the knock up there onto Bradley. That should be enough. Able to cleanse out of the gravity well and secure that one is an Ori B. Second one of the day for him.
That's a big pickup with Herald on the map. Bradley does have the teleport of his own. And Kaido's still in... No, never mind. He's mid. I can't read the minimap. But regardless, they're not going to take the Herald. They get the kill and not much more. It was Ariandel that made the first mistake, walking into the enemy woods all on his lonesome. But Galaxy continuing to counter punch well. Gold not really growing, though. And again, small mistakes from Citadel that allow a small lead were shown to be manageable last game.
Yep.
The biggest question is, can Galaxy break open the game? Dragon in 15 seconds, no flash on Armeo, no flash on Trevor, but ultimately a summoner spell advantage across the board for Citadel. Let's see how this fight goes. All eyes on Cozy for this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, big advantage in the summoner spell department. Good pointing that out. Philip and Armeo, or Philip and Cozy, I should say, locked in a duel in the bottom lane. Here comes the TP. As Ariandel and company have control over this one. Trevor going in, gets the solar flare down, but Kaido able to swipe the dragon away. What will happen in the fight? Kim down, taking a lot of body shots. Big explosive cast. Philip from out of nowhere with no threat. Now he goes over the wall to finish it off. Ariandel caught out in a rough spot. Philip, the MVP of this fight so far, leaving Instinct completely free to do what he can. Cozy gets the shutdown, but not before his team is scattered to the winds.
There it is yet again, 4-1-4. They are able to take the fight as Cozy looking a little funny, standing still for the teleport out. The lone survivor. He needs to tell the story of what happened on this day, and the story was Philip. Dragon secured by Galaxy, but the fight coming up, Citadel, gold gap being closed, map control being equalized as the towers are the focus. Well played by Kim down in the initial objective secure to buy the space for the Dragon. Zoning out the backline, zoning out Armeo, but from this point, it's the cask right there from Philip that forces Galaxy too far into the pit. The escape is gone, and no matter how far you put this champion behind, he will always have that CC value. Philip putting on an excellent display.
That was gorgeous. I mean, as soon as Cozy kind of left his bodyguard post, as he goes over the wall, or over the turret, I should say, Trevor going right back in. The tower does go down, but the kill goes over to Armeo. Solar Flare going to land right onto Inori. Doesn't have flash, but he's got Kaido, waiting in the winds. Armeo has to flash away as he's going to eat the Ignite as well. After that, no blood, no foul.
Just a 1-for-0 though. Cozy ends up going down as Galaxy was split. Not sure if they wanted to go for the dive or the tower, and they don't get any kills on the back end of it. So Citadel, again, defending reasonably well. That Herald still on the map for them should they choose to take it. Ariandel in the bottom lane, no TP, and that will be the prize.
Let's see what they can do with this, right? I mean, they got to hustle up here. Yeah, they're on time. They'll be able to grab it before it despawns. But now, Hawk, I mean, with Philip kind of proving that he has, the ability to break open some of these team fights, right? It's just another wrinkle. And that's one thing that I think this composition does have that the last one didn't. Look, he's still down 1,000 gold, as you can see here, onto Cozy. But if he keeps hitting barrels like that, it doesn't matter what his gold deficit is.
Exactly. And, I mean, Cozy still the strongest person in the game on this Gnar, but that is counteracted by Ariandel. After a fairly good mid-game on the Azir last time around, some mistakes in the late-game team fights, getting caught up, not able to offer DPS, and then just getting pounded by Bradley in this lane is becoming a bit concerning for Galaxy Gaming. Again, him and Inori B were the players that really wanted to prove their Tier 2 metal in this tournament, and one game away from elimination, it's not quite happening.
No, Nori B, I mean, he's in a much better position to kind of flip that narrative as he's got 3 kills, right? He's able to put the carry pants, or say the carry pants are there. He's got to step into them, one foot after the other, because the fact of the matter is, Hawk, you look at the CS deficits kind of on both sides, right? It's about, it's 15 to 20 for each of them. And like you said, this is becoming a, 2-game sample size, yes, but it's becoming a bit of a theme as the battle lines start to be drawn here around the river just a little bit here. No objective to fight over here. Well, I should say no dragon to fight over. The Atacon is there. Trevor, yeah, let's see if he's
so
throwing down to help me.
Does Galaxy know how good the setup is? Because Citadel is trying to set up a trap right now onto Ariandel. Arrow doesn't land.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow just barely misses out as the flank goes in. Trevor able to get the CC down onto Ariandel. He has to blow the Scatter the Weak. Again, caught in an uncompromised position as the Atacon will go down.
Hey, if it's a funny looking play, it don't matter. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Trevor with the flank of the year. It was Citadel trying to set a trap. Galaxy didn't sniff it out. They do have inside track on mid. Atacon takes a while to go down.
Boy.
Cozy, he must have taken tower shots, surely, to be the
I hope so. Otherwise, that is a harbinger of things to come that if you're a Galaxy gaming enjoyer, you do not want to see.
I didn't quite see. Okay, it was the ruinous Otacon this game for Citadel. Gonna make those dragons stronger. They get the XP as well. But in trade for a tier 2, I think Galaxy still doing fine to keep things close. We can take another look at the play as Ariandel, I mean, just completely caught with his pants down. You know, again, if Inori B is still trying to, like, wrestle on the carry pants, maybe they're just a size too small, like, or doesn't have the right belt, something like that. Yeah, Ariandel, they're around his ankles right now.
Yeah. I'm not gonna, you know, expand too much on that. It was a rough one there for Ariandel as the Rift Herald popped here. In the mid lane, Citadel trying to break this one open, Hawk. Again, a little bit of deja vu. We've gotten here to the 20-minute mark, and it's been a little bit of the team fighting execution, right? We saw around the Dragon Pit as we're taking this one to South Beach, if you will, but another theme that has been constant is just, okay, hold on, Philip. He might not be locked in here with you. You're locked in here with him. I think Trevor goes over the wall. Flash Zenith Blade. And Chance of Crystal Arrow down. This team fight started on the blink of an eye by Bradley and company. There goes the Chains of Corruption, but it just buys time. It's inevitable. Bradley with the double as they take control of the river and get a dragon as a reward.
Trevor's having a heater this series. He finds Ariandel again. And the Syndra not able to react with a flash of his own. It's just like the third or fourth, whatever dragon fight last game. It's Citadel taking control. Ariandel needs to be able to react to these. This is what the NACL is made of. And right now, I don't know if he has it. Trevor, on the other hand, though, absolutely does. E-Flash, Kimdown tries to create space, but Instinct on the arrow follow-up. You can see why he prioritizes this pick more than other marksmen in the tournament. He's just so in sync with the way his support wants to play. Second split in the last couple years playing together, and it's just beautiful stuff right there from the bottom lane of Citadel.
Hawk, I feel like this is almost proving the point exactly. Talk about how in sync he is with the rest of the team, how in sync this team looks together, right? When one says go, they are always there. As Trevor might be caught out here. Yeah, I think he will go down. No other teammates
He's fine.
really.
He's got his team.
Okay, he's got his teammates there, but TP coming in. Hawk, the more this team plays together, the better they look. You talked about it. Oh, they're coming into the tournament. They didn't have that many scrims, and I think if you were a hater, you would say that's cope. But now watching these games, yes, Galaxy are putting themselves in compromising positions, but they're punishing them really, really well. Trevor, I mean, look at him. He's locked and loaded. He's ready to go here, but he gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and actually an RAB making me eat my words here as Kaido going forward, gets the cast down, does Philip, trying to lock off the rest of the team composition. Ariandel again taken down before he can pull his full combo out, does get the power unleashed, somehow survives, but Philip finally chases him down as the Gravity Storm finds nothing. Finally, they putt, again, they bend, but they don't break, no matter how bad it looks for Citadel. They keep coming out on top in these team fights, man. Armeo, not done just yet. Gets onto Kaido, forced the flash out of him. Bradley going forward, gets the Q off. The gravity field goes down. Cozy can't get anything done. No opportunity for the Gnar. It's a 4-for-1.
Bradley is dominating as well, 7-2-4 on the Victor, and Citadel looks like they're running away with the series. Galaxy has fought so well up to this point. They're not outclassed by that much, but it is that little bit of a difference. In the absolute execution moment, Citadel consistently coming out on top, showing the pedigree that they have. You mentioned it. Instinct, Bradley, Trevor, they've all been playing together. They got that synergy for just as long as some of these Galaxy players, and it's just another good engage, as Trevor was actually the first target, but look at how far forward they now are. Philip in the backside of the fight, Bradley on the other, a great cask to separate, and the damage dealer is just too damn strong to escape from.
Another muddy cask by Philip, man. I mean, just throwing chaos into these fights.
Yeah, he's been fantastic on this Gragas, was completely sacked in the early stages of the game, by the way. I do still think Citadel does have some issues with their early game, which is, you know, you're talking about them ramping up. That's what I want to still see if they're going to promote to the NACL, but in the team fights, this team is looking like a team that is ready for that next stage, as now Baron on the Rift, the setup to come through. Good sidestep by Ariandel.
It doesn't get hit by the Ash Arrow. Trevor, man, this dude is everywhere. Gets the CC down onto Kim down. Able to buy enough time as the Solar Flare goes out there on Arian Dell. I thought he was going to go in with the Zenith Blade on top of that, but will not. Instead, just taking more control of this top quadrant of the jungle to set up for this Baron, it seems like, Hawk.
And just really clean. Citadel, they get the push in mid, or in fact, they just drop the push in mid entirely, knowing they have a tier 2 to potentially take, and knowing they can't be stopped when they're all grouped up as 5. Now a commit onto the carries, but the team's here.
Philip's got the TP advantage should he want to join, but it doesn't look like his squad will need him. 2 for Instinct. Trevor, man, what a game on this Leona.
If you cannot find the one shot onto the Citadel carries, the fight is already lost.
Yeah.
Varus, Viego, Syndra need to delete somebody. Kaido went forward thinking he might have found it, but Armeo and Trevor were still waiting in the wings. As you mentioned, this has been a Leona masterclass right now from the support of the Citadel, able to find the disengage yet again. 2 more kills, a tier 2 in their pocket. The gold lead ballooning to 6,500. It's going to become 8 after the Baron is taken, just 27 minutes into the game. And for a true team fight composition, that is what you want to see.
And I think I want to unpack this a little bit because Citadel playing the mid game has been a little more explosive for them, even though it's funny because the early game I felt like was even better in this one than it was, you know, we kind of talked about it in game 1. But here we are, Hawk, and Citadel just finding advantages kind of all over the map. Trevor, he's not playing like a support. He's playing like a tank, right? He's playing like a Cho'Gath, right? Just standing up, just like T-posing in front of these guys. There's nothing they can do. Arian Hell gonna get drilled by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but an Oribi has to step up front here. Kim down, trying to buy as much time as he can. Cozy can't get into the fight. He has to flash into the Dragon Pit, does Kim down. Taking a little bit of a breath here. The battle line's redrawn, but the health bar's still pretty low here. They're starting up the Dragon Citadel. They are 1 away from Soul. If they can get this one, Infernal Soul will be absolutely monstrous for them. It might be game over. Kaido, he's got to find a way to get into this one. Cozy doesn't have the Narbar at all. He's got his ultimate, but it doesn't really do much in Mininar. Kim down, goes over with the Hex Flash. Arian Dell trying to find the big scout of the week, but Bradley zoning him completely off, and he's 2 levels up, and he's going to make it. Arian Dell's problem just deletes him. 1v1, says, get out of my league. I'm going to the NACL, baby. I'm getting back up to the top. Armeo is going to take us there. It's a double for him. It's an ace. It's Mountain Soul. It's everything.
I think that's just going to be the game. Citadel well on their way to taking down Galaxy Gaming in another clash of the favorites. It's going to be a 2-0. You want to see a Citadel that's on form. You want to see a Citadel that can win 8 series back to back to back to push for the NACL. Well, they're halfway there.
They await Respawn in their next match, but the Galaxy Gaming run comes to an end. Hawk, they went with their style the whole way. You got to give them credit for that, but at the end of the day, they got 2-0'd by just the better team. I mean, the carries for Citadel, like you were saying, if you couldn't take them out of the fights, the way that Philip and Trevor were extending these fights, I mean, for me, if you're talking about a Game 2 MVP, it's one of them, because the way they played these fights in the mid-game, right? This wasn't a front-to-back composition necessarily. It was a team fight composition. But the wrinkles and the, oh my goodness, everything, our plan just went completely out the window that Philip and Trevor were able to provide, just throwing chaos into these fights. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, and I think you're talking about MVPs too. I know Trevor and Philip on the utility champions were amazing, but it's hard to ignore Bradley's performance on that fixture.
Bradley was really good.
From minute 1. Absolutely putting Arian Dell into the dirt. I mean, really, I think a statement game from Bradley, a player that I had the most criticism for their series against Friendly Fellows that they lost. I thought did not perform very well, has really come back after struggling against Gamer Girl, and this is the Bradley you want to see if you are a Citadel promotion truther.
I mean, they're really ramping up, right? It really feels like, I mean, especially, it is not like this team goes as Bradley goes, but it definitely feels like this was their most complete series, probably against their stiffest opposition, and it was when Bradley hit his stride, you know, at the right time. Everyone is kind of doing exactly what they need to do. They've got a tough match against Respawn, but with the way they're playing right now, I mean, that's going to be an absolute slapper.
Yeah, Citadel may have a gauntlet of favorites going through Galaxy, Respawned up next, maybe the Ducky Getters, who knows?
Yeah.
But 4x4, like we said, at the end of the day, if you're going to promote, you just got to be the best team anywhere. We're going to invite Kimmy back in to talk about that game alongside us, though. Kimmy, it is a 2-0 in favor of the Citadel. Galaxy Gaming, I think, put up an admirable fight, but at the end of the day, NACL talent showing what for.
Thank you so much, Hawk. And congrats to Citadel for taking their win against Galaxy Gamers. And I just want to ask you guys, what does this mean for them as a team to potentially take their win to potentially promote into the NACL? Do they have what it takes to promote into the NACL?
I mean, all those guys have been there and done that before, right? And so it's hard to say that obviously they have what it takes, but I mean, if they didn't drop that first series, right? Because your path just gets so much harder and you've got to play so many more contenders. Your path is so much easier if you stay in the winner's bracket. You have to play fewer series. And with the way the winner's bracket shook out, you lucked into some slightly lower seeds as well. But the loser's bracket right now is an absolute gauntlet. But so, I mean, if they make it, they will be the most deserving, whoever comes out of this lower bracket.
I think, really for me, we always knew that the Citadel was capable of promoting, and they still are capable of promoting. They just needed to prove it, and now they are absolutely doing so. They have put the bracket on notice. 2-0 victory over Galaxy. Look, they do still have weaknesses. Early game plays like this, going the way of Galaxy, without much recourse for the Citadel, but when you get into the late game with carries like Bradley, like Instinct, and a support staff like everybody else, this is a team that is absolutely not to be trifled with, and they are definitely showing up compared to where they were.
Yeah, and we're about to hop into a little bit of a replay here. 404, take it away. What is going on in these highlights?
I mean, it's Citadel counterpunching, right? It's doing what they did the whole series, which is, I mean, this is the last time I'm gonna say it, I swear, bending but not breaking, right? Because Kaido and company, they threw a lot of punches, and even when things looked like they were going left here, this looked so bad for Kaido and them. But with the way they held down, right? They held their ground, and Cozy, I thought this was gonna be the Cozy game, man, because this dude has a champion Ocean. He's got a lot of different types of picks that he can play. Nara isn't anything special, obviously, but his Nara looked really good here early on. The advantage he got over Philip at this point in the game, I thought it was going to be enough.
It definitely could have been. It was a win condition online, but the problem that we saw is that Galaxy kept having to 5v5 for neutral objectives, right? And that's where Agragas, no matter if he's down 2 levels, is going to find massive value, and we just never really saw Cozy get an opportunity to set up on the side lanes. Galaxy sort of just kept getting sucked in to the fights over and over and over again. And I mean, credit to Citadel for being able to find them, but perhaps a lack of discipline from the squad that did come up on the short end of the stick in the series.
Okay, guys, you know what? Throughout these highlights, I just want to ask, who do you guys would say is your MVP throughout this series that we had today?
Ooh, series-wide MVP. I mean,
Yes.
Bradley had a very good game, too. I mean, Instinct, I mean, he didn't, like, pop off as hard in this one, but he was just quietly really consistent. I'm not mad at an Instinct MVP across the series, but it's rough. 'Cause I feel like you could look at every single player on this roster and identify when they like solidly contributed to winning. So I'm gonna sit on the fence here, actually, in this one.
A very conservative answer there, Henrique. I think across the whole series, though, I think it has to be Bradley. This guy was too dominant in lane, and I think too integral to the team fights for the Citadel to
His
ignore,
shockwaves are really good in
especially
game 1.
in the second game.
game.
Yeah, he had the massive shockwave in game 1, and then also there's the Victor performance in general, constantly doing so much damage and constantly not allowing Ariandel to become a part of the Galaxy game plan. This is a guy in tier 3 that's known for consistency. Even if he's not the biggest carry at a lot of times, Ariandel is always relevant. Bradley made him irrelevant, and I think that is an absolute statement. I do want to give a shout to Trevor, who I thought was spectacular, had some really good engages on both the Leona and the Nautilus that, especially in some tense team fights, brought Citadel back into games. But yeah, I just cannot ignore Bradley's performance throughout the series.
Yeah, and I realized they had such a rocky first game that went back and forth. What do you think they kind of utilized as a team to their advantage against Galaxy Gamers? Because I remember you guys were talking about how they were able to like scrim more and like work together like in the past. Can we talk a little bit about what their history was?
I mean, I think the biggest thing, even looking just across this series, is that Citadel realized at some point in the middle of game 1, guys, we are just better team fighters. What if we just group up as 5 and force at every objective? it ain't pretty, it ain't elegant, and it isn't even really high level. But you know what? When you're just better at team fighting than everyone, why the hell not? And I think that's a huge realization for a team that has had some growing pains, is let's just team fight, guys. And that's not to say that Citadel hasn't had good macro. I think they've done a good job of generally pushing inside waves. We saw in game 1 in particular, good cross mapping coming through with, you know, Philip on the Jace, for example, but they have just started forcing more team fights in straight up 5v5s, and it's made them look better.
Yeah, and I just want to talk a little bit about Galaxy Gamers. I know they're on the other end of the stick, but what does this mean for them now as a team? Where do they go from here?
I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, especially for having someone like Ariandel who's been at this a long time, and it feels like he kind of keeps hitting this spot right now, right? Just out of the cusp of NA Tier 2. And I mean, for the rest of them, look, Inori he kind of came onto the scene in 2023, right? Kim Down has been there and done that. I think this is not the last we'll see of these players, right? Especially City Witty / Kaido. Because he's carved out a niche for himself. If nothing else, I think these guys will be back. Again, Ariandel, he's getting older. He's got other life stuff going on. You know, as you get older, just that it happens. But I think guys like City Witty and Inori, we will see them again because they have carved out, you know, identities and roles and kind of this. Hi, this is what I do well. If you need me on your team, they will find another spot in Tier 3.
Oh yeah, and here we have our MVP Bradley of the series. Would you like to talk a little bit about him, a little about his history in this series and how he was playing throughout these games?
I mean, I think I've already said pretty much everything I need to say about Bradley. It really was a great series from him. This is the Bradley that Tier 3 fans want to see. Tier 2 fans as well. A Bradley in form is one of the best mids potentially in our region. He is too good for this level of play, and I do think he did prove it. And I want to take a step back, though, because we're talking about where these teams go next. Look, Ariandel, he's a guy that he's a Tier 3 connoisseur. He has always been a competitor. He'll always be here and always performing at a high level. It wasn't his day today. But for the rest of the, you know, the Galaxy Gaming guys, I think they'll probably be back at some point. I want to look at the Citadel, though, because we have said at the start of the show today, they need to win 8 straight best of series to qualify for the NACL all through the lower bracket after their upset to the Friendly Fellas. They are now, after already playing one of the pre-tournament favorites, most people's power-ranked number 5 team, and the number 5 overall seed, or rather, number 3 overall seed, they have to still win 4 more series. They're only halfway there, and they just had to play a favorite. So that goes to show how much of a test they have lying ahead of them. And Citadel, it's still a very long road, one that we'll be really eager to track.
Yeah, can we talk about who are they playing next? How is their like matchup? And before that, we're gonna match up it or wrap it up a little bit real quick. Into our next game, we're gonna be playing Apex versus Apex Mission Impossible versus Dogfans in a best of 5 matchup. Who will potentially qualify for the NACL? We'll just have to find out before our short little break, and we'll see you guys very, very shortly. Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan, joined by Hawk and 44. Again, congratulations to Citadel against their win against Galaxy Gamers. We're going to be now going to a new match, Apex Mission Impossible versus Dog Fans in a best of 5 series into the NACL. So yeah, let's introduce the team a little bit and then talk about quickly the picks and bans.
This is as crazy as it gets, man. Best of 5 full fearless. Here we go. The winner goes to NACL. That is the headline here. If you win, you are in tier 2. Period. End of sentence. Barrack, King Clueless, Lycamas, and Nightstar and Protoss are the roster for Dog Fans, excuse me, as decoy. Not chair 1, that is Low Jazz, Fimini, Baz, and Pacus on Apex Mission Impossible. Again, this is client order, not exactly draft order. But Hawk, the Nidalee was banned away. I was wondering if we were going to be able to see that there from King Clueless.
Yeah, it would have been fun. I feel like before we talk about the picks themselves, as we do have a Mel, so that's fun. But we need to set the stakes for this game. Again, best of 5, full fearless, winner goes to NACL. Nobody expected Dog Fans to make it yesterday in back-to-back 3-game series, running the gauntlet of 2 top 10 teams. First, it was Gravity, and then Tempest Gaming, one of the pre-tournament favorites made up of players like Aaron and Darkwings. Yeah, former and reigning CLOL champions Aaron and Darkwings to you. And there's a little guy down there named Nightstar, their AD carry, that dragged them to this point, in my opinion, the highest performing AD carry in the tournament. But on the other side, it's the longtime core of Apex Mission Impossible, a team that has fought their own long road to get here. The Canadian organization coming together, one last step to the NACL. Compositions locked in, guys. It is a lot of team fighting on both sides. That's what I'm expecting for the series throughout the day.
Yeah, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about their identity as a team. What do we know about Dog Fans and how they play together as a team, especially with this composition that we have here? And what can we say about Apex Mission Impossible?
Yeah, I mean, for Dog Fans, again, it's all about the bottom lane. Nightstar has been the guy for them, but we can't sleep on the rest of the team. They play a very standard style, like Amaz, really strong secondary carry, oftentimes on the mages. King Clueless, Protoss, they like to be the support staff, right? Set up their guys to carry. What makes Protoss fun to watch, you can already see it on the Nico, so he likes to pull out more unorthodox types of champions, right? Different kinds of things, creative angles towards attack. The real wild card in this roster to me is Barrack. I think he can play the weak side extremely strongly, but also functions very effectively in his own right, just, you know, up on the top lane on carries. We've seen things like Barrack Darius that have been staples that can get pulled out. However, Nightstar the one we are very much watching. On the other side, for Apex Mission Impossible, it's Fimini in the mid lane. He's the one young gun on this team. He's a player that's had a ton of hype surrounding him, multiple solo kills against great players like Chow Mayer, and he is looking to make it to the NACL on his first try, much to the contrary of the rest of the team, for players that have been playing together for quite a while.
Thank you so much, Hawk. And let's talk a little bit about this draft already completed throughout the time that we were talking. What can you say about these compositions? What kind of lanes are you looking out for? And what are kind of like the meta champions in these like pro compositions right now?
I mean, Karma has been sneaky strong for a while now, and I think that having it in this bottom lane, you can't ignore that, right? Caitlyn Karma, they had the Ezreal Karma, I don't know if it was one or two series ago, but Pocus, or Ezreal Bard, excuse me, but another kind of like oppressive lane that has a little bit of kill threat as well. And Nico into this Corki, right? I mean, I think this lane is just being about surviving, right? You're a little shorter, well, you're a lot shorter range than your opposite numbers, that's for darn sure, but you are relatively short range, and Mel, obviously a game-changing ability in the W, but like Hawk said, this is kind of, these are just 2 team fighting compositions. You've got a scaling mage in the mid lane, you know, a side lane carry, threat / bruiser in the top lane, ganking junglers in the mid lane, or in the jungles, and then I think the shift in the identities comes in the bottom lane and the range that they can provide, and when they're going to be strong, crucially.
And you talk about shifting identities as well. I think a really important thing to understand, focus on the Karma. So far, him and Low Jazz have been the playmakers, and typically Apex Mission Impossible has found most of their success not playing towards bottom, but instead unlocking Pocus to roam around the map and get Decoy and Fimini going alongside Low Jazz, who loves things like the Sejuani Maokai, is phenomenal at setting up the team for success. I think a bit of a different identity here for AMI, trying to index more towards the 2 versus 2, maybe shut down that electrifying carry in Nightstar. And for Pocus in particular, I want to talk about this player. 28 years old, has been playing in Tier 3 since 2019 or even longer, depending how much you want to go back towards like smaller roster substitution type situations. And this guy has dedicated everything to Tier 3, has been a part of AMI for a long time, is one of the people propping up the French-Canadian League of Legends scene, was at LAN ETS this morning, helping coach a team, then came home to come and play in this series. Pocus is most certainly the heart and soul of this team, and on the Enchanter, a bit of a different style than what Apex has found success on so far this tournament. I think question marks immediately appearing for me that I want to see Apex Mission Impossible answer.
All right, you guys are going to be entering the Rift as I'm going to be standing by at the sidelines watching the casters go out there with the players as well. Good luck to the players, and I'll see you guys after the game.
Thank you so much, Alan. Y'all, again, if you're just joining us, we're back on the Rift for a best of 5, full fearless. That's all well and good, but the winner goes to Tier 2, period. And like Hawk was saying, nobody expected Dog fans to be here. Some people, I think, had some hopes that AMI, Apex Mission Impossible, could make a run, right, in the kind of holding the Canadian flag in this tournament. But man, oh man, the fact that one of these teams, in as few as 3 hours, is going to be in the NACL is absolutely amazing, Hawk.
It absolutely is. I think the expectation was that it would be Tempest here instead of Dog fans, and that they would probably beat Apex Mission Impossible, and the upset that came out from Dog was simply electric. Lycamaz and Nightstar and the whole team stepping up incredibly. The way they play together is it's just fascinating, and their team fighting is up there with the best of the best, beating some of these teams that are expected to be NACL caliber. That's why I favor them coming into the series. But Apex Mission Impossible, a team that has gone through so much together. I asked Pocus before the series how he's feeling, what he thinks of his teammates, and he said everybody here is so resilient. We've been through so much together, especially this core of the 4 of us. We've been grinding Tier 3 for years, and now we finally get a chance to prove what we're made of.
Wow, I got chills. I don't know about you guys. That was cool. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of these guys, right? Like you said, Pocus, he's been there and done that for so long, and having the national pride as well, right? We, sometimes, some of us, not me, ever forget that NA has a big old country over the top of us as well. Canada that's given us so many of the best talents in the league, in the LCS, the LTA North for a long time.
I've always said Canada has a ridiculously high League of Legends player per capita for like high level play.
Pound for pound, it's when you assemble those like World Cup rosters that everybody does every couple of years, Team Canada,
it's stacked.
Might be better than Team US. I'm not gonna dwell on that one too much. As King Clueless shows up into the lane, forces the flash out of Baz. Pocus not needing to throw out anything else defensively, but got the flash out of the AD carry.
I will say, we want to maybe add in some Team Canada versus Team USA sauce. I mean, Dog fans, this is a team made up of collegiate players. Lycamaz getting his start back in 2018 on Harrisburg University. Nightstar was the former AD carry of Grandview, a team that they beat on their way to get here, and everybody else, veterans of UCI, UCSD. Yep. This is a ragtag group of collegiate players that now have an opportunity to promote to the NACL. And you can see the gank in bottom. I got the flash off of Baz, but great response from Lojaz to immediately invade, steal away at the camps, set the Xin behind, and now find a timer in bottom.
Oh, and now has a gorgeous angle. They have no idea that he is there. Hawk throws out the sapling, able to get the CC down onto Nightstar, but he's able to Valkyrie out of the way, and Protoss able to help out defensively. Never get the kill there. No summoners blown either.
Yeah, well played right there by Nightstar. I also think small mistake from Lojaz. Doesn't need a twisted advance early. You're behind the Corki. Wait for the Valkyrie to come out. Instead, Nightstar just gets to walk away. So double failed ganks by both the junglers in bottom, and everybody can just go back to farming. I think question for me, though, is if we generally favor the bottom lane of Dog fans in this series, again, it's the rookie Mini for Apex Mission Impossible, the one that hasn't been through thick and thin with this squad in Tier 3. How much can he do in the 1v1? Is a very strong and mechanically talented laner up against the brand new champion in Mel Medarda right now on a fairly comfort Victor, already up about a wave's worth of CS.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far. Was able to get that early recall, was Lycamaz to grab that tier, get going here, and just keep trading in a more beneficial way. Almost can set up there.
Yeah, Barrack and Decoy up in the top lane. A couple guys that, I mean, they've definitely got the sauce, right? We've seen a couple of interesting picks come out from him. Like you said, the Barrack Darius is something that he has right now, playing a very 2024 matchup in game 1. But again, this is 5 games of Fearless, so expect it to get spicy up there. Oh no, Nightstar just wandered into the wrong brush. He's got his flash and barrier, but he's going to use the Valkyrie instead. Again, gets out scot-free.
What's the counter punch on the opposite side, though? Decoy's taking a lot of damage and camps up. That's going to be the option. King Clueless going to steal away the Krugs. Lojaz spending a lot of time down here. Again, they're not really getting much, but it is really annoying. It's allowing Pocus and Baz to consolidate their push, and the health bar advantage into a Caitlyn Karma is really difficult to deal with because you're just going to get poked out and you don't have the HP to actually threaten any sort of trade back.
Dragon will spawn here. The AMI bot lane in a little bit of a better position to be able to do something about this. The Scuttle Crab favors the red side as well. No one's hit level 6 just yet. Everyone waiting for that first big spike. We're going to wait just a little bit to see how this Dragon fight shakes out in the bottom lane. I mean, like you said, Hawk, you favor the bottom lane in general, right? And how it's going to carry on into the late game for, especially, and the players as well, right? Just being more high impact. That 4 Nightstar on this Corki is going to be on a monstrous champion. Right now, my heart, I don't know if I could take it with combined 400 health here, but King Clueless, he'll be seen by the ward, but just providing a little bit of pressure release in the bottom lane.
Both junglers on the bottom side. Mini would have first move from mid if something were to happen, but Nightstar really wants to go back to base. This guy is very low, not having a good time. I will say credit for keeping CS very close in this lane
absolutely.
so far, which is what you want to see. I think general expectation for me in this series is that AMI, they have some of, if not the best mid-game team fighting in the entire tournament. Their river control and ability to play for picks and objectives from like the 10 to 20 minute mark in the game is unparalleled. Where I've seen them fall short occasionally is in those late game team fights, which is where I think dog fans might be able to step up. But I want to see AMI in this first game show us and flex that muscle early and often. Build that early to mid-game advantage, get those objectives, and force Dogfan to actually outplay you in the team fights.
We'll keep track of that. We do have a pause, as you saw on your screen there, so we'll find out if we're going to take it to a break, depending on how quickly it gets resolved here. But Hawk, I mean, like you said, the stories of these two teams are absolutely awesome, right? It's hard not to root for AMI, especially if you come from north of the border. They're you know, holding on to your flag in this tournament. Now they're just 3 games away potentially from NACL. And on the other side, like Amaz, he's been doing it a long time. We talk about it sort of similarly with Ariandel, right? A CLOL product, Harrisburg, an old school CLOL powerhouse, right? Pre-pandemic, they were doing it. It was them and UCI, right? It felt like it was at the top constantly. And so to see guys like him, like you said, get another shot at this, right? With just a bunch of guys that are, you know, on kind of less heralded programs, like UCSD, right? They made some noise in the Western Conference in the last couple of years. We're never able to get kind of over the hump. And, you know, this semifinal, right? This winter semifinal is extremely tier 3. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it 100% is. Oh, I really want to get back into the game. Like, it's already been so interesting. Well, we'll have to wait momentarily. I do have a fun thing to read off for you guys, though, as...
Oh, this is good. Yes.
As AMI was given some daily affirmations by their manager. Shout out Leanne, by the way, manager of Apex Mission Impossible, as well as a producer of mine. And she said, daily affirmations, 28 is young, it's okay to be unemployed, you look good today, D's nuts is still funny, and we will make NACL. That is the kind of messaging that AMI woke up to this morning, and that's the kind of mentality that they're coming to this series with. And I think both illustrating, I mean, mostly the character of the team, right, and how well they've bonded together over the years.
No, absolutely. That's really good stuff. I mean, it does feel, you know, very, very power of friendship vibes for this squad. Yeah, no, looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Like you said, like in this early game even, right, it's been kind of on a little bit of a nice edge. That bottom lane has been, it was terrifying for me to watch because look, this is why I'm here and not playing there, but like I would have backed so much sooner if I was Nightstar there, right? I know I'm on this Corki. I know that if this Caitlyn Karma gets out of control, my life is going to be so difficult. I will not get to play the game. But like you said, Hawk, keeping that CS within 5 is unbelievable in that lane.
And again, my expectation is that Nightstar and Moz will potentially be able to out-team fight. I'll say probably. I'll put my money where my mouth is. I think Nightstar and Moz will probably be able to out-team fight AMI later on if they're on even footing. So I want to see AMI try to not put things on even footing. It's just the after pause bug. We'll be back in very soon, but right now we are... No, don't... Okay, we're coming back to us.
Oh, just kidding. Up close and personal with Hawk as we juggle back and forth, seeing exactly how it's going to go. Yeah, no, but like you said, I mean, the team fighting, right, for, I mean, Moz and Nightstar, right, Nightstar having, I mean, he's one of the stories of the tournament, for sure, so far, right? You were highlighting it. I mean, some of the marks that they have been hitting over the course of this tournament have been really, really strong. But on the other side as well, right, Baz and Paucus, really, really strong, right? Really good vision as well. Taken as we finally, hopefully, get back into the game for good here. First Dragon taken by LoJazz, another veteran of the scene.
Traded for the grubs, though, as well. As talking about LoJazz, I want to shout out one Shibby over on the Titan Esports broadcast. Currently, by the way, if you're looking for friendly fellas against Near Airport, the other best of 5 series are promoted in the NACL over on twitch.tv/Titan Esports NA. We got a good one here for you, though, on NACL. And shout out to Shibby, who has been saying since January 5th, 2025, he has the screenshots ready to go. Year of LoJazz. And watching the tape late last night, 4x4, I'm inclined to agree. I said both him and Pocus are the main playmakers for AMI, but LoJazz is that guy. He has set up so many great plays, creative angles that he's always able to find, excellent gang timers, and most certainly leads the charge both literally and figuratively in the shot calling department with his play.
Looking forward to another good one from him. He's been on quite the upper trajectory. Always shout out to Shibby. That man doing a lot of work. Him and Yanni on the MEC, the NECC so often as they do. But yeah, really good one on the other side. If you're looking for the other semifinal, again, the winner of that one, Near Airport versus Friendly Fellas, who took quite a few scalps on their way to that winner semifinal.
Yes. I mean, Friendly Fellas. Let's talk about them, maybe just for a quick sec while we have a slow early game.
A second, yeah.
4-4. They went through a demonic upper bracket run, by far the hardest of any team. They've already had to go through, starting their run against Akuma, then the Citadel. They also had the Ducky Getters and YBN1, all top teams on their way to getting to this point. And then, they have Near Airport, the double if team.
Yeah, then by the way, you've got to face off against a combined 10-plus LCS titles. That's your last hurdle.
That's just the power of AoE Ginger Turmeric right there, man. They can do anything against anybody.
If you know, you know. And if you don't, that's okay. Because we got a good one here right in front of us. You don't need to reach back into the past and get some good League of Legends. King Clueless in a little bit of a tight spot here. The ace in the hole comes out. Nice crescent guard. Gonna buy himself a little bit of time, buy himself a little bit of HP, I should say, going forward. There's the Bramble Smash. King Clueless buying a lot of time. Pocus going forward, able to get the DPS down to get 5 mini first blood. And now Lycamaw's in some trouble on the Mel. Almost reflected. Certain death he did. He got it off. Very nicely done. Able to get one back, but it is a 2-for-1 for AMI.
All right, Maw's not bad. Able to trade back right there on the Mel, but 5 mini ultimately the beneficiary of the play. Up 15 CS, has a favorable wave state, and not only that, gets the first kill onto King Clueless. We talk about river control at this stage of the game, 4x4. That's what LoJazz does best, and AMI starts to build their lead early.
Yeah, just kind of bought time, waited for 5 mini to get there. And Pocus as well, right? Getting him out and released onto the map, right? You talk about how big of an identity that is for them, right? He's got the Bard in his back pocket as well. Here comes Protoss, big old Gamble Smash. Will they get the 2? Nightstar should be able to lock this one up, and indeed, Protoss, very nicely done on the Nico.
Feat of Warfare getting claimed, and just like that, right when we'd want to talk about it anyway, 4x4, 10 minutes of the game, let's check in on our heroes, because Nightstar is now on the board, but 5 Mini's got one of his own. The dichotomy of mid lane and bottom lane starting to show itself in a beautiful 2v2 from Nightstar and Protoss.
Very nicely done by them, and is only gonna get scarier. Once Nightstar gets out of that Triforce, expect him to be a force across the map. No one has gotten, well, I should say, no, that's just literally not true. LoJazz and 5 mini have gotten their first 2 items. Solar Snare goes out. Able to cleanse out of it is King Clueless. Oh, my goodness, that is so much damage. 5 mini, my goodness. Yeah, he's got that Blackfire Torch, and he is making it Dogfan's problem.
Yeah, and King Clueless was able to get 1 grub, but LoJazz most certainly has access to these. They full swapped up here, Baz as well. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. You'd have to think that Dog fans will have first access to that one, given that they still have their bottom lane on that side of the map. We'll see how much AMI can get in terms of plates, with Barrick potentially being the cross-map target. It's a Cassante, though.
Yeah, tough to dive. But yeah, holding on to these turret plates. So far in the jungle, it has been AMI. I mean, there's a 4-2 grub split as Decoy, oh my goodness, found himself potentially a really good spot here as Barrick, or I should say Protoss, disguised as Barrick. Another objective coming up here. Hawk, this is when we start to look at, right, this mid-game river control, right? Fighting around these objectives. Can AMI accelerate things? So far with their mid-jungle, as far ahead as they are, they're in a really good spot too.
Yeah, and AMI, this is what they do best, and they have the Maokai and Caitlyn to help them do it if they can get into the river. They do lose plates on the bottom side, swapping back down, indicating that yes, they do want to fight for this dragon, but it does mean they fall a bit behind in gold. Currently 800 down, but first item spikes, it's actually Low Jazz and Phi Mini that got there before anybody else ahead of this fight.
And so we'll see how it goes. Again, they're just trying to buy a little bit of time, clear out some wards, get themselves in a more favorable position, because right now, this is AMI's fight to lose. They don't have the numbers. Well, now they do. Phi Mini coming into TP. Protoss in a little bit of trouble. There goes the Nature's Grasp, eating up the entirety of that river. Lycamaw's going to bounce it back. It doesn't work. Oh, yes, it does work that way. Oh, it's golden. That's fun. Able to bounce just enough back to delay the inevitable here, Hawk. Again, the item advantage is still very much in AMI's favor. But Low Jazz, crucially, with no Nature's Grasp, damage coming in from Lycamaw's. Focus, misses the Mantra Q. Chair, or Low Jazz, I should say, as the Crescent Guard goes out, able to lock him up. Gonna take it with him. Lockdown is Baz. Damage coming out. Phi Mini joining the fight. Finally able to get one down, but AMI take 2 for 1. Ace in the hole. Rebounded right back. Very nicely timed. Holding on to that Nightstar. He's trying to take down Pocus. 1v1 here. Able to get the shielding down at Baz. Returning fire here, but he's able to... Oh, he just barely missed it. Oh my goodness, what a tragedy. Nightstar almost with one of the plays of the tournament right there. Shutdown goes in for Baz.
And it ends up being a one fight for Apex Mission Impossible. 4 for 1, I think, in the river. Maybe it was 3 for 1. Regardless, as AMI pulls the trigger, this Melchamp is so funny, man. Lycamaw's was able to get the first kill, but the positioning from Apex was better. And again, it's the team fights at this stage of the game that they want to try to win to force Dog fans into bad situations later. Phi Mini 2-1-1, Baz 2-1-1, looking real strong.
They're in a really, really good spot right now, especially Baz getting those 2 kills, Hawk. I think the importance of that cannot be overestimated. Because, again, it's that classic, it's the Caitlyn mid-game trough, but into this composition, everyone except Cassante should fall victim to that Collector. You get some lethality going, just some big raw stats to carry you through that. Everyone hitting their strides at the right time. If they can maintain control of neutral objectives, fight over them on their terms, they're going to be in a really good spot here. Battle lines drawn in this one, though.
Yeah, I mean, Apex is just trying to reclaim the river. Both top laners did just teleport back up the top lane. So this is a 4v4. Ultimate's up for everyone. Maw's down Flash, though, as is Baz. It's actually Dog fans that are first into the river. Again, this is a rarity for teams most of the time when they've played against AMI.
Yeah, this is not the way they like to operate. They grab that first dragon, so not the end of the world. It will be the Ocean Soul in play in, 10 to 15 minutes here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they're roaming down there.
Doesn't know.
He has no idea. Lycamaw's getting eaten alive by the Chaos Storm. Didn't even need Barrick. Barrick arrived a little bit earlier. Flashes away, does 5, and able to get the damage down, but it won't be enough. King Clueless in the right place at the right time. Decoy coming up. Kingdo coming down from top lane, able to get the stunning strike down. Very nicely done onto King Clueless. He will survive just a little bit longer. Barrick tried his darndest to draw some attention away, but they completely ignored him. But now he is the sole object of their ire. Low Jazz going forward. We get the CC down. Can Decoy get forward? Yes, he can. Able to get the counter strike off. It's a 3 for 1 for AMI.
And that's the rookie sensation, Phi Mini doing what he does best. He gets it started with the kill into Moaz, and with the flash, even though he went down, he forced the Dog fans top jungle to commit too far forward. In trade, though, Dog fans, it's more gold on the Nightstar, as we can get another look at how this went. As Lycamaw's dropped mid entirely to make sure his team had first access to river. Phi Mini just stayed and gets the punish off. And again, even though he dies, look how far up King Clueless and Barrick had to come to be able to secure that kill. There's no hope in hell that they can get away, especially without Flash. And even though Cassante is a very funny champion, Decoy, Low Jazz eventually able to work him down. Again, it ends up being Dragon, a kill, and a tower in trade for mid lane tier 1 and 3 kills. Apex up 1.2k, but the game overall still in the balance.
Absolutely. Rift Herald might be where the next battle lines get drawn here, as LoJazz trying to find his way into this river. 5mini trying to push out that top wave as well. Maybe you've got a collapse potentially going here as Moz, he's got himself on about an item and a half here. He's finished up that Seraphs crucially for a little more defensive value. Got himself a big old spike out of that. But it looks like this should be, I mean, it looks like Dog fans are going to start it out. Can AMI play for the retake? And again, Hawk, we find ourselves in a situation here where the primary objective control isn't in AMI's favor.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not quite being first to mid. LoJazz just sends it, though.
Yeah, he's just ripping it. Does have his ultimate still, holding on to that for the big engage as King Clueless again starting things off. It's a little bit of deja vu here, Hawk. We saw the same thing a couple of minutes ago, but Decoy and Barrack taking their 1v1 into the bottom lane now. Barrack absolutely with the advantage right now. Grandmaster at Arms has expired for Decoy. He has to flash away. That is big. Damage not able to be found. And now AMI retake control of this top lane river, but you've still got the Pop Blossom. You've still got King Clueless' ultimate.
Did you see that interaction? It sent the sapling all the way back to Maokai in the pit.
Well, there you go. We're learning a lot with Mel
Mel is
Medarda.
hilarious, dude. Also, I have no idea what misplay Decoy made to get into that situation where he was getting solo killed by a Cassante that's the same level as him. But all I saw was the fancy footwork and a nice flash outplay, so I'm going to praise him for it anyway. Decoy and Barrack, I think, are both criminally underrated top laners. Funnily enough, both of these guys, I believe, I know Decoy did, and I think Barrack did as well, got sub days in the NACL. Decoy for Winthrop University, and Barrack, I think, got a weekend or two on AoE. And both performed, I think, better than non-ball knowers were expecting. But, you know, ball knowers like me and Grapes were hyping our boys up the whole way, right? And I think both of them are actually NACL caliber talents that have just not quite been on top teams here and there, or, you know, they've fallen short in certain points. And I'm loving seeing them going toe-to-toe and being very even so far in this game.
No, it's really, really good stuff. And I'm excited to see how this progresses over the 5 games of Fearless, right? To see these guys as the Clo just having a really good time there. Pocus, very nice tether there as the Nature's Grass comes out, just leaving Dog fans no option as far as the objective take is concerned. Let's see what they have as far as the team fight is concerned. 5mini doing a bunch of damage to Lycomos, got him in a really rough spot, pops the W, able to flash over the wall though. Chaos Storm gonna chase kind of nobody here, no blood drawn, but AMI pick up the objective.
Yeah, this game is very much in the balance, Enrique, but 5mini is beating down Lycomos in game 1, and that is, again, the biggest thing we were looking for to go in AMI's favor this series. Really big for the Canadian organization that is indeed proving to be true. Everywhere else, this game is exceptionally close. It's really just the mid lane tier 1 difference, I think, that allowed AMI, again, good river control, able to take that Herald without much incident.
And now, Hawk, we're in a bit of an interesting position here, right? I mean, it seems like, look, the gold lead isn't all that big. 5mini certainly, you know, the eye test would tell you that he is, like you said, outplaying Lycomos. He's, you know, up about 20 CS. Things have been going all right for them, but the map state kind of even here. Top lane tier 1 finally taken here. But it still feels to me like the advantage lies with AMI. And one, do you agree with that? And two, like for me, check me on this, it's because you got through that Caitlyn mid-game trough.
I think I agree. I think the main things for me, I do believe AMI has the better scaling composition, particularly because of Victor against Mel.
Yes.
Mel does not scale that well. You can actually disrespect her damage later on if you're a tank.
Oh boy.
But we're fighting.
Baz in a really tough spot here, able to flash away, still has the barrier up should he need it. TP coming down, 5mini joining the fight, and that might be all the difference they need. Ace in the hole going out, Barrack, it takes away their shield. Lycomos joining the fight. Is it too little too late? Protoss goes out. LoJazz trying to catch up, doesn't have his ultimate yet, but he blew the flash, and now bodyguarding away is Barrack. Decoy, if he can get in and get a big counter-strike, that could change the fight here. Solar Snare goes
messy.
out. King Clueless, it is messy indeed. Able to pop the Crescent Guard to prevent any sort of re-engage here. Dragon on the menu, third one of the game. First Ocean Dragon for either side. I still see a couple go buttons here, Hawk.
Yeah, I do. Barrack trying to regen as much as you can, and Protoss does have the ultimate available.
Oh boy.
Big chunk, though, from 5mini again.
Man, this kid's got it, man. Whatever it is, it seems like he's got it. Health bar's kind of low here. King Clueless fooling around in the back of the pit here. LoJazz goes on to him. There goes the Nature's Grasp, just zoning everybody else out of this pit. There's your window. You got to come in and get the smite. Able to take it is LoJazz. Flown will go down. And I think after all that, you cut your losses. You got that Dragon.
Yeah, I think Dog Fans is lucky to get out of there alive, too, as Fiamini shredded so many health bars in that fight. They tried to consolidate, but just weren't able to do so. Another Dragon going the way of AMI, and I believe with the Rift Herald take as well, that should be their feats of... No, they didn't get the feat of Warfare. So never mind. Dog Fans has had it for a while. So I take that back, but still, Dragon being taken. It's AMI inching incremental advantages out of this game. But they're only up 1,000. 21 and a half minutes into this game. Like, there is no decisive lead here for either team.
Ooh, Pop Blossom Protoss goes forward, gets the Tango Barbs out as well. The CC chain isn't too much for Baz. He's able to get the barrier down. Finally, the Crescent Guard. Baz, he's able to get backwards. Just not enough. The 90 caliber, and I thought he clutched it, but it was not enough. 2 for 1 for AMI.
Oh, Baz almost with a highlight reel play right there. Able to stay alive. Baz, I think, having a really nice game on this Caitlyn so far as well. I mean, to check in on our main carries, Fiamini is the guy right now on this Victor. Baz definitely playing well in his own right. I think Nightstar struggling a little bit to get involved in this Corki the way that I was wanting to see. It's actually been a lot more, I think, Moz on this Mel doing a lot of the damage up to this point. And also, Pocus, we asked the question how we would do off engage. I'm going to be honest, 4-4, he's doing pretty well, keeping Baz alive for way longer than he had any right to in this collapse. It's simply Protoss and King Clueless, the UCSD duo, selling out for a kill on Caitlyn. They just didn't quite have the damage through the Karma.
No, like you said, the shields were coming down, the barrier as well, right? Baz did a good job of keeping himself alive. It almost worked. I mean, well, they did get a 2 for 1 out of that, so fair enough. As Decoy just ripping through this tower as King Clueless and King Clueless, spoiler, it's not King Clueless, trying to get something done here. Low jet, yeah, I don't that's something crazy about this this little Nico champ after she got her little rework. Decoy wasting a lot of time. The rest of his team doing all right there in the bottom side. How many bodies does it take to take Decoy down? Level 14, making havoc on that top side. The rest of his team pushing down forcefully in the bottom lane.
It's not a good pick, though. They're losing a lot of control over the bottom side of the map. With a potential Dragon Soul point in 2.5 minutes, Baz gets time on this mid lane tower, rather. Herald someone in bottom after Fiamini had already taken bot lane tier 1. And Nightstar just wandered into the jungle on his own, which is a questionable play, to say the least.
Tether down here on Barrack. I don't think it's necessarily for the kill. Just trying to zone him off this wave a little bit, reestablish a little bit of pressure here. But you see that bottom side. I mean, like you said, Hawk, Dog Fans surrendered a lot, and in the vision control as well. Now they're kind of cleaning up their mess. But like you said, a lot of alone time with that mid lane tier 2. The bot lane tier 1 went down. Very nicely done. Decoy wasted a lot of time, and this here is what AMI got out of it.
Oh, when Nightstar used the flash, it's like, just hold it, because now he's not going to have it for Dragon. That's a huge mistake. I don't know why he was there, but great punish from Apex Mission Impossible. Again, this is the carry for Dog Fans. He's not really getting involved in this game so far.
It hasn't been the marquee performance we were hoping to see, and that, to be fair, we have been seeing all tournament long. Low Jazz maybe caught out here as King Clueless gets over the wall. Nature's Grasp goes out. Very nicely done. Phase Rush is a silly rune. Like Amaz able to show up, though, and make it so that it's a little less silly. But now Fiamini shows up. Chaos Storm getting a lot of value in there, but the Crescent Guard will mitigate some of that. Barrack just eating all that damage. That Spirit Visage doing a lot of work.
You know, I think I would have been upset if Low Jazz lived there. Phase Rush almost looked goofy. I don't think Dog Fans is going to get much for it, though. Again, it's just a pick. They're really dropping waves to try and group, and it just hasn't quite worked. Decoy is chilling up in top lane, forcing the TP. He might get the tier 2 anyway. I think he will. Oh, not quite.
Well, not quite yet, but Decoy, I mean, he's doing a lot of work, man. And this is exactly what we wanted to see out of him, right? Both these top laners. Again, I'm just excited to see how the best of 5 Fearless draft goes, to see what sort of picks these guys whip out. This will probably be the most tame cookie cutter matchup that we get. As we look at the individual gold, Hawk, there's no significant advantage.
No significant advantage, but the carries of AMI marginally ahead. You can just see that they're still nursing slight gold leads here and there, and I mean, that so far has been the difference. Another dragon spawning, another fight brewing. Remember, Nightstar, no flash because of the previous pick. AMI definitely favored in this one.
They've got a little bit there. Actually, I should say the Scuttle Crab means that they do have control here early, do Dog Fans. But the Summoner spell advantage is on the side of AMI. We've got 2 dragons to 1 here, just slightly more combat power from that, but this game is absolutely on a knife's edge. LoJazz just looking for a way in here, looking for somewhere to send that Nature's Grasp. Everybody's got their ultimate up except for Baz, it looks like. As all that CC coming down, sent right back by Melmedarda. Able to get a little bit of damage down onto LoJazz as well. Chaos Storm not going to get a lot of value here, Hawk.
Great poke coming up from Moz and Nightstar as well. And Barrick, he found Mini. That's flash off of Victor for very little. All ultimates still available right now for Dog fans. They take a reset on Decoy to get HP, but AMI knows they can't enter that river anymore.
No, but Decoy perfectly fine with that. He says, all right, look, you guys get that, but it's like you like to say, Hawk, for every action is an equal and opposite reaction, and Decoy has been the poster child for that. LoJazz somehow gets away there as Barrick able to hit the Q3. Fantastic. Able to catch LoJazz out and do Cassante things. He goes all out. There goes a Pop Blossom from Protoss to catch AMI out. Down goes Fimini.
Later game team fighting, that's where Dog fans has got their bread so far this tournament. Hell, they out-team fought Tempest, and now they take one over AMI. Baz has certainly set the die as well as a 3-for-0 Decoy trying to work down an inhibitor in trade, but that's Dog fans finally coming alive.
Man, did they need that. Yeah, it looked like things were starting to get out of control for them. And look, Decoy, he's still he's still doing Decoy things. He's got a stranglehold on that top side of the river, or top side of the map. But the Baron taken down here with pretty much no contest by Dog fans. And now Hawk, finally, it feels like they have a sure foothold in this game. And for what seems like it has been the better late game team fighting team, this is an absolutely huge get.
Yeah, they're right back in this one. And Barrick, level 16 on the Cassante. He is having a great game so far. Found the engage on the Mini to blow the initial flash, and then found him again. Him and LoJazz up too far in mid. That's what led to this entire sequence of events. And I've been calling Nightstar the main carry of this Dog fans team, but how about Lycamaz? 3 items on the Mel, 5-2-1, brand new champion, having a great game. A player that's been in the tier 3 space for ages, not really found the most success, if I'm being honest. And in this best of 5, with NACL potentially in his future, showing up.
No, showing up big. And again, another older member of the scene, Harrisburg product, coming up big when it matters, when Nightstar not having the game that we expected out of him on this Corki so far, because he's on 3 items, 3.5, it should be said, and could pop off at any moment. But he says, you know what, I got you, I can take the ball from here. But Melmedarda, like you said, doesn't scale quite as well, but this composition firing on all cylinders as they take down the mid-tier 2. Decoy having a TP back to base, he's looking for a flank, Hawk.
I mean, they're just barreling at them. Decoy, he needs to make this one work if they're going to come back.
Absolutely. King Clueless pops the Crescent Guard. Baz gets a lot of shielding on him now.
Barrick
Trying to drop in there. There's the Chaos Storm and Decoy. Finally, the attention paid onto him. And not a moment too soon. Baz has not much health. Not even to get the ace of the hole off as Moz comes up with another huge pickup. He will pay for it with his life.
How did Nightstar end up in the front line? Corki died between 2 Nexus towers. Where did bro go? As Decoy got marked off on the flank, but somehow it was Dog fans carries that were the ones that managed to get picked off in the front line of all places. AMI successfully defends their base, not without taking a lot of damage though, as Dog fans got 3 towers in mid off the push. We can see, I mean, they just grouped up and said, screw it, we're gonna run at you. The Dogs were barking their way down the middle lane, and AMI knew they had to go for broke here. They called the bluff. Dog fans, you are too far forward, and that's it. Nightstar, he went for the Valk forward, found himself between a Maokai and a Victor, tried the flash on the Baz to get something back, but I think, again, if I'm being honest, Nightstar making some uncharacteristically aggressive mistakes in this game.
And in a game where Moz kind of has his back, right? He doesn't have to play hero ball. He's got to carry in tow. And like you said, Barrick, team fighting really well, right? Having a good Cassante game right now. He doesn't need to make those plays. It's one thing if you just feel like that might be how the inside of Nightstar's brain's looking right now. Like, what can I do to get a win, man? I got to search here. I've been aggressive. I've been conservative. I've tried to do everything, but it hasn't worked out. But now his squad should be able to take this Atakan again. It takes a sneaky long time, but get things done on the other sides of the map as well. Nightstar pushing that mid lane up. Lycamaz trying to get something done in the top lane, push this one back here. Decoy and LoJazz showing up with Baz. Man, that objective takes it takes so long, dude.
Yeah, Otacon is as difficult to kill, if not more difficult than Baron.
Yeah, man.
A lot of teams don't realize that. Lojaz did keep this leashed, which I don't think he wants to. I like what Dogfans is doing. They're just ping-ponging around the map right now. Flip the Otacon and let people push. All right, so there's the objective.
Lojaz able to take it. Decoy trying to jump on a Protoss. Does miss the Tangle Barbs. There goes the Nature's Grasp. Yeah,
But
just
look at mid. Look at mid and top.
Yeah, just to fluff the lines a little bit. They are wasting so much time, Hawk. Absolutely. Nightstar completely uncontested with that mid lane inhibitor. Two backs did get off. King Clueless trying to waste a little bit more time, but now they finally have something to respond here. Now Lycamaz able to buy some time a little bit. Hang on a second. Decoy with the stopwatch. Protoss doesn't get the tank or the Kappa Blossom off. CC coming down. King Clueless. Does he have enough with the shred here? Doesn't look like he does, but now Baz showing up here. Can he make a big play? Gets hit by the Q3 of the Intofo Strike. King Clueless. Buying a little more time with the Crescent Guard. Barrett goes all out and gets Decoy over the wall. Here comes the TP. And finally, they deal with things in the base, and now they've got some unfinished business in their bottom
TP to
lane.
the
But
base!
the TPs are coming out here, Hawk. It's not done just yet.
What's happening?
We are getting Lycamaz into the base. They go. Lojaz still buying time for his squad. On the other side here, they're wasting so much time, Hawk. They're not able to get anything else, but the Netris towers are taken a little bit low here. They're down to about half HP. Barrack finally taken down. Fimity gets the kill. Oh boy, Hawk.
Dogfans just sold out to try to end the game, but they didn't need to. Remember, it's 2025. Nexus Towers regen. Dragon Soul Point is on Summoner's Rift, and AMI can secure it for free. They also got the Otacon, and at the end of all of this, Henrique, Dogfans basically got nothing. Mid Inhibitor is the only prize that they have for the next few minutes, and even that is only temporary. I think it was way too big brain right there from Dog. This I liked. They're just trying to slow play and be annoying for AMI. But at some point, you need to make a decision. Are we taking the fight or are we pushing? And it feels like that one just never really came through for Dogfans, because at this point, I think if Moz and Nightstar are literally just running down from top lane, they probably win this effortlessly. In fact, they are winning this until the teleport from, I believe it's, 5 mini arrives, and this Victor, way too strong, able to clean up the fight no matter how much time this Cassante is able to buy.
And he bought a lot of time, to be fair.
Barrack is having an insane game.
Yeah, no, he's playing Cassante how Cassante is meant to be played. Just this absolute tilt of a champion. It just, look,
They had to call 5 mini back. He was basing.
he's like, dude, I can't, please, I need damage. Like, poor Lojaz was just like, dude, I can't deal with this right now. You need to get this dog off me. Oh boy. As we reset here, yeah, got that mid lane tier, or that mid lane in him.
1,000 golden difference, Henrique.
Yeah,
This is crazy.
It's like, after all this, it's been such an eventful game, and yet, as far as a commanding lead one way or the other, we still haven't found that. We are 35 minutes in almost. Remember, this is just game 1 of a full 5-game Fearless Best of 5, the winner of which will go to the NACL for 2025. Moz able to lock up Lojaz just a little bit there. As the battle line's drawn around this Baron Hawk, it feels like this should be what decides it, but we've gotten 35 minutes of indecision, broadly speaking.
Yeah, am I trying to control the river critically? 5 mini not on the Rabadons yet. Meanwhile, Moz and Nightstar are both there with their 4th item spikes. I would actually like to see Dogfans identify with that, or identify that and try to play a bit more aggressively, but doesn't look like that's what we're going to see come through now, pushing up on mid, but that's damage from Baz.
Focus, able to get the Pop Blossom off there, but Baz completely free. Same with Focus. As Lycamaz able to get forward there as Baz picks up the first kill there onto Protoss, but Decoy trying to get into the back line there. Lycamaz able to reflect a little bit here, but Decoy finally able to take down the former Harrisburg product. Buying a little bit of time there is King Clueless with the Crescent Guard, but the rest of the damage is just too much, and now Fimity showing up to put the nail in the coffin. AMI take the 3-for-1. They're going to get a 4th there from King Clueless, and onto the Baron they go.
Yeah, they're going to be able to secure that one as it's Decoy with the triple and the teleport flank. AMI, we identified their scaling advantage. Scaling Jax, scaling Victor. No matter the skill of Dogfans in these clutch situations, sometimes you just can't outplay good champions. Apex Mission Impossible taking firm control. 35 minutes in.
Now they have a foothold in this one. In a big, big way. I know I said that about Dogfans a little bit earlier, but that was dumb.
I should hesitate to say firm control, because control of this game has been anything but firm.
So now, all right, now what do we do here, right? Obviously, Decoy is that big presence, that big threat in the side. You saw what he was able to do without Baron Buck, but now he's at level 18. Barrett's got to be the one that responds to him, obviously. But let's get another look at this fight here. It started off all right here for Protoss, and Baz able to stay alive, and then the rest of the gang shows up.
It's just a great kite back from Pocus and Baz, drawing battle lines. And this Maokai is so tanky. Baz one-tapped Protoss, and then Decoy, a monster teleport flank, completely able to cut off the escapes, getting the flashes off of both of the carries and the triple kill for himself as well. A really good fight design from Apex, and I had just been saying I want to see dog fans play aggressively, but you have to be really careful about battle lines when you're against a Caitlyn Maokai composition. If you go a step too far forward in the enemy jungle, you all of a sudden walk into a choke point, you lose access to those long-range carries, and you are going to get mowed down.
Now, dog fans, they've just got to hold out for a little bit here. They've surrendered the biggest lead of the game, 4,000 to be exact. And in 1 minute, crucially, Hawk, Ocean Soul will be spawning. And that's obviously the 1-2 punch that AMI are looking to enact here. Dog fans, they got to get something out of this right now, because if AMI can take the Ocean Soul on the back of this pretty seamlessly, that is a massive, massive feather in their cap to lead them to this game 1 win. Olo Jazz goes forward there onto King Clueless. Little damage coming down from Fimony. Decoy trying to get onto Nightstar, but Nightstar retreats into his base. Or, well, all right, I got bamboozled. That is not Nightstar, but you know what I mean.
It's confusing. Oh, is it King Clueless on the engage?
Yeah, it's King Clueless with the Pop Blossom question mark. As the
restraint.
Nature's Grass does go out there. King Clueless taking a lot of damage. Fimony's still free. Protoss looking for a way, and he does actually have Pop Blossom. Lycomos takes a big chunk of damage there from the ace in the hole. Decoy gets in. Pop Blossom is going to do absolutely nothing. He gets ripped apart by Fimony. Decoy with the fantastic engage over the top. Baz gets a kill. Now it's 3, and AMI can knock down the base and look to take game 1 unless King Clueless and Lycomos have a miracle in them.
I don't think they do. King Clueless is going to drop.
Nope.
AMI, they're going to go up 1-0. One step closer to the NACL.
Just 2 more games, and they are in Tier 2. 24 seed, by the way, Hawk. Find themselves a step closer to the NACL. It was a back-and-forth game, but somehow it ended under 40 minutes, when at 35 minutes, it was completely even. But they team-fought better. Decoy, man, in some of these late-game fights, was amazing on the Jax, and the Zanya's purchase was inspired.
I think both top laners had fantastic games, but at the end of the day, I really do think it was champ diff. AMI had the Victor and the Jax, and that just wasn't the case. On the other side, I also want to give a lot of credit to Baz. I haven't really talked about him too much, but AMI, I expected the 2v2 to be their pain point, perhaps, because that is where Nightstar has been so strong, and they had the confidence to go Caitlyn Karma. Pocus exceeded my expectations off tank. He was brilliant, and Baz in these late game team fights did a phenomenal job of keeping himself virtually untouched. I know when I reached out to Pocus before the series, he wanted to give a lot of credit for their success to Baz as well, because he felt he was under-recognized. So this is me paying it forward. Baz, take a bow. A fantastic game 1. Apex Mission Impossible in what was ultimately a very tense game. They do take it.
They take game 1. We are probably we'll see if we get side flipped. Again, this is the best of 5. May as Apex Mission Impossible take it. I mean, who'd you give if you got to give an MVP in that one? Who are you leaning?
Ooh, that's a hard question. I'm actually thinking Pocus on the Karma. That Karma was kind of a menace. Either that or it could be Fi, it could be Baz. Well, maybe we'll talk about it after the break, Enrique. I feel like we'll probably have some good highlights to go through, but maybe on that note, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Apex Mission Impossible up 1-0.
fight where Enthralled got to be the hero and pick up all the kills. He was pumping out every bit you would hope for, but here's a potential pick coming through onto Vac. A chance at Crystal Arrow does connect. Redemption going to try to keep him alive for a little bit longer, both the item and the player, but neither will be enough as Hub picks up the first kill. Now Redemption getting focused down second, and that's going to be a double kill right into Hub's pockets.
So it's not really come up this series, Gordo, so I've not talked about it. However, this factor.
Ward in position inside the Ivern Brush, trying to look for a victim to be able to hook on in. Tub just going to send it here, gets it onto Vakin, but he does have Redemption, again, the item and the player, to keep himself safe. It's going to be Tub forced to retreat as he loses so much of his health. A Glacial Prison connects onto RJS, but that's only to facilitate the retreat. They've lost too many health bars already, and over the wall comes Draco, taking down Tub and looking for more. Hub is going to join his lane partner for a double kill over to the Camille, and they're going to look for even more on the dive. Redemption able to keep tanking on up alongside that trigger seed. Calculus looking for the knockups, but Daisy's got knockups of her own to hold Bio and Calculus at bay. Ducky
Bring down with his 15,000 HP.
absolutely here. 8K and dropping for the Otacon. Here comes Slated 6. They're looking for the fight. They can't give over this ruinous Otacon without a challenge. Adam launches himself in, pops the Unbreakable Will. He finds his way back onto Enthralled. Enthralled has been marked by the mid laner. Front to back is breaking out on the opposite side. Vakin's getting focused down. He has already fallen, and Adam has access to his.
Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. Again, my name is Alan, joined by 4x4 and Hawk, as we're going to break down Dog versus Apex Mission Impossible in that first match of the series. Let's talk a little bit about the teams. What happened? What specific player matchups did you want to highlight, Hawk?
Yeah, look, Dog fans, they had my whole Discord barking last night when they took down Tempest Gaming, but it didn't really happen for them in this game. And I want to first really give a lot of credit to Apex Mission Impossible, because I think they played the AMI game plan. 5 Mini and Baz really showed up as the big carries. I think Decoy had an overall solid game on the Jax. Monster TP flank that secured them the Baron that ultimately helped them end the game. And across the board, a really strong performance from everybody there. But on the side of Dog fans, it just felt like individual mistakes kind of holding them back. And in particular, I want to highlight Nightstar. This was the guy I've been saying, best performing AD carry this tournament. He has been a monster. Was pretty invisible on the Corki. And, you know, despite some of his impressive stats, like having the highest CS per minute in this tournament, it only means so much if you can generate gold. Eventually, you got to do damage with it. It didn't quite happen for me this game.
Yeah, and talking about Nightstar and talking about that expectation that we had for the first game, what is some expectations that you guys have set for the players going into game 2, especially since Apex Mission Impossible is up on that win, 4x4?
I mean, we kind of talked about it and said Apex Mission Impossible, right? They team fight well, but their mid-game control is extremely good, right? They are a 24 seed, and I said that last time. That wasn't serious, just so we know. I was trying to make a joke that, oh, it's based on just elo. It's not an accurate reflection of how good they are. I know. Thank you. But this team has definitely been more than the sum of their parts, and it's in come in part when, I mean, it's when good teams don't become great teams, right? It's when they get unstuck, is in that mid game, right? And even then, I will say, I was impressed by them because of the fact that there were a couple of fights in the bottom river and the top river at about like the 15-14 minute mark, where it was actually Dog fans that got control first, but they executed their composition, right? They team fought very well, as they do. So that's what I expect them to do again, right? Again, it's a little bit of bend, don't break. I'm not going to use that as much as I did in last series, I promise. But when things didn't go their way in the mid game, in their wins, they still found a way to get a win from nowhere, and it was because of really good performances by their carries.
And we talked about what Pocus said at the very start of that first game. This team, the first adjective he used to describe them was resilient, right? All players that really can just go through the thick of things together, and it was on full display. I do think Low Jazz and 5 Mini getting things started early alongside Pocus, by the way. This was the trio that we wanted to see link up. They were able to do it. They got 5 Mini going, and I do think it paid them massive dividends, with the Victor being the biggest late game difference maker to me.
Yeah, and luckily we have this lovely replay brought to you by our broadcast here. So what has been going on in these team fights? What do we see out of these teams, especially in these team fights? What can we highlight out of these 4x4?
The mid laners are nice, man. Moz, right? We didn't talk about him like a ton coming into this when we talked about sort of his history, but he piloted the Mel really well, right? And made it a force to be reckoned with in the late game, as in especially into a Victor. Look, 5-minute, he was a little better, and his team won, so history is going to remember that. But history will also remember that, like Amaz, in a game where his AD carry, right, who has been the superstar all tournament long for Dog fans, didn't show up in the game. That's great. Okay, he's got at least 2 more games to, you know, get himself out of this. He showed up and was really dang good, but 5-minute as well. I mean, both these guys, I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform, as well as, again, in these team fights. Barrick, the amount of time he buys on this Cassante, him and Decoy as well. We kind of talked about them in fits and spurts last game, but they both played the mid and especially late game fights very well. They were nuisances. They were so annoying to deal with.
And if I can come in with a follow-up as well, I think a really important thing to understand about this game is that mid was the only lane that had wouldn't even say major, just had any disparity in it after the early game, with 5-minute slightly getting the better of Moz. Again, to your point, 4x4, Moz still team fighting very well, but Decoy and Barrick were even, and Nightstar and Baz were even. And I think that's really gonna set the tone for this series, where I think across the board, all 5 roles, we feel like individual skill-wise, these teams are on pretty even footing.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight one more thing. I know that you're a very heavily, or Dog fans is pretty heavily like fan base throughout the community, and a lot of people have been looking at them throughout this series. So I was wondering, like, what was their history coming up to this point? Same with Apex, Mission Impossible. I just want to get familiar with them as a team, as many of us would. So yeah, would you like to take that home?
I can take that one.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, all right. You're right. Okay. I mean, Dog fans, again, it's all about this run that they've been on. All these teams, it's important to remember, Apex is kind of actually an exception to this rule. Most of the teams in this tournament came together for this tournament, right? And they'll probably go apart after this tournament. Dog fans, it's players that have played together, of course. Again, a ragtag team of collegiate players. Apex being that exception of this Canadian organization, a core of 4 that have stuck together, that have learned together. There's a joke on social media, the owner of Apex Mission Impossible, that their wife left them because this is a bad investment, this, that, the other thing. It's been looking like a pretty good investment in this tournament, and I really just do think Apex, I respect this org so much, because I think they really embody what Tier 3 is all about. They didn't put together a team necessarily to win everything. They put together a team to develop local talent that sticks to, you know, a certain identity, and now they are showing the fruits of their labor, currently up 1-0 in a best of 5 to make NACL.
Super heartwarming. I'd love to hear that. And one last question that I have for you guys. What does Dog fans need to do to come back out of this series? Again, we're down a game to Apex Mission Impossible. What do they need to do in these team fights, or what should they do to work together as a team to progress?
Hawk, I feel like if I say it here, you can back me up. I think it's would be what you say. We need a little bit more from Nightstar, because the reason that Dog fans got here on their, I think as you put it, demonic run was because they had a superstar AD carry, right? Like you were saying, all the positive things about AMI, right? They they play for the long game, right? They invest. They want to, you know, develop synergy and the power of friendship and that added resilience that you get from playing with each other so much that is clearly allowing these guys to punch above their level. Dog fans don't have that. You know what they do have? A guy who maybe on his day has the potential to be the best player on the Rift. And he's got to step up and be that for them.
I agree. I need to see him get involved. I also need to see the team enable him to get involved. I do think just team fight positioning across the board was not quite as good for Dog fans. Again, their champs weren't quite as OP, so I'll give them that. But look, Fearless Draft, Victor's gone. It's going to be a new game. Maybe we can get a champion that does more damage than Mel. I know Tier 3 Fearless Aurelian Soul was what came out for Lycamaz in Game 3 against Tempest yesterday. I'm sure that's a pick maybe we can keep our eyes on, and one that definitely does quite a bit of damage. I want to nominate an MVP for this game, though, and it is the heart and soul of that AMI team. I thought Pocus on the Karma, I asked the question of him, can you perform off tank? The answer for me was a resounding yes. The 2v2 was solid, and the team fighting spectacular. And not only that, Pocus managed to link up with Lojaz and make plays, despite not being on something like a Nautilus.
Well, that keeps that identity alive, right? Like you were saying, Hawk, if I could just hop in really quick, right? We talked about it. It's going to be, you know, Pocus and Lojaz, you know, getting things done. And it's so much easier to do that on a tank, but also on something like a Karma, and he's got the Bard in his back pocket. I'm a I've been a Bard enjoyer ever since that champion came out. I love good Bard gameplay. I want to see that out of him. But look, it's clear that, again, just the synergy that this team has with their jungle support, the way that they can enable each other, enable the rest of their characters. Because that's the thing, like, 5-Mini and Baz especially, like, apart from when he got caught that one time in mid, he had kind of a stress-free game. He just kind of had to sit back and right-click. And that's the dream as an AD carry.
It is, and again, largely in part due to that Karma shielding coming out. I think this opens up a lot of doors for Apex Mission Impossible in the draft coming forward. They did prove to me that they can actually look to play towards their bottom side 2v2. It's not that I thought they can't, it's just that they hadn't. Again, it had been more about mid-jungle, more about top lane, and AMI just continuing to show that they have maybe the deepest bag of tricks of any team in this tournament, and now the ball is in Dog fans' court. Can they reach into their own bag and bring it back as we have the draft on our screens?
Yes, look at this very exciting draft we have here. We know that we don't have that Mel anymore, that Victor anymore. What kind of different champions do you guys want to see coming into the draft that maybe the players has a pocket pick possibly that you guys might have knowledge of? Tell us a little bit about that.
I mean, I mean, like the Bard is what comes to mind for me, right? Again, from Pocus, the heart and soul of this team, as you said, Hawk. That's what comes to mind immediately. Let me pull up my notes here, see if I wrote anything specific down. Like you said, the A-Soul, right? That's an option, right? You could see that. Maybe not in game 2, you don't bust that out. But we'll see kind of as far as what bans get, thrown out here. But again, we are not in kind of, a draft order. We are in client order. But Barrick, okay, so it'll be Aatrox and Gnar here. 5-Mini on the Yone. There we go. There's some fun.
Yone is a specialty of 5-Mini. He likes the melee mids, things like Akali as well, Silas. And I am actually really surprised to see that Dog Fans has been completely content giving over both Maokai and Sejuani to Lojaz in this series. I think this is a really good start to this pick ban for AMI, just getting these two champions locked in for themselves. I do want to say, though, Barrick was absolutely the ace of that last game for me on the Cassante, and I think putting him on a more carry-oriented pick is a nice adaptation for Dog. They said, Barrick, you're playing well, let's get you going. Also, Varus for Nightstar, a very just meta, strong champion. I think, honestly, both compositions pretty solid. There's the Bard you're talking about, by the way, 404.
Let's go. All right. Yeah, and it's in these types of lanes, right? It was Bard Ezreal when he last busted it out, and now it'll be Bard Varus. Again, just these oppressive, not obviously Varus not as mobile, but just an oppressive laner that, again, you could also, get out of lane. And I think Pocus, again, we don't know who picked what first, but I could see this devolving into, just Ziggs and Varus just kind of poking each other out and just dealing damage on their own right, and then operating as secondary junglers, right? Pantheon and Bard, they can get out on the map and they can make things happen.
Yeah, and I remember earlier that you were talking about Barrick and about his identity as a player, that he is a great tank player, but you think that he would excel further as a carry top laner. So I was wondering if there's any other players or any other roles or champions that players could utilize to have that carry potential role. So what do you think about that, Hawk?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, I think Barrick is just someone that always has been able to wear a lot of hats, right? It's not that I think he necessarily would be better if he's playing more carries or more tanks. He just is good at playing a lot of different stuff, and I think it's important to zoom in as to what we're looking at right now. Again, I really like this Aatrox adaptation because I just think it's giving another threat over to the side of Dog, right? It's like, all right, now we've got 3 carries, 3.5 Wukong, right? Instead of just 2.5 with Xin Zhao, Mel, and Corki. It's going to shore up their late game damage issues. In fact, I think their scaling is very good in this composition. Ability to team fight, especially like 1 item plus, is good. They have really good ability to get on top of specific targets. I think Baz, being a sole backliner in this game, is going to be difficult for him on the Ziggs. But what I'm looking at in the early game relates to that bottom lane. Varus Bard against Pantheon Ziggs, I think whichever support is able to get push in their lane and onto the map first is going to have drastic repercussions for how this game is played.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. I have no complaints there, and I just, wanted to talk about a little bit about the draft. Who do you guys side more towards the draft based on your firsthand analysis?
I mean, I actually I like AMI's draft a little bit more. I think, look, even if Protoss is the one that gets out on the map first, right? With Ziggs, you can wave clear in a flash. You can push on your own terms a little bit better than with the Varus. And I'm not, I do worry about Baz being the only one, right? The only kind of, true backliner. But again, you've got so much attention created otherwise, and, that I don't think it's going to be as big a problem. You got the Satchel Charge for a little bit of self-peel. And I talked about it how, in the last series, I forget who was playing the Nard, doesn't come to mind right now, but you become, it's like a one-button Boris composition where that's the only way you can start a fight. You can start a fight with so many other ways for this Apex Mission Impossible comp, and by extension, you've got a couple more instances to peel off your carries, right? So I think you've just got a few more options with this composition. But I'd say that, look, Dog fans, they got options as well. I don't know, maybe what I saw in game 1 is coloring it a little bit, but I do think it's close.
I think I like Dog Fans' composition better if they can get push in bottom. If they can prevent Pocus from rolling all over the map. Because I agree with you. I think Apex Mission Impossible, they have a very AMI-coded composition to me. It is just a very... It's champions that they like to play, they know how to play, and they're very good at, and the win conditions are very clear. Everybody press R on that guy, and hopefully they die, right? Whereas Dog Fans, I think there's more outplay potential. There are more tools in their kits, but they need push in bottom. They should have it in mid from Moz with this Talia against Yone matchup. So they're able to consolidate bot side river control, start stacking up those dragons. I do think their ability to team fight in the 5 versus 5 is very high.
Yeah, and coming out of that first game, it's pretty close. It's still anyone's game. And so before we get into this next game, I just wanted to know, what can we expect out of these teams as the series progresses? What do we want to see as a viewer about these teams?
I mean, both these teams have kind of made their money team fighting, right? It isn't sort of like, it was in with Galaxy where you have like a big, Mondo carry threat junglers. A couple of these junglers can reach into that bag a little bit, but expect team fighting to be kind of the name of the game. And, a good team fight is often only as good as the way you set up beforehand. So we're tracking both those things.
Yeah, we're on to the Rift, game number 2 in this full fearless best of 5 NACL qualification match. A reminder for everyone out there, loser does not go home. They simply go down to the lower bracket. But for both of these teams, I know it would mean everything for them to qualify for the NACL. Nobody thought it would be them, and now one has the chance to book their ticket and play at a level that the vast majority of these players have never been to before. Dog fans, Apex Mission Impossible. Thank you, Kimmy, by the way, for guiding us through the draft phase, and Henrique. I think immediately I like what Dog Fans is doing. I said I want to see them get pushed in bottom. Protoss Knights are aggressively walking forward to try and dictate the pace at level 1.
Yep, and Bard started Q, so if they walk up past that wall and don't wait for the minion wave, they could be in a little bit of trouble. But even if they do, if he hits the right Q, then you could still get CC off. Something is happening in the bottom lane. Well, okay, and now they back off a little bit. Okay, health bars were traded. Protoss actually kind of low, but I'm very, very excited to see some Bard gameplay on this Sunday afternoon. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, again, BO5, fearless. Winner goes to NACL, loser down into the lower bracket. They have to run still quite the healthy gauntlet to get out of this one. Jungler starting on opposite side. Little mismatch clear for you. As Barrick and Decoy, again, just looking to see how these two, it seems like the picks are getting more and more exciting as we move into this series, Hawk.
And I will say, mismatch clear immediately interesting to me because, again, I want Dog Fans to really get pushing bottom, unlock Protoss and let Nightstar scale into the game to potentially bounce back. But again, a carry for Barrick this time into Decoy's Gnar does mean Lojaz has reason to move up towards that top side of the map and maybe try to set Barrick behind this time around. A ward on the Raptor Pit, though, from Moz does spot the Sejuani. They do know that Lojaz is heading up that direction, so they should be able to counteract any sort of early dives that come through.
And Barrick in an all right spot here, right? Not going to get, I mean, he's kind of getting it shoved in, but it doesn't seem like that third wave is going to be super detrimental here as the cannons do start rolling in. Like you said, like a boss with using that early push that you said he was going to be able to get into the Yone matchup. And able to drop a crucial ward here to keep an eye on Lojaz, who does not need level 6 to make an impact. Neither does King Clueless, to be fair, but that level 6 is such a bigger power spike in terms of gank assist, like we kind of alluded to earlier.
Wukong can slap people pre-6, but
and that's all well and good. And you have a little bit of a dash, right? But to be able to lock someone down, it's just all you can do is slap.
You like having that Cyclone come out. I will say, great ward from Moz, so they know Lojaz is pathing top, but Barrick has taken some pretty rough trades. He's half HP. With the wave pushing into him. I think AMI might be able to look for a dive anyways, and that is not what you want if you are a dog fan. Regardless, they did get the push in bottom, though. That's what I wanted. Good start for the 2v2 for Nightstar and Protoss. So at least one item on the checklist right now coming through for DF. Or DOF, apparently.
Technically D0F, if we're trying to get real clinical with the
Okay,
tricode
I mean,
here.
you're right, but yeah. You know how annoying it is on all my note sheets? I have, like, a Smart spreadsheet with all the team names and stuff, and I keep typing DOW, and Dog Fans never comes up when I'm analyzing their games. Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah. I was trying to scrub through even your the 64 team tier list that you did, and I was like, where are these guys listed alphabetically speaking? It was tougher to find. I had to go into the episode description.
It was only like pseudo alphabetical because we were just going in order that the logos were given to us.
Exactly. Yeah.
And some of the logos were just like random names. Yeah, it was a mess. But Dog Fans, I think we rated them pretty well coming in. Not as well as AMI, though, I will say, as a 2v2 comes down.
Protoss, not Protoss like StarCraft. One day I'll get that. I see Protoss. I say Protoss, but it's not Protoss. It's Protoss. He burns the flash, gets the ignite onto him from Pocus. As Nightstar a little bit low on mana. Again, looking for this dude on the Varus with the Comet Varus. So playing a little bit more for lane. Doesn't have the lethal tempo to get that additional kind of, over the top team fighting power. Protoss,
So,
play with fire a little bit.
On one hand, the lethality Varus will mean you can be very far away from the everybody press R on that guy composition.
True.
On the other hand, you're playing lethality Varus into Sejuani. So I am not sure how to feel about this. Speaking of the devil.
Speak of Sejuani, Pocus immediately goes in, does not allow Protoss to play the game. First blood goes over, there goes the permafrost stacks, cleansed out immediately, has to flash away from a potential incoming damage. King Clueless, it's really just him here. Nightstar down both summoners, that will be all she wrote.
Yeah, Clueless just a little late to get to the defense on that play. And again, it's Pocus and Lojaz linking up to make plays. At the very least, Dog Fans will be able to take the Dragon in trade. But, man, I gotta say, I think Pocus is having a great series right now. Again, 28 years old, been in this game a long time. A while ago when I talked to him, he kind of said his goal was not really to promote anymore. He was just about promoting young talent, right? Playing with new guys. He's the one that discovered people like Sushi and hell, Baz, who's playing next to him right now. And again, the heart and soul of this AMI team. And yet he is the one that is currently stepping up for his team. Got the flash off of Protoss earlier, meaning that this gank was anything but hard.
Yeah. No, it was very easily done, and look, you couldn't get the double kill, but you got 2 summoners out of a very immobile AD carry, and that's almost as good. Lojaz given complete free reign to head up to the top lane. Dog Fans did grab that first dragon, it should be said. King Clueless able to grab number 1 there. But on the other side, Lojaz able to get himself and his team the first 3 grubs. With a couple pretty nice side lane threats here, Hawk. Should this game go pretty late here, Decoy on this Gnar, and Fimini on the Yone, a pick that, like you said, Hawk, he's played quite a bit.
And Fimini actually up CS over Lycamaz at the moment. And outside of bottom lane, the main disparity, Decoy on this Gnar pick, doing pretty well into Barrack. It is a Gnar favored matchup to Barrack's credit, but Aatrox falling behind. This champion can fall flat if he's not able to get going, as Protoss is very dead. What?
Yeah, he looks like me playing Bard, man. Just like, well, there's a chime here. Oh, there's something to do here.
He must have thought Pocus roam. Like, there's no other explanation for that.
Yeah. And
because
he didn't.
Yeah. Man, Protoss, I mean, he's, if I'm being completely honest, I do think the UCSD duo, King Clueless and Protoss, they are the players that I would have potentially identified as weaknesses coming in. Protoss had a pretty good game 1 on the Nico, I thought, but this is just a bad mistake. And I will say, shout out to Protoss, who, used to work with the unified coverage of Tier 3 back in the day, PGCQ, and built the fearless drafting tool that all the teams have been using these weeks. So,
oh, hell yeah.
Very cool. Protoss, definitely a big guy in the Tier 3 space.
Whoa, World Ender pop, but so was the Gnar. And as soon as that World Ender went down, still with the flash in tow, probably wasn't going to die there, but Decoy put a little bit of a scare into Barrack here. As both ultimates traded. TP advantage is about the same as well. But yeah, shout out to Protoss. Oftentimes in Tier 3, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. And he's very much making things happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, Protoss has been invaluable to this space for many years. Definitely someone that I have grown to appreciate a lot, and many other people in the space. Always cool to see as well when, you know, more production-oriented people are just extremely high-level players. Also, you know, Garrett Meyerson on Titan Esports,
Shout out to
upset
Garrett
Akuma
Meyerson, man.
down in the lower bracket. That's another one of those guys. I think Garrett and Protoss have played together in the past on OQ teams, but regardless, that's neither here nor there. As we're about 9-10 minutes into the game, and AMI, bigger lead than they had last game, just slowly but surely incrementing their control. And if you look at the wards that they have in the bottom side river, again, this is what this team does best. They're just going to keep on slowly building up their advantage and taking away neutral objectives.
Decoy standing on a ward. Hold up a second. Glacial Prison landed there onto Maws. Comet Spear going to do a little bit of damage as well, but the Pebbles go out.
But it's great. Look at that. AMI is saying, Maws, you are not allowed to retake your own jungle and get anywhere near our river. That is really good stuff right there. Lojaz, yes, it costs his ultimate, but it should be back up for the dragon, and I mean, that's just fantastic.
And like you said, that dragon is that crucial next objective. Next set of grubs should be spawning here in just a little bit. Won't be the Rift Herald. But Hawk, 10 minutes into this one, haven't seen anything too explosive, but it has been Lojaz again. And Pocus kind of, even though he didn't roam, Protoss thought he roamed, so he'll get a kill off that. But it has been this mid-jungle, or this support jungle duo, I should say, making things happen in the early game for AMI.
Yeah, at the end of the day, AMI, they're the ones dictating push ever since those couple of kills went down. Decoy silently winning top lane, or maybe not silently, but slowly winning top lane up about 15, 20 CS, and this is a very stable game state for Apex Mission Impossible right now, and I think we're just sort of waiting for things to start cracking off. We have the next pot of grubs and the dragon both spawning around the same time as Dog Fans that took the first Drake. AMI, the other objective, as finally Bard getting involved elsewhere, but ever present, Pocus next to a jungler.
Yep, and this is kind of how we thought it was going to go here. Both these 80 carries, I don't think they'll be present if a fight will break out. Magical Journey, there goes Protoss. Able to get forward, not taking any tower aggro just yet. There he finally takes one as Decoy slams him into the wall. The Tempered Fate lands with the Grand Starfall. Buys everybody a little bit of time. Doesn't really do a ton, though. Pocus trying to fend for his life there. King Clueless with the Cyclone. Lojaz doesn't have his ultimate just yet. The wall goes out for Moss, trying to buy his team some time there as they are on the retreat. Pocus going forward after a kill picked up there by Decoy. After the Gnar went down, Wallbreaker pops as well. Trying to get anything onto Lojaz, but they can't. He's able to sneak away under the cover of the bush. Pocus able to go backwards. King Clueless going forward to get the kill over to Lycamaz. Big seismic shove by Lycamaz, and just like that, Dog Fans back with a massive 3-for-0 fight.
How the hell did Dog Fans win that fight? Protoss just sent it in a great collapse, I thought, from Pocus to try and punish the mistake, but Dog Fans justifying the actions of their support as Moz arrived first, and him and Barrick and King Clueless were simply massive in the fight. Mini now here to try to get something back, but I don't think he's got a kill.
Yeah, doesn't look like it here. A little bit of CC, little chunks, little damage going out there, but will not be enough as Decoy. Yeah, dude's big. He's not on that first item yet, but he, you know, like you said, slowly getting his advantages in the top lane. And AMI able to still pick up something off the back of it. Let's get another look at this one. Hawk, this was a chaotic fight, to put it mildly.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what Protoss is doing here, man. Like, he's dying, but he just buys time. And Moz, I gotta give him so much credit. He has this series been so willing to just run to the team immediately, faster than Mini, and he is such a difference maker right here. A phenomenal Weaver's Wall, and even though Protoss gets clonked in the head by a rock, Barrick and Moz do a lot of AoE damage. Apex commits into the meat grinder, and they're able to clean up 3 kills on the back end. At the end of it all, it was Feat of Warfare claimed by Apex with that 3rd kill onto Protoss, but 2 grubs for 1 on the backside, and without a doubt, a 1 fight for Dog Fans to bring this game back to even.
Here we go, Hawk. Game 1 was back and forth. It was a rock fight until about the 35-minute mark when AMI broke it open.
And use the Baron take to get forward as LoJazz going forward immediately. Combo there as the Tempered Fate gonna buy a little bit of time. Not able to lock him down immediately, but how about Protoss just saved the day with the Bard play?
Wait, did
My
they kill him?
goodness. The seismic shove goes out. They're gonna get the Sejuani. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I take it all back. Protoss is the GOAT. That's what's up right there. The Bard. He played this against Tempest as well. Nightstar gets single-dingled in the bottom lane. As now King Clueless, he's wanting the dragon, but they don't have a Varus.
Protoss bodyguarding against Pocus.
Can they do this?
They are certainly going to try. If the Zeke's can get up there, maybe
I
you've got a
don't
big way to
like it.
contest this. 5 minute with the Soul Unbound is going to get hoovered back to his original location, but not before dealing a little bit of damage here. Moz, he does have his ultimate.
Okay, they
and
have
I think the threat of that should be enough. Also, single dingle?
Yeah. You not heard that one?
No.
Ah,
And
it's
that-
like the new, it's the new solo bolo. Solo bolo, single dingle.
I wasn't ready for single dingle.
Independent. All right, I was hoping I
If
could
you
think
found
of
a rank
something
for
on the
that
spot.
one, I would have Venmo'd you some dollars.
Yeah, I
for
was like, man,
independent.
Protoss, you gotta block that, right? But then, Bard ultimate into the magical journey, and for people wondering why they don't follow this, they're just gonna get double chains done into each other and probably both die. So instead, they just, it's only LoJazz that dies. Credit to King Clueless, really great comms from the team, saying, hey, fight, 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 keep them here, it's winning. King Clueless was basically 1v3 there for an extended period of time, and they still managed to get the kill.
Yeah, you got to give credit where it is due. I mean, Protoss, man, look, that's like Bard giveth and Bard taketh away, man. But when in the right hands, God, that champ is good. I mean, it can single-handedly win
It's
you
phenomenal,
games.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's just so sick. I mean, and look, I'm in the elo that I'm in, so when I play Bard, usually my friends just kind of, okay, Hank, sounds good. And they just kind of, through gritted teeth are like, just why did you just not pick Leona, dude? You're not him. And usually they're right. But anyway, Protoss doing a very bad 4x4 impression, which means he's playing very well so far. Locked in a dead heat in this one right now.
It's been up and down. Let's not give him too much credit. He did die.
Okay, he did
Kind
get
of
caught out in
goofy.
a truly tragic way.
Yeah.
going
No,
for-
I
yes.
got you. No, I agree. I think Protoss, I definitely want to celebrate the player's successes. Protoss is having a good game, especially as of late. As Barrick, not having fun.
Hang on a second
wait.
here. Barrick able to get out of there with
Whoa.
the World Ender. Oh my goodness, 5 minute might be cooked. Never mind. He's able to get out, but Pocus is
He's a
absolutely
double.
cooked. Barrick. Oh my goodness. And 5 minute just on the wrong side of the train tracks. It's not an if. It's a when, Hawk. Barrick with another kill. Come on, Protoss. He's just like trying
He's got
to
it.
stay off it. The Infernal Chains go out. That will be 3 for Barrick. Oh my goodness. What a disaster.
How did Barrick live? So he teleported bottom lane on like 0 HP to pick up the wave. AMI properly identifies that as a potential mistake, and they go for the dive, but there's no minions, and Barrick gets stunned, but sidesteps the Yone ultimate just barely. I mean, a split-second difference. The burst can't come out, the healing comes through, and obviously the tower is absolutely cooking. That is a massive defense by Barrick right there to pick himself up a double, get himself back into the game. Not only that, I see in the pip, that is a shutdown. Nightstar on the bat, so now Varus is coming online. 2K gold in the lead for the Dog fans now with the Herald on the map. They are starting to pull ahead.
Start barking, Dog fans. They have got a foothold.
Sorry, was I not supposed to do that on broadcast?
I said start barking, Dog fans. I think we know where what side of this matchup you lie on. I think that was it. That just revealed your unbiased catcher nature. This
AMI is my goats. Don't let this guy slander me right here. All right, this is defamation. As okay, you know what, Protoss? He is actually LeBron
He's got
James
a
this
good
game. I'm being a hater for
He's
0.
got a
That was a
good
nice
game.
bar ult and claps. Yeah.
Very nicely done. That tier 2 final, or that tier 1, I should say, on the bottom lane finally did go down. But again, we look at the gold lead, Hawk.
Still only 1,000 gold. But Barrick, man, you have got a real weapon in this mid game to crowbar this game open. I think it's on Barrick's shoes, or on Barrick's back right now.
I don't mean to exaggerate. I think that failed dive and double kill for Barrick might be the most impactful play we've seen so far this game. Because
I
the
think you might
difference
be right.
between a 1 kill Aatrox, still down 20 CS, and a 3 kill Aatrox, down 20 CS, is a very big difference. I think Barrick was in a position where he still could have been kept pretty far down in this game, despite the kill he got earlier. And instead, he is now monstrous. And I mentioned him on a carry could be a big difference maker for Dog fans.
King Clueless able to go forward there with the clone.
Locks up LoJazz. Seismic shove. Not going to land. That could have been a death sentence as Lycamaz comes in with the Weaver's Wall.
look at that. It's Dog fans. They're the ones keeping AMI out of the river. That was Lojaz and Pocus, the duo of playmakers for AMI being denied access to the Summoner's Rift Highway. And I like that confidence. Dog fans maybe starting to think about equalizing this series. It's early to call, but a great mid-game so far from them. And now Find Mini, the target.
Disables the tower with the Tempered Fate, tries to get something out of this one, but between the Cyclone will be enough. Lycamon is able to get in there and take just one tower shot. One more feather in the cap of Dog fans, now up 2,000 gold.
Yeah, they do trade the Rift Herald for it, I believe, on the top side of the map is what
Should
AMI
be.
is taking. Okay. I couldn't remember if it had been taken already. So AMI going to at least get an objective for it, but obviously a tower and a kill for something that helps you get a tower generally favors the side of Dog fans. Still continuing to have about 2,500 gold lead. Dragon in their sights. Mountain Soul against the everybody press R on that guy composition would feel very good.
Top lane tier 1 also going down in favor of AMI. They got a little bit of something out of that. So they got, like you said, something to be able to break this one open. That mid lane tier 1 still standing on both sides as the Dragon does finally go down. Get another look at this dive here onto Find Mini. Yep, disable the tower. Easy as you like.
Protoss is really having a great game. This is a fantastic Bard. Him and King Clueless linking up so well. I think this UCSD duo bouncing back fantastically after their first game. That is a legendary caster curse.
Oh no. Oh no. Oops.
Look, I get it. Bards love to face check River because they think they're Bard and they can get away from any situation, which is true like 80% of the time, but 20% of the time they're wrong. And that is going to give a window here. AMI, 4-member strong in mid lane.
Yeah, we really could be looking back on this one as, I mean, Protoss, excuse me, he giveth and he taketh away, man, on this Bard, right? Just gives away a couple hundred gold every now and then, but gets his team back a couple hundred gold every now and then.
You know, 4-4, I got some quick maths for you. I say Bards get away 80% of the time, but have you considered that he has 80% of his team's deaths at this current moment?
Ooh, based. Yeah, he is literally, yeah, wow. No, when you put it that way, yeah, that's quite the statistical flip there. Quick maths, very nicely done. Yeah, look, again, he's got such incredible playmaking potential, and right now it's almost like, look, in spite of just kind of, you know, like clockwork every, 5 minutes feeding over a kill, they're still up 1,000 gold. They're still up 3 dragons, right?
Oh, yeah.
And,
no, they're in
like,
a great spot
yeah.
in this game. I think I really like Dog fans' position. Again, I said I think they have very good tools in the team fights, especially if they pick up that Mountain Soul and AMI is going to have a tougher time executing a one-shot onto a member of Dog. We see Nightstar with his Lethality Varus picking up the Edge of Night as well. Having the cleanse in his back pocket to boot just makes it very difficult to engage onto him. Moz has been positioning very well, so he's got a great target. And then Barrack, Clueless, and Protoss all have escapes. So I think this composition is shaping up very nicely for Dog at this moment.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. Look, I think AMI is a little bit easier to execute, but as Lojaz going over the wall here, Protoss locked up. He can't get through the magical journey. Pocus gonna pick up the kill. Now they got purchased out of the Otacon. The million-dollar question is, will they do it?
It's going to take a while to do. They at least will lose their mid lane tower for it. We'll see if Dog wants to collapse. I think Barrack is thinking about it as well. Waiting in base, has teleport.
They
Okay,
get
they
off
don't.
the
Yeah,
Otacon,
I think that's smart.
Yeah. No, I
Brandon
sort of
Collimer will be the
rhetorically-
first person to tell this to everyone in Tier 3/CLOL/Tier 2. Otacon is major bait. It is very difficult to do, and the rewards are good, but not game-winning. So it's not worth all dying and losing all your towers and minion waves to get it down. It's usually like a nice, we want to fight, and Otacon's up kind of objective. So good restraint.
You take it
from
after
AMI.
a convincing fight win, right? Don't try to like bait around it. Your resistances get shredded. Oh, here comes Pocus. Grand Starfall into the mid lane, just kind of bailing out Baz, I think, as the Inferno Bomb goes out. As Lojaz able to lock up Nightstar. He's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Shut down. But like you said in the top lane, it is Decoy that goes down to the hands of Lycamon, who quietly, again, just having a pretty good game here. Protoss into the waiting arms of Barrack. Clueless goes over. Barrack actually goes over the wall with the Umbral Dash himself, almost with the Flash Cosmic Binding, able to grab Pocus.
Good flash for flash right there by the supports and good cross mapping from both teams. Nightstar went for the all-in onto Baz. That started things off. It was AMI that collapsed, and Dogfan said, see ya, we're going top lane. They killed Decoy, and I think not just quietly, I think loudly. Like Amaz is starting to have a fantastic series. 3-0-3 on this Talia is definitely the #1 carry on the side of Dogfans at this moment, as Barrick taking it all in.
I mean, might be taking it all in here once Protoss. Very nicely done with the Cosmic Binding. I think he might be toast here, Barrick. I think the healing is just too much. He gets his 4th of the game. Hawk.
And that's bad for AMI, and that's really good for Dogfans. Yone not being able to beat Aatrox, that's the side lane that is generally supposed to outscale Aatrox in this game, and Barrick just absolutely splashed him. This is the one onto Decoy. King Clueless just coming from behind while his AD carry is getting farmed in the mid lane. Decoy did not have a way out even with the flash, and credit to Dogfans. They didn't even have to use flashes of their own as Baz is already gone.
Oh, we got a fight broken out, like you said. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Yordle gets squashed. Pocus will somehow survive with a sliver, and I mean a sliver of health, but 2 more kills here for I should say 1 more kill for Dogfans. 2 dead from that 1v1 in the top lane. No objectives to take just yet, but we got 5 minutes until the Dragon. This should be enough here. Lojaz could get over and contest this. This is Soulhawk.
This is so, I mean, Lojaz has to come up with a steal. They do not have their AD carry. Baz, no teleport available either. And Protoss wants to draw the line. Apex Mission Impossible. They're going to give the Mountain Soul.
There's nothing they can do, but they will get a shutdown from Decoy onto Barrick. Not for nothing. Again, maybe you can't send the Yone up to match him. Maybe Decoy's your answer as this game goes later on, but Mountain Soul is going to make everything that much tougher.
Barrick's dead, and Barrick has no teleport, with Baron just now spawning and Otacon also on the Rift. How desperate is AMI feeling? They're going to go towards the Otacon. I think Dog should just give this one over. Mountain Soul in trade for this is absolutely fine.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's voracious as well, so this is a temporary buff for AMI.
And just like that, Hawk, the gold's back even.
Oh my god, I can't believe that.
Me neither. Oh no, Protoss. They like to face check Hawk, and finally he's able to get away.
I respect it.
This is way better. Deja vu again, man.
Protoss built the Dead Man's. Thank God. He built the Wit's End on Bard last night, and
My goat.
I did not know how to feel about that. I'm pretty sure that they lost that game. I think that was game 2.
That's my ARAM Bard build, man.
4-4. I legitimately stayed up until 4 in the morning watching tape on these teams last night. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
you've got some things burned into the
kind of blends together. I feel like Doctor Strange, like with my head splitting up in a bunch of different timelines, trying to remember which one's which. Like all of a sudden, I look to the left and Willem Dafoe is the Green Goblin. Yeah.
So Hawk's got a lot going on. He's a little delulu right now. Like Amaz able to get the wall up. Pocus won't be able to close this gap. The stun lands there onto Barrick. But after all that, no blood, no foul. Baron is up here, Hawk. This will be where the next battle lines are drawn. 1,000 gold lead plus soul for Dogfans. They've got side lane strength out the wazoo right now.
He's just
Protoss
in there.
I'm
having such a blast watching Protoss, man. This Bard is awesome, and now there's a fight.
He gets jumped on there with the Aegis Assault. With a shield vault, I should say. Pocus taken pretty low. Gonna land there on a King Clueless, and the damage Luke should be enough to take him down, to be able to flash away. And how about
Fight missed everyone
in there with the swimwear? Almost able to take down King Clueless, but gets the withdraw off of them. Decoy trying to get targets back onto Pocus. Give it away 100, now 200, 400 gold, make it 600. Dogfans getting back into this one. As Barrick able to get through the magical journey. 5-minute trying to take someone down with him. Finally takes down that pesky Bard. Need to attach a GoPro to that son of a gun.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, 4-4, 5-minute, still a rookie. He went in and tried to make the big play, missed everyone in that fight, and Dogfans, the only reason they don't get more is because it is only those Otacon withdraws. Yep. But again, you mentioned it, 800 gold in quote-unquote kills going over. Dog back up 1.5k. They're very fine with this because it didn't even feel like they had to burn much, as this initial fight looks pretty good, but good ult comboing onto King Clueless to basically one-shot the Wukong. 5-minute, though, just has to come up with this one. Flashes after the ulti, complete whiff, and from this point, the fight is lost.
Yeah, no, they really couldn't get much going there, but Barrick, I mean, you see also the impact he has on these fights, right? Just the gravity
so big.
that he has. And this is the Aatrox dream right now, right? The impact you can have on the mid game. No one's building anti-heal just yet. It's starting to come through a little bit onto low jazz, but that's about it. And I really do think, Hawk, as we move later into this game, it's just going to be who matches Barrick in a side lane if they can get there. Because that's one thing that, again, I guess it's how you create that pressure right now. Because neither team has gotten a foothold on the map.
Yeah, it's so even. Dogfans really wants to kill his mid lane tier 1, but Baz has just been posted up here like a bastion, not allowing Dog to walk forward into this turret, always clearing the waves before they arrive, and good coverage from Low Jazz and Pocus to always make sure he can step up to do so, not allowing any sort of dives to come through, and it's just going to all be about the team fights. I know we've been saying that all series, but that's truly what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Baron is still on the map. Elder's up in 2 minutes.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know Rude Dude is a big fan of the classic give all 4 dragons into Steel Elder true combo.
I mean, it's sick. It's sick when it happens.
It absolutely is, and it can be game winning. And
Yeah.
with the game being this even, the Soul is the main disparity between them, but I don't think Dog is just running over this game to the point where they don't have to worry about an Elder fight.
No, 100%. No, that fight, it could very well decide the game. And, I mean, AMI, they're in a position where they could, right, with the ways they have to kind of get into a fight as the Chains of Corruption misses, they could absolutely just counterpunch their way into victory, swipe away the Elder. Thank you very much.
Good flip.
Seismic Shove lands there onto Low
Moz
Jazz.
is very strong.
Yeah, dude, Talia, sneaky damage, man. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. Got the Void Staff and the Shadow Flame. That is a lot of statistical raw damage right there. He can rip through just about anybody.
Shout out to Baz being the only member of his team on 3 items. Dog Fans has all of their carries there. Barrick, Moz, and Nightstar as King Clueless finds out Low Jazz.
Oh no,
That's a kill.
Low Jazz,
Oh,
he was
no.
trying to get the solo and he missed the flash as well. It's a disaster for the AMI Juggler. Now to Baron they go.
Oh, there's no way that's how the game breaks open. It's going to be an uncontested Baron. Maybe AMI can flip a 4v5, but I don't think it's worth it, guys.
Let's see, I mean, they might have no choice here. Well, I mean, they definitely do have a choice. They can defend, but Pocus, he's going forward here. It's a lot of damage coming down there. Seismic Shove going out against the Aegis Assault
all
out
gonna
as well.
die!
Tempered Fate lands there onto Nightstar, or Baz, excuse me. Baz has to flash away. Nightstar still free firing here. Decoy goes forward, gets the big Gnar off, able to flash away. Like into the back line. Rips through Pocus. Almost takes down Baz. Should be a matter of time. Nightstar will clean it up. How about Dog Fans taking control in this one? The double for Nightstar. They finally break it open, Hog.
Like a Moz sends it into the back line. Are you kidding me? 1 versus 3 cleans up the fight. It's gonna be double super buffs for Dog Fans.
Baron plus the Soul. Oh, and by the way, the Elder is the prize here. As Low Jazz respawns, but not soon enough. They get everything, Hawk. They absolutely cleared out the map in these last 60 seconds.
Oh my goodness. It starts with the smallest seeming mistake. Low Jazz just walks into his own jungle, gets caught by the mid jungle duo of Dog Fans, and then AMI. It's not the first mistake that kills you, but the second one. They try to contest 4v5, feeling that their game is on the line, and Dog Fans makes the collapse happen. First of all, credit to AMI. They have a fantastic kite back this entire fight. I think Decoy in particular doing a phenomenal job of buying space. But Moz says, no, lights out, time's up. I'm winning this game right now. Insane Weaver's Wall.
No, very, very good. You saw like the health bars low. He's like, I can do this. I have enough gravity on me. Able to get back into the back line and just completely disrupt things. Baz had already blown his stopwatch. Like you said, he's on 3 items. He does a lot of damage. But now Protoss and company have a way into this one. All dressed in purple. They break open the mid-tier 1 and the mid-tier 2. And they have designs on more. And of course, Barrick doing his thing in the side lane. The amount of time this dude buys in team fights cannot be overstated. Very reasonable 4-1 here. 700 gold into his pocket. They're going to bust open this base, Hawk. I think you got to get an inhib out of this. 10,000 gold lead out of nowhere, man.
I want to see them group up as 5 on this mid wave and just send it. They're up so much gold, and they can... Oi! 5 mini, yeah. So you can see why I maybe was suggesting that, and there they go, breaking the base for you, Henrique.
Thank you. As the mid hit
also goes down here. Yeah, that is more than enough. You get that. I mean, and they can afford to play kind of a little more dangerously here, right? They have the Elder in their backs as well, right? We kind of forget about that. At 30 minutes, that's not something you're usually considering. But my goodness, I mean, just leaving this base in absolute tatters. Moz, if he gets that seismic shove, he could win the game with 1 W.
Anyone will die. We saw how much damage Low Jazz takes from him already, and it's probably even more with the Elder on the back. Not opting to try to go triple inhib. They want to end the game right now. Elder falling off in 20.
They get the first Nexus Tower. Reminder, these do respawn. Here comes Pocus with the Grand Starfall. Goes into the back line, but he gets ripped up there by Barrack. It is just too much to deal with. Protoss is low, but it doesn't matter. That should be it indeed. Seismic Shove lands to put the cherry on top. Make it 4, but it will be enough. We got a series, Hawk.
I'm holding up my hands right now when we come back to cam. I love doing this bit because guess what I got right here in my palm? It's a series. Dog fans, the massive bounce back. I thought Protoss was an Inter. Apparently he's a visionary. Look, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet, and the rest of Dog fans rallied around it incredibly. That's the team fighting I wanted to see. That's the resilience of this team. Looking like some guys that just came like a bat out of hell. I mean, and hell is a bracket with Gravity and Tempest standing in their way. They're flying right now.
It is going to be so brutal for one of these teams, right? I mean, one, you don't go into an NACL initially, but the fact that you get just launched into the soup if you lose this series and just have to play, you know, Tempest and Citadel and Ducky Getters, and you're just thrown in with all these really strong teams, and you go, dude, like, you know, we had, you know, again, there are no great draws in this tournament, but this is a pretty good draw, this semifinal that they're in right now, to be in this position and have a ticket to NACL waiting for you on the other side of this series. Every game matters so much, and we've got essentially, Hawk, a best of 3 to decide it.
Best of 3 with 20 champions banned.
Yes,
Started
sir.
off.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's going to be a really fun wrinkle. We don't get too many full fearless best of 5s here in tier 3, but oh my word, I'm so excited to bring it for you all. Both these teams looking like they're at the top of their game. We've had 2 fairly close games so far. I cannot wait to get into the next one.
Yeah, should be a good one. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, game 3, game 4, and maybe even game 5. Who knows? Between Apex Mission Impossible and... oh my goodness, my brain. No. And, Dog
Hang on,
Fans.
I got
Woo,
Enrique,
Dog Fans.
I got you. Before we send it to the break, right? All my Dog fans in chat.
And with that, we're going to take it to a break. Don't go anywhere.
his mark, but they've left the Cassiopeia for far too long. A quadra kill for RJS on Cassiopeia.
RJS!
Or are they? This is a TP being channeled by Dr. Calculus. It looks like they want a challenge for it. TP being channeled here by Adam as well. And it looks like they're getting baited into the fight. Draco's back over the wall. No damage has come in towards this Baron for a while. Bio's going to be here for the backup. They're able to focus down Draco in time. Enthralled is stuck inside the pit. He's forced to retreat away. Bio getting in there. Realizes the Baron's already reset. And they say, all right, it's time to fight. Knocked back in. Hub is thrown to the wolves and torn apart by Enthralled, who's already got a triple kill, and he wants some more. A quadra kill to Enthralled on the Corki.
Oh, and Bio's not going to give it to him.
Like Savakin with this shielding that he's going to place on everybody. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here.
Welcome back to the NACL Open Qualifiers. It's me again, Alan, with 404 and a Hawk, as we're going to be breaking down Dog Fans versus Apex Mission Impossible. 1-1, 2 games. Whoever takes these next 2 games, or next 2 wins, will be advancing in the NACL. So let's talk a little bit about that last game, Hawk. You had that dog in you before we went into Rick, so yeah, let's talk about it.
Oh man, that game was so much fun because game 1 was really close, right? And I said Nightstar has been the X factor for this team so much. He needs to step up in this game, but I'm gonna be so honest. I think it was the rest of Dog fans
Yeah.
that showed up to the occasion. Like Amaz in particular, a monster on the Talia, I was giggling at the Protoss Bard, and everybody around the Rift. I mean, Nightstar felt to me like a bit of a passenger in that game, and that goes to show, you know, maybe I wasn't giving enough credit to all 5 of the players on this team and how far they've come to put themselves now 2 games away from the NACL.
Yeah, here's our awesome highlight reel. Break it down for us 4x4.
I mean, it started off all right here, right, for Dog fans. Protoss, this was his first big oopsie, went a little bit too far forward, giving Baz and Pocus just some free gold there. Did go on to Pocus, unfortunately, but look, I think like Hawk said, you are going to see a lot of Maws in these replays. Well, you're going to see a lot of Protoss. You're going to see a lot of Protoss. But after that, you're going to see a lot of Maws as well.
Funny.
And I mean, and like this, right? Like, who takes that magical journey there, right? And as soon as he sees the Grand Starfall comes in, right, locks it up a little bit. But Maws with a really good wall in this one eventually kind of down the line. And Barrick, man, what a game from him on the Aatrox. As the game kind of threatened to get back into AMI's control, he held it down in that mid game.
It was really this fight where I think Dog fans showed that they quite literally had that dog in them to be able to fight back. Again, Maz and Barrick cooked very hard right here alongside King Clueless. And then I'm sure we'll have it as one of the next couple of replays. It was the dive bottom. Barrick picking up the double kill on what looked like it would be a routine pick for Apex Mission Impossible. I said in that moment on the broadcast, I think that might be the biggest play of the game, and it definitely ended up being one of them.
Yeah, and it seems that we were in for a treat this game, especially with that Bard pick. And I want to talk about, you know, that Bard, that Aatrox, and that Talia, most importantly, kind of highlighting those players and how they were able to come out from that first game. So can we talk about, like, their kind of dynamics? How did they improve themselves as players in this second game?
I can take this one at the start because I think for me, something that I highlighted as something I liked and that really came to fruition is Barrick on more of a carry-oriented champion. I think he's having a great series against Decoy so far. Not that he's not even beating Decoy that hard. I think both these top laners are doing really well, but I just think it's taking pressure off of Maz and Nightstar specifically and spreading out the responsibility to carry. I think all of the players in this game, but also on this team, are capable of stepping up in those critical moments. So give them the tools to do so. I love to see Barrick given the opportunity to pop off. And then I think in general, it was just a composition that felt like it had more tools, more ability to start fights for the side of Dog fans, and they were really able to do it. I mean, in this one, Protoss isn't even here, right? But King Clueless was the one leading the charge with the solo laners behind him. And it just allowed them to play the game, I think, much more freely, which allowed the team to look much better.
Yeah, I feel like I really misjudged it in draft. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it was down to execution and just a couple of outplays by Maz as well, right? A couple of really good seismic shoves. That botch dive in the bottom lane, I don't think we can overstate the importance of that. But they really did just kind of have more options to start things. And look, Barrick was an absolute menace, right? He was just going up and just causing just so much gravity that he had. Protoss was just being a little I was gonna say something different, but he's being a little menace as well, right? It's just like it just felt like for AMI, it was like they were swatting flies and trying to get rid of why is Barrick all up in my you know what, and why is Protoss here, stupid little Bard, and then they counterpunch really well in these fights.
Yeah, and you know, we saw Dog fans and we saw that they changed their composition because they have that more like utility and freedom in their champs and then in their draft. What do we want to see in their drafts going forward, especially since we saw Barrick on that carry type top laner? Do we want to see him stay on that carry top laner?
Yeah, I want to see Barrick on a carry top laner again. I also want to see King Clueless and Protoss on champions that they can skirmish with, right? That was really important this game. Bard and Wukong paired together, moving around the map. I think the number one thing for me, and I'm going to kind of switch it over to the Apex Mission Impossible side right here, is Maz had a much better game early on into the Talia Yone matchup. Kind of kept 5 Mini down, had first move through mid most of the game without dropping too much, and not only that, 5 Mini went monstrous on the Victor in game 1. The Yone was a completely different story. I think it kind of fell flat in a lot of the fights, and if mid-prio is going to be the story of the series, we're already looking at 5 Mini coming in to sort of be that big boon for AMI in this one as sort of having that outplay potential as an individual. Moz stepping up the way that he has is absolutely something we need to continue watching in this series. So mid lane matchup and who's able to establish push will be important.
Yeah, sounds good. And I want to talk about like Apex Mission Impossible. I feel like we've been highlighting dog fans quite a bit. So what can they do to, you know, take into this third game? What should we take in consideration, like as them as players? And how could they, you know, I guess work together and like look for ways to take on this next win?
Yeah, I mean, look, Baz had, you know, he was fine on the Ziggs, right? He was sneakily just kind of staying afloat, keeping his head above water, just doing consistent damage. But I think 5-Minute, right, he needs to step up a little bit more. He was solid on the Yone, but I think that the team fighting, I think AMI, or dog fans rather, just outfought them. So I want to see, again, if we go into the top lane as well, I want to see Decoy fight fire with fire as well, right? He was able to get a little bit of a lead there on the Gnar and be a little bit of an option, right? We identify the importance of potentially some side lanes, but they didn't even let the game get to that point. They just simply out-team fought them, right? And with a composition that had those strengths, not being able to really accentuate them, right? With a Yone, with a Gnar, and push those leads there, right? I give, you know, a little bit of a, you know, shame onto AMI, but it was really dog fans, right? They played the game on their own terms. I felt like the tempo was very much in their favor, kind of the whole game.
Yeah. I think the more I'm watching this, now 2 games in, it really is going to come down to mid jungle support. Who's rolling around the map? Who's able to enable the rest of their team? Because, again, Decoy, Barrack, Nightstar, Baz, all making their presences felt. But I just think it's the playmaking trios, especially when there are these little mispositionings and stuff like that, right? They're the ones that are going to dictate the pace of this series. And so I think all eyes will continue to be there.
Okay, now that we're had our little discussion of dog fans and Apex Mission Impossible, who would you guys announce as your MVP from that last game?
Absolutely trivial. It's Moz. The Taliyah was filthy that last game. The whole team stepped up, but I think Moz really put on the carry pants in this game in a way that I don't know if I've ever seen him do before. This was extremely impressive stuff, following all of the plays very quickly alongside of the team, dishing out tons of damage with the threaded volleys, was able to keep 5-Minute generally down in this game, and especially later on, that Weaver's Wall after the Baron, like that was some of the most big nut stuff I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree with you, right? I mean, look, it wasn't like, it was a pretty insane Taliyah performance. Like, the shoves were there, the walls were there, but just the consistent damage, right? We saw him softening up a couple targets in some late-game team fights as well, making it kind of a 4.5 v5. But just like, again, the rest of the team played well. They played around him. They enabled him as well, right? King Kaluz and Barrack making sure that he was completely untouched in that fight. And you saw in this one, the fight swung back and forth. He had his opportunities. He had his chances, but he just seems really, really comfortable on this champion.
I mean, look at that. Like, just finding so much damage on a 5-Minute right there, allowing for what should not be a dive angle to happen.
Yeah.
Just because he's able to take a chunk. This play was also, I think, snuck under the radar as being impactful. I give Clueless more credit for this one, but regardless, it was a team effort, but Moz was just so monstrous. He does need to continue stepping up because 5-Minute is that young mechanical player meeting a big test right now. I mean, nobody expected, like a Moz at this point in his career, to be a brick wall in this tournament in the last series before qualifying for the NACL, but here we are, and 5-Minute needs to find a way to overcome that.
All right, we're heading straight into draft. Again, this is Dog Fans versus Apex Mission Impossible in a 1-1 series so far, best out of 5. Whoever takes these next 2 wins are going to be qualifying for the NACL, but let's talk about this draft. Tell us a little bit about it, 4y4.
Well, again, we are not going in draft order. We're going in, in draft order. We're going in kind of client order, if you will. But into the Ambessa and Rumble, we go in this one. And finally, we are seeing, I mean, it just still goes to show. And again, this is one of the many great things about Fearless Draft. This could have been a Game 1 draft. These are still some really strong picks, especially in the solo lanes.
It's going to be really interesting, I think, particularly in the bottom lane. I know both of these supports definitely have the assets for a full Fearless Best of 5. Pocus, this man has every champion under the sun. 80 carries are where things get a little bit spicier. Things like Ashe, Ezreal, I don't believe either of these champs have been touched so far in this series, and they can be really strong. I want to talk about what's been locked in here, though. Jarvan, Aurora. We're talking about mid-jungle playmaking. supports potentially having the opportunity to move up to those ones as well. That's a lot of team fight potential in the early to mid stages of the game, getting locked in by Dog, and they pull out the Elise. Look, I don't know if I give Protoss my Elise card. We talked about this at length on the broadcast yesterday, who gets the Elise card, but at the very least, it is a champion saying, I am going to try to get involved.
Yeah, this is such a very interesting draft. I'm not sure how well Tristana and Elise is able to work together, as well as like Ashe and Alistair. So tell me a little bit about this like bot duo drafting here.
I mean, look, like you said, you've got that 100-0 potential in Protoss or in Protoss. I'm gonna keep doing it. Focus on the Alistar. Yeah, I mean, look, Ashe can deal sneaky amounts of damage, right? You've got a ton of damage in this composition for Apex Mission Impossible. But on the other side, right, I think Elise, she's such a controversial champion in that support role, because if she doesn't get going early and into an Ashe Alistar, that could be tricky, right? Especially in this 2v2 now. So then I think the next question becomes, okay, Protoss and King Clueless, right? How can you affect the map otherwise, right? Elise is a jungler, let's not forget, right? So you have the tools, especially early on, before the fact that you are operating on minimal gold, you're on food stamps, becomes an issue, right? So I want to see them be able to get out of lane as well, right? Tristana can keep herself safe, push up a little bit. So it's sort of like the Ziggs in that way, right? Has many of the same things in her kit. A little bit of self-peel, a lot of tower push potential. So looking for Protoss to get on the map and affect things.
I think specifically looking towards the early stages of the game, Tristana Elise is a declaration of war from Dog fans as a response to the Ashe. This is Nightstar and Protoss saying, give me the ball, and they're going to try to poster Baz and Pocus down here. Even if they can't get 2v2 kills necessarily, they need to get unlocked, because Apex Mission Impossible chose red side for this game. And my assumption, looking at the draft, is that it was Hwei R5 into the Aurora, and that is a good matchup for the Hwei in isolation. But you are in a mobile mage against Jarvan, Elise, Tristana, and Aurora. And so Mini needs to be on top of their game, making sure they're not folding to potential pressure coming their way. And if Tristana Elise can bring that pressure mid, I think this game gets difficult for AMI. It is a very early game geared composition for Dog fans. I like what they brought. I think, again, a lot of tools at the table here, but AMI will have that scaling team fight advantage later on if Dog fans isn't able to have it come to fruition.
Yeah, and it sounds amazing, because I remember you guys were talking a little bit about the player identities, and I'm wondering, how do these champions correlate with their identities and themselves as, like, I guess since it's a pro player environment, they're working together as a team. How are they utilizing these champions and able to work together through teamwork to win this next game?
I mean, look, you've got Barrack and Decoy. Barrack is on, a champion that could be a carry, but I think it's a lowercase c carry, right? You're a bruiser, you're a disruptor, and a little bit of an assassin as well with the ultimate. But Decoy, he's got his carry pants on as well. Low Jazz on a carry, though, right? That's going to be a little bit different, a little bit off-piste for him. But I do like Nightstar on the Tristana, man. Like you said, Hawk, it's a declaration of war early, and talk about a champion that can absolutely take over a game. Nightstar's got that in his pocket now. It's not just, okay, in the late game, we're going to hand the baton off to you. Well, obviously, you will do damage there. But in the early game, you've got the tools to get things done as well.
We just got word as well from production on the other side of the bracket. The other best of 5 to qualify for the NACL near airport. Currently up 1-0 on the friendly. Fellas, again, that one being live streamed over on twitch.tv/Titan Esports NA. Get your Twitch multis up. Have both streams going, because this is the pinnacle of Tier 3. 2 teams will be booking their tickets to the NACL today, and then all next weekend, we're going to figure out who that third one will be.
Sounds amazing, Hawk. And before we hop into our game very shortly, I wanted to hear you guys' quick predictions on these teams. Again, it's Dog Fans versus Apex Mission Impossible. What do you guys think of these drafts? Who do you guys think will be taking this win in this next game?
I mean, I'd like to see Dog fans get on, get a dub here because of a performance from Nightstar, right? I think they've got a composition, like you said, that Jarvan Aurora is nasty, so they've definitely got the tools to do it. But AMI's composition is explosive, man.
Yeah. I think I favor Dog fans' composition if they're able to get King Clueless and Protoss involved the same way that they did last game. That UCSD duo needs to try to find plays with the Jarvan Elise. specifically looking in towards the mid lane or bottom. Baz is brave for not taking cleanse, I'll say, because if you get hit by a cocoon or a flag and drag, the other is certain to follow. Do you want to talk a bit about this top lane matchup before we get too deep into things, though? Because Decoy against Barrack, again, things have been very even for them so far throughout this series. We actually saw this matchup on the mainstream yesterday. TF Blade on the Ambessa against Lawrence's Rumble. Generally considered a fairly safe matchup for the Rumble, one that, you know, you can farm up in. You do have all-in potential, especially long trades with the overheat autos, but Ambessa can take over a game, especially if she gets going. So big question to me is if Barrack can do that, because it's what we saw TF Blade accomplish yesterday.
Big thank you to Alan as well for leading us through the first phase of this one. Into the Rift we go. Again, 1-1 in this fearless best of 5. So it's effectively a best of 3 from here on out. The winner qualifies for NACL. Their journey is done. And like we said on the other side, twitch.tv/Titan Esports if you want to see near airport take on the Friendly Fellas. They're up 1-0 in that one. A little bit desynced start time to start off a little bit earlier for because of a rolling start. Our first series went 2-0. You don't need to be bored with the details of it. What will not be boring, I hope, is this bottom lane.
I'm really hoping it's not either. And so is King Clueless, starting pathing down towards that direction. Again, Lojaz choosing to start bottom lane. It's an interesting choice. I understand wanting to influence this top matchup and maybe get Decoy ahead. I just question if that's the right course of action. I suppose we could just do some results-based analysis about it in a few minutes, depending on what does end up transpiring in bottom lane. But at the very least, Dogfans does not know that there's no jungle coverage for their Ashe Alistar at this moment.
Well said, yeah. And what you don't know actually might end up hurting you in this one. As Decoy down just a little bit here. Like you said, it should favor Decoy in kind of these longer trades, taking the Comet as opposed to something like the Conqueror. But Barrack very happy to play the long game and take over in the late game. Taking the Doran Shield, taking the Grasp of the Undying as well. As Protoss immediately. He's out of lane, man.
That's what I like to see. 5 Mini, though, respecting the threat. They know the Elise is missing. Now, Dogfans also knows that Viego is up towards top side. So information gathered. Protoss, there's nothing here. Yeah.
No.
5 Mini, good respect being paid.
Yeah, he went forward for that cannon. Protoss like, look, if not now, then when? And turns out it was never, actually. As Nightstar in a little bit of trouble here. Gets stunned up by Pocus, but he's got the help of King Clueless waiting in the wings. He's double buffed. Protoss coming down as well. Bailed out there on the Tristana.
Yeah, so a good look from Apex Mission Impossible. They're going to try to break the push of this Tristana, right? Punish the Elise going for the extended roam. But Nightstar standing his ground right there, firing back.
Brave.
Yes, invested the barrier, but a fairly even health trade. And again, Viego is still not on the side. Wave slow pushing away from Ashe Alistar. I think they're going to have to call Lojaz down here to try to defuse this situation.
Yeah, he's got to get down there in a hurry. Actually, if the wave stays, because if the wave stays there right now,
Tristana,
it should be
though,
all right,
famously bad at holding freezes.
Well said. Protoss certainly bodyguarding pretty well here, allowing Nightstar to farm in relative peace here, up 10 CS, not for nothing, as this one gets crashed in. Very nicely done. Viego looking for, to alleviate a little bit of pressure here. Doesn't have, Dogfans, they don't have any sort of vision on that Tri-Brush, although he did just walk over a ward there. I think that was put down by Protoss.
Decoy on the top side, also getting up to another CS advantage, so bot and top looking pretty even on opposite sides of the rift, and then otherwise everything staying normal. Now it's Nightstar and Protoss that are sort of forced to overextend. That cannon still being alive, it means that this wave is pushing away from DOF. Might mean, I think a bad recall about to be forced here out of the Dogfans bot lane.
Yeah, very well could be. As, it looks like, this is just a massive wave that's getting ready to crash here. No TP as well. Protoss just going to have to kind of soak all this up, try not to die. TP being popped there by Barrack up to the top side. Nice, actually going to stick around here. Yeah, really good recall for AMI.
Jumping on the minions, making sure you get that AoE. Tower CS against Tristana is all about trying to kill all the minions at the same time, because otherwise, again, the explosive shot is both a blessing and a curse sometimes in the early stages of the game. They're going to be able to get the push out of their own, and again, I think we're just looking at a fairly slow, at least first 6 minutes, both those neutral objectives going to spawn. My expectation is that Dogfans plays more towards those the dragons as opposed to the grubs, but That being said, King Clueless is moving towards the top side, as is Protoss in tow.
Yeah, decoy, or low jazz, I should say. And walk up to that pixel brush, but could find himself in a confrontation as the grubs do spawn.
Pocus is very far away. He's only just now recalling, so this is a timer for dog fans to look for a fight.
Let's see if they can find it here. They look at the Molten Fissure down. Is 5-mini, but has to get out of there, does low jazz, as takes over. Yeah, just taking over from the grub in the grub pit. Just very nicely done there. King Clueless able to get in. No level 6, no problem. And Barrick providing some defense as well. They get the first one, and are going to leash out the next two as low jazz, after blowing the flash, decide that his time here is done.
We didn't really talk about in the draft. Loja is on a carry champion. He's been playing almost exclusively facilitators so far this tournament. On the Viego, though, a bit of a mistake just walking into River, knowing that a support doesn't have first move, and rightfully gets punished. Great claps from Barrick and the rest of Dog. It means it's an uncontested Void Grubs for nothing on the other side.
Yep, Dragon still up. Protoss, I should say, Lycamaz, kind of zoning down there, just seeing what's up. 5-mini will be a little late back, as both TPs down for these mid laners. Pretty even in the mid lane. Decoy maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Flashing forward is Barrick. King Clueless won't even need to invest all his abilities. Hey, might need to if you want to get out of it. There we go. Yeah, holding on to that until the last possible second. King Clueless, first blood.
Yeah, Decoy playing that one right. Protoss gonna try to get away.
Tragic Solero does not land. Poke is able to land the stun there onto Protoss. Bouncing backwards is Nightstar. The exhaust goes down. The support is not long for this world. Another kill traded over on the other side now. And who else but Low Jazz?
Yeah, great one-for-one cross-mapping right there. Low Jazz immediately identifying Newton's Law of League of Legends yet again. We've got a lot of physicists here in Tier 3, and generally you have to be if you're going to get this high. For every action on the map is an equal and opposite reaction. And they're able to find it. I think Decoy, generally playing that topside gank right, held onto the flash as long as possible, thought he might be able to turn it around. Basically, the theory is, if Jarvan ults, you flash out, and then all of a sudden the other guys can't follow you because they're standing inside a circle. Eventually, King Clueless commits it because he knows that the damage alone will just be enough, and to make sure his top laner doesn't die. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think Protoss does a pretty good job of trying to buy space right here. But at the end of the day, just doesn't have quite enough escapes in the kit of the Elise. Great flash follow from Pocus with the E stun to set it up.
And now still no one on this Dragon here, Hawk. I mean,
I'm surprised AMI didn't take it.
Yeah, no, yeah, off that, I guess just didn't, I wasn't looking at the mid lane and how that was going, right? Maybe they were worried about 5-mini, but, or excuse me, they were worried about Lycamaz, because that mid lane has been deadlocked.
It definitely has been. I'm actually really impressed. Again, Moz has stepped up so massively, and we're talking about, you know, CS, sure, it's been deadlocked, but looking at the minimap, it's generally been Moz that's been dictating the push, despite having a range disadvantage into 5-mini's Hui. Remember, this is post-nerf Hui, by the way. This is the one that has been hit pretty hard in that department.
Yeah.
And so, you know, maybe causing problems. Again, man, Decoy is laning 1v1 so well. He pulls the wave to make a push away from Barrick, and he knows he can zone away this Ambessa from the CS. Fantastic stuff from the top laner of AMI.
No advantage taken, kind of at any part of the map. Baz is up 1-0, sure. And King Clueless up 1-0 here, but again, the gold dead even. Both these teams exemplifying that Newton's Law I like to talk about really, really well. And that's been a theme this whole series. Lycamaz, right, we talked about him and just his kind of resurgence here, right? He's been in the scene for so long, from a Harrisburg product, 28 years old. I am almost 28. That feels ancient in esports terms because, well, it kind of is. Decoy's the one that I'm looking at, though, to try to, get ahead in this one, right? We talked about it kind of in the context of the jungle papping here, but 10 minutes in, and Decoy actually has got attention paid onto him.
I will say, 10 minutes into this game, we're not really seeing the amount of pressure I was wanting from dog fans. Specifically, 5-mini has been just farming up 10 CS per minute in the mid lane. I would have liked to have seen more looks that direction. We got the one very early on that was scouted out, and other than that, Dog has just been content to farm it out with AMI. It does favor their opposite number. I will say, these objective fights for about the next 10 minutes are going to say more than the first 10, but Protoss, he's
Protoss,
dead.
Yeah, he is in trouble here. He's got to come down into the waiting arms of Pocus. Just kidding. Too much damage from Nightstar. Just kidding about that. Baz picking up a second kill.
That's a big 2v2 kill right there. You pick the Elise to win the lane. Pocus and Baz pick it up. The Itsy Bitsy Spider must come back down the spout.
Oh, King Clueless over the wall. Blast Cone! Just kidding, not gonna be enough. Grabs the clear with a Heartbreaker. How is LoJazz? Is he gonna live this? He is not, unfortunately, because the Q off is King Clueless. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Barrack and Decoy. They've got the 1v1. It's not going to be honored by King Clueless as he hops up there. Decoy in a little bit of trouble here. Drops the equalizer. Flashes over to safety. He thought public execution comes out. Barrack able to grab it, but the return kill will be picked up by Fimony. And now he might have the good on King Clueless. Able to get the Drowning Fisher down. Pocus and Protoss both joining. Both mid laners admitting they don't want this. Oh, Pocus took a greedy path out. He didn't have the Hex Flash, to be fair. That was his only way out, but actually it all ended up working out.
I'm really interested right now if they can actually do these grubs. We are getting word. I think we're going to have a pause coming up in just a second. It's a very even fight coming through. It's Apex Mission Impossible. They're the ones flexing their muscles in the mid jungle, getting Fimony going just the way we wanted. LoJazz unlucky, honestly, not to live. Becoming Aurora after the passive transformation to hop over the wall, I thought he was out.
Yeah. No, that was a cook right there. Grabbed the right soul there, pops the W. Able to hop into the Spirit Realm almost. But King Clueless picked the right spot, just jabbed his Q there. And it'll pick up the kill. So until we get that pause, Hawk, minute and 30 into this Dragon, I feel like it has been so much, I mean, to me, right? The reason there hasn't been that much kind of control over the Dragon Pit has come down to a lot of that mid lane. Do you think that's unfair, or should that be the case, given that you have Baz, who, okay, he's down 10 CS, but up 2 kills right now?
I mean, at the end of the day, mid lane is the most important role in the game, or at the very least, it's the most important lane in the game when it comes towards map control. I think Baz, despite being 2-0 on the Sash, like, yes, he is going to do a ton of damage, and he's going to be a very important piece of this team, but you need to make sure your Hui can get involved to offer their damage in the team fights as well, right? You need Hui and Ashe standing next to each other behind a big front line. Otherwise, if the fights get separated, that's when stuff like Aurora, Jarvan, Tristana, Elise can just jump all over you.
Yeah, and they have a lot of that that upfront burst. Can just kind of 100-0 you, CC you to death. Protoss goes up, Protoss goes down, Protoss gets locked down. Shit, oh my goodness, LoJazz going forward. He gets eaten up by the Ignite though and gets caught in the ultimate. The Cataclysm will send him to his doom. Bit off a little more Nikachu there.
Protoss is amazing at making himself look appealing because, I mean, that looked like a great commit from AMI, but just barely flashing out of the Heartbreaker, and at that point, that was the point of no return for LoJazz, and a fantastic collapse comes through. It's Dog fans picking up the kill. We're now 4-4 in kills as we are in that pause, and I mean, this game, super close. It was AMI that picked up the feat of Warfare at the very least.
Yeah, then we get another look at this one. Again, LoJazz almost with a gorgeous outplay right there, but may have shown his hand when redistributing that. Actually, maybe that was Fimony. I couldn't actually tell, but point is, yeah, this top lane, Hawk, hasn't gone exactly the way we thought, really. I mean, Decoy, he's just getting bullied up there.
Yeah, well, Decoy's the one doing the bullying, I think. Yeah, he's died a couple times in these fights, but in the individual lane, he's been up CS, the one up control, and that's been the reason King Clueless and co have had to go down towards that direction. So, at the end of the day, I think this game is very close, but remember, it is Dog fans that have the composition that needs to make early mid plays. So being even at this point, it's fine right now. It won't be fine in 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, because if you take that composition into the late game, right, especially with the lead that Baz has gotten, like you said, he's just going to print damage on the Ashe. That comp is going to play itself a little bit more, scale just a little bit better, and they can just kind of run at you and overwhelm you. The composition for Dog fans, it's not as good at playing backwards, to put it lightly, right? When you've got Jarvan, Tristana, at least, right? You forward, mash, CC, 100-0, and lock you up.
4-4, I believe we call this a balls to the wall composition.
That's a technical term for those who
yeah,
listening
technical
at home,
term.
by the way.
I think Cubby also has thrown out full court press, which this is not quite a full court press comp though, because they don't need to just win every lane. It's more about the team fights. Full court press is kind of like, yeah, but I don't know. This and that, it kind of like runs in the same circles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree, but. Look, but again, for the third straight game, we have gotten, I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better out of this semifinal, right? Especially because these are two teams that no one expected to be here and had different draws, right? Different paths to this point, but both proving that they are, yes, you know, playing good League of Legends, right? I think that's the other thing, right? It hasn't been even game in terms of just like, oh, here's one throw kind of after another. There have been misplays towards a late game that get magnified because they're more consequential. But in the early and mid games, Hawk, we've gotten really good League of Legends between these two teams.
I definitely agree. A lot of moments for people to outplay. Again, like Protoss, this is just great bait right here. It looks like he's in thing, but Lojaz, no flash. You just can't commit that far forward unless you are certain that you'll come up with that kill, and ends up looking like a bit of a donkey for it. And that's a, you know, a tough scene, but that's what happens. And so I love seeing this kind of League of Legends from these teams. I do agree. I think at the end of the day, they're scrappy, right?
Yep.
They are going to fight one another, and they're going to make mistakes, but that's what Tier 3 is all about, right? It's about who comes out on top at the end. And right now, we don't know who that's going to be because this series tied up at 1-1, and it's very even in this third game.
Yep, like the first two games. The early and mid games have been dead even for both of these sides. And Hawk, I mean, just great stories, right, for both of these squads, right? A group of collegiate misfits from UCSD, UCI, Harrisburg as well, a lot of CELO representation. But then also, I mean, the pride of Canada, this Apex Mission Impossible roster, right, playing for the long run, right, not playing, you know, to promote. It's not to say that that wasn't a goal of theirs, but that was sort of a happy, you know, happy extension of the hard work. And I think if you talk to anyone on AMI, that's what they would tell you, right? Like, if we get promoted, it'll be because we did everything right. But that's not like, we're not trying to promote. We're trying to do all these things. And if we do all of them, then sure, we've got a shot.
And you know as well that these AMI players, I mean, talking to Pocus, he feels like they are ready. This was in their future, as that is a great arrow and buffer.
Yeah, then Protoss trying to body block just a little bit here. Actually able to get the cocoon down, but Decoy just rips right through Nightstar. Kill going over to Lojaz, and now they've got the turn on to Protoss. AMI picking up one, probably two huge kills here in this mid game. They should be secure onto the Dragon.
Really nice deep TP. That's a fantastic setup by Apex Mission Impossible. They're not even going to lose too much for it. Sure, some topside jungle camps and a wave in that top lane, but that's going to be about it. Maybe with 6 grubs, they can pick up the tower, but 2 kills and a dragon feels fantastic for Apex Mission Impossible to bring this game pretty close to even.
I'm going to sneeze really soon here. Nope, never mind. I fought it off. Top lane tier 1 does go down. Looks like it's going to be traded on the other side as well. Eventually, here by Baz. Yeah, as Nightstar and Protoss, they're going into the mid lane here, and they've got cover from the Viego here. Let's get another look at this one.
Yeah, it's just a great ward behind AMI. They have been planning this all along, knowing they wanted to go towards the dragon and calling Decoy down. Again, it does mean they lost that top lane tier 1 though, and it's still a positive play for them. But that top lane tier 1 was feats of strength, and with 6 grubs, a tier 2, that is shocking.
Well, 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 look at Dog fans. Absolutely getting something for their troubles. Ahead by 1,500 gold here. Maybe looking at... No, they don't have anything. I thought it was minions, and it was just grubs and spiders, and like they don't have a wave crashing in here. This would be a weird place for it to crash from. Baz should be fine here. Yeah, not in too much trouble. But how about, yeah, Dog fans getting that tier 1 and that tier 2, absolutely getting the most out of it, using all 6 of their void grubs to great effect.
Yeah, the delayed cross map ended up being massive. I think Baz stayed an extra wave in bottom to pick up that bot lane tier 1, but that meant Dog fans knew they had a numbers advantage topside, so they could stay for the tier 2. Ends up being a kill and a dragon, essentially traded for the tier 2, as well as tier 1s on opposite sides. Herald on the map, Dog fans with full control of the area, but needing to reset and spend that gold. Looking like 2 items about to come through for some people, at least King Clueless has his.
100% KP on King Clueless. He's been a monster in this early game. Yeah, got that Thunder Sky as well as a Black Cleaver, and kind of he's up quite a bit of CS there over Lojaz. He should be able to spend some of his gold. Right, he'll come back with like an item and a half here. Baron, you know, or Dragon not going to be up for another 3 minutes. It is that Rift Herald. That's that next neutral objective. But, oh, 5, and he needs some trouble here. Has to blow the flash. King Clueless, man. What a game here early on this Jarvan. TP coming in there onto the Demacian standard as Lycamaz trying to get something else out of this as Pocus. He's got to be careful here. Takes the exit with the Blast Cone. Lojaz hovering around. They won't get much for it, but he's going to get his jungle eaten alive and just expand this gap, Hawk, that King Clueless has over Lojaz.
And I love this from Dog fans. You got 6 grubs. Screw grouping up and fighting for objectives. shove the waves all the way into your opposition and take turrets. Bottom lane tier 1 now secured off of the power play, and Decoy does not have the same kind of pushing power to trade it back up top. This tower will live with Lycamaz on the way, and it, as you say, is just Dog fans continuing to extend their control over this game.
Up 2,000 gold despite being down to 2 kills. Does not tell the full story at all. Baz dumping everything in a Nightstar, but holding his own. No flash, no cleanse blown either. Not that he really had a choice. He was stunned up. King Clueless able to EQ out of trouble here. Yeah, and nobody going for that Rift Herald here, right? I mean, you're going for a scrap potentially, but like you said, Dog fans, I think, executing what their composition can do right now very, very well, right? You push up, and if someone missteps between Jarvan and Lycamaz and the Ambessa, you can kind of just 100 to 0 somebody here.
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, you can see the chunk taken out of Nightstar, who walked just a little bit too far forward right there. Baz a little trigger happy on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but I would rather have my Ashe have that problem than
100%.
the opposite, as this is definitely a fight around this Herald. Maz, no W.
Maz no W, able to hop, skip, and jump. He's just dancing in the equalizer, just eating all that damage. King Clueless will get the kill there onto his opposite number. And how about Dog fans taking further control of this one? But AMI fighting back. The health bar so low. Decoy able to flash forward, not get the Electro Harpoon. And finally able to get the necessary damage with the help of 5 as well. AMI get one back as Dog fans get 2.
I was questioning how Dog fans was going to win that fight. 2 for 0. Finally, they're able to take down Nightstar, but all the while, King Clueless, 3-0-2. Nobody thought this guy would be on the potential NACL block, and he is stepping up so massively. Jungler for Dog fans. This is incredible. Takes the Rift Herald while his AD carry gets killed. And ultimately, it's another one engagement. 3K gold now is the lead with a Herald in their pocket. We can get another look at this fight. You mentioned it. Maz is the target, and he's just taking so much damage standing on the equalizer, but it's really the right side of the fight that I'm more interested in. Nightstar commits fearlessly onto Baz with Protoss and Barrack, and somehow nobody dies until now. But at this point, it took too long. Protoss is yet again able to flash away, and King Clueless secures the objective. Now they're first to the dragon, and we're gonna have another fight.
I hope so. Man, oh man, just eating the equalizer there as Nightstar able to buffer the rocket jump, but not quickly enough. Pokus running him down will get the kill. Protoss next on the menu. AMI, they catch Dog fans with their pants down. In the between two worlds, it's not going to do much. Lycamaz is able to get out of dodge, able to get Baz, but at what cost? Shutdown comes in for Decoy.
All right, AMI able to quickly consolidate. Great arrow from Baz to find their opposite number on the mid-wave. Nightstar thought they had the space to create, but not quite. Now Maz is trying to buy time for the team to respawn. Maybe he can deny the dragon from going down. AMI still hasn't started it.
Yeah, and 5 able to get the slowdown. The shutdown comes in for Low Jazz. Now over to the dragon they go. AMI should be able to get this one done. You got the smite, you got some damage, but potential steal could come in out of Protoss and Nightstar. I don't think they're going to contest this, though.
They're pretty low. The game can get goofy if Dog fans want it to. Nah, okay. I don't think it's going to. I think Low Jazz has this. They should be able to walk out bottom. Maybe trade for a mid lane tier 1 on the counterpunch here for Dog fans. So we can get another look. It's just a great arrow. Nightstar too far forward. Again, I'm not impressed with Nightstar in this series, which is just such a different tune to what it was the rest of the tournament. Right now, it's all about this mid-jungle. Maz and King Clueless try to turn it around, but ultimately, without their Tristana alive, the fight's just not winnable. King Clueless ends up giving over their shutdown.
That's a shame. I mean, this game feels like it's kind of falling apart a little bit, and again, Nightstar, he'd been so solid. I mean, so much more than solid. He'd been incredible. I mean, just light years ahead. I mean, the carry performances that he was putting on, double-digit kills in so many games coming into this series, and hasn't had the series that he has wanted. AMI still down 2,000 gold, but they get a little bit back here. And like you said, Hawk, it really has come down to the mid-jungles for both of these teams. Barrack in a little bit of trouble here. Decoy will get down, but completely clears the screen there with the public execution. King Clueless comes in to help and just bails out immediately here. Yep, no one there.
I mean, Barrick and King Clueless, I was worried Clueless would die as well.
Yeah.
But the team just wasn't there. Barrick ends up dying in a pick. There is no trade whatsoever. And I agree. It feels like the wheels falling off a little bit for Dog fans. And this was supposed to be the point in the game where they get their game-winning advantage. Instead, it's just AMI closing the gold gap to barely 1,000.
Well, they got so much damage, right, Hawk? I mean, it just feels like a lot more has to go right for Dog fans in this one as King Clueless just locks Pocus into the Cataclysm. But that is one thing this composition does have. They have pick potential.
They definitely do. Pocus, no flash, just a bit far ahead of the team. And the Herald, surely this means this mid lane tier 1 goes down.
Yeah.
Dog fans, they've been struggling to take mid tier 1s this series.
Yeah, I don't know, man. No wave. Yeah, so not yet. I think eventually it will go down, but maybe not right now.
I mean, assist ping's coming out. AMI wants to defend this. They don't have Pocus, though.
They don't have Pocus able to buffer the rocket jump there after the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Gonna get a little bit slowed there. Like a Maw, the Between Two Worlds goes down. The Crushing Maw doesn't necessary there as Decoy fires off the Equalizer. Protoss just gets squashed. Decoy with another kill as 2 go over to AMI. They've got sights set on the Otacon.
Yeah, they should be able to take it, unless they don't want to. Maybe mid-tier 1 in their sights instead.
I think that's the play.
Yeah, it is a safer option, and getting mid-tier 1 definitely going to help out in the later stages, fighting for neutral objectives again. That's what AMI likes to do. Really great 2 kills in mid, though. Maybe more.
Maybe more. Pocus and King Clueless just kind of trading CC blows back and forth. Barrick gonna join the party here, coming from the bot lane into the mid lane. Meanwhile, 5 in the side lane, Decoy in the side lane, in the bottom side of the map. Get another look at this.
Baz is money on these arrows, but I'm gonna be honest, this feels like a very weird overreaction to like it's rocket jump and then between worlds also use Maw's no flash. He just dies. I don't really understand that ultimate from him. I mean, I know he's trying to buffer it with the arrow, thinking he would hit him, but yeah, that's just a huge pick that goes down. Then Protoss is just too far ahead of the team after the fact, so it ends up being 2. Ultimately, AMI doesn't get anything for it, though, so Dog fans is still fine. Like, it's relatively unpunished.
Yeah, no, not the worst thing in the world. I mean, they built themselves a little bit of a lead, right? Still about 1,000, still very much up in terms of towers, in terms of grubs, and they're only down 1 dragon.
I gotta say, though, look at Decoy and Low Jazz. We said Low Jazz now on a carry. This was not something he's been playing most of the tournament.
No.
And having a great game, 5, 3, and 4. It was a bit of a slower start, but otherwise has been spectacular. And then you've been talking about this Rumble a lot up in the top lane. Decoy, 6, 2, and 2. He's definitely doing the most damage on his team.
He's monstrous right now. Baron does spawn here at the 25-minute mark. No, he's absolutely huge. I mean, 11 of the 14 kills. And keep in mind, the first 2 kills went to Baz, and then 12 of the next, or 11 of the next 14, or the next 12, have gone over to that top jungle. Finally, a quiet little 0-0-9 game for him, but the space that Hui can create is absolutely massive. I think Fimony has been doing that here. Hold up a second, Pocus in a little bit of trouble here. This is just kind of what he does. Decoy pops a flame spitter. King Clueless going in there. Bear trying to get in, pops a stopwatch. Jennifer Solero comes down. King Clueless gets 100 to 0, and I think he's going down here, Hawk. Between Two Worlds, pop. Fimony try to find a way into this one. Gets some decent damage down into that hot pot combo. Low Jazz doesn't need the soul. He'll take it on the other side. 2 kills. The mid jungle is down. On to Baron they go.
Yeah, that's going to be a Baron for AMI. Really nicely fought. Decoy, he was the target, but he is safe. He's got the Zhonya's Apex Mission Impossible. They are very much taking control of this third game. They want to go to a match point with Tier 2 in their sights.
They're certainly, I mean, this feels like it's the earliest that we've had a game kind of, you know, break open a little bit, right? Usually it's around kind of 30 minutes that these teams will, you know, wait until they kind of extend their lead. And even then, right, this feels like it's one of the earlier Baron takes that we've got. But look, it's still only 1,500 gold lead, right? And it's still a neutral Baron power play. You get 1,500 just for taking the dang thing. Congratulations. Now what can you do with it? And it starts off again, Hawk, with Pocus making himself look good.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a great Zhonya's bait from Decoy. I think more than anything, able to survive inside the Cataclysm. And if this composition for the side of Dog fans doesn't one-shot somebody, it doesn't work, right? You need to remove that member with your copious amounts of engage. Rumble survives. That's the strongest member, by the way, and a champion that can get a lot of value by dropping ultimate before they go to the Zhonya's. AMI runs away with the team fight. They're only up 2k gold at this point, but there's a lot of towers on the map for them to pick up.
Check Crystal Arrow again, lands a mid-rocket jump, lands onto a mid-rocket jumping Night Star. They get a lot done with this Baron onto Otacon. Just sneakily, they have absolutely no idea, or if they do, they don't really care about it. And I suppose fair enough. You've got other priorities on the map. Onto the dragon they go. Huh? Okay,
like,
fair enough,
I guess if
Dogman.
the call is that you're never defending your mid towers anyway, it's fine. I will say I don't like what AMI is doing by immediately going for this Drake. Maybe trying to get the next one to spawn sooner, but I would much rather see them just play on their mid and bot waves and try to crack open the base to maybe punish more. Regardless, that's not what happens. They do get the dragon and 2 towers in trade for the Otacon, and they could still be reasonably happy about that.
Yeah, look, it's no, absolutely fine. Barrick, trying to think things out in the bottom lane. Hawk, now I mean, it feels like, just like you said, we talked about it with this composition. You've got a lot of kind of 100 to 0 potential really quick, right? Like you said, a lot in the CC, a lot of engage. But AMI, they just seem to be team fighting that little bit better. And to be fair, their composition lends itself to that, right? Their carries are playing extremely well. And we got to highlight Low Jazz again, man, right? Like you said, this is not how he wins games. Decoy, he's got, okay, a couple picks in his pocket, right? He's got a J, stuff like that. But Low Jazz, it has been Sejuani, Vi, Maokai, Wukong, things like that. And he's playing out of his mind here on this Viego right now. Baz quietly having a really good game as well. But that top jungle has been immense for AMI.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as targets to one-shot, Decoy and Many, both of them very intelligent building. Zonya's second on this way. That's not something you see a lot, but knowing as long as he doesn't get one shot, they're going to win team fights. Baz is really the only target on this cleanseless Ashe. But even then, I think Baz has positioned so immaculately this series, really avoided being an engaged target in any of these games, and I cannot give this player enough credit for how consistent they have been through 3 games.
Yeah, just really kind of quiet, right? But in a good way, right? You're not noticing any sort of mispositions. You're not noticing him getting picked off on the Caitlyn, and then it was the Ziggs, and then it was the Ashe, right? 2 very long-range champions, and then now someone a little bit shorter range. But I think, Hawk, correct me if I'm wrong here, this is kind of a pet theory I have, I think the space he's creating comes down to the Enchanted Crystal Arrows and how he's kicking things off, right? And then just everything comes out on top of that, right? With Hui and Decoy coming, Hui in the Rumble, just dumping damage up over the top of it. The fact that he has been kind of trigger happy with these Enchanted Crystal Arrows, I think has created him all the space that he needs.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Look, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott, Ben Hawkins, and now Baz B as well. Maybe he quoted that one at some point. And I think the game now, AMI content to slow things down. They've taken all of the standing gold outside of the enemy base. They went from being 2K down to now 4K in the lead. It's not an insurmountable advantage by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a very comfortable one, especially with the team fight-oriented composition that they have. And talking about 5-Mini, building that Zonya's, Enrique, I said, last game was a bit of a whiff from him. How does he bounce back? How does the rookie get themselves back involved? And it's been a very quiet game on the way, 0-9 as you called it out, but sometimes that's all the team needs, not folding to the pressure.
No, especially when you've got 2 very snowbally champions in the Rumble and the Viego doing exactly that. They are rolling down this mountain. Interesting positioning here. As King Clueless gonna eat the Enchanted Crystal Arrow here as Low Jazz gets a lot of free damage onto him. Baz, take a bow, my friend.
Yeah, it's a nice arrow. I think Clueless was probably dead anyway. I'm not sure what Dog Fans was trying to do. They don't have push in mid. I mean, well, they do now. They didn't when the play started. So why are they that far up in bottom? Great play by AMI to punish.
No, very nicely done.
Nightstar's catching mid-wave at his dead tier 1. That's a low catch. You just can't be here. I don't understand this.
Yeah, no. I mean, it wasn't like the Dragon's going to be up immediately. I understand trying to get, a little bit of deep vision, right, to combat things, because it is Soul at the end of the day, right, in a minute and change. But that was a little too far forward. But if you're going to go that far forward, you need a buddy with you to be able to do this. Nightstar, I'm looking at him, right, as the AD carries try to clear out these mid waves and try to set themselves up for success in what could be a really pivotal fight here, Hawk. First Soul in about a minute here. And actually...
I think this is going to be the final fight, right? AMI, they've been winning the team fights thus far. They've proven that Dog Fans, with anything short of a immaculate engage, are probably just going to fall. And if Infernal Soul goes over, I think it's definitely lights out. So with control over the river, AMI, we talked about it at length in the first couple games of this series. This is what they excel at. They're going to just try and box Dogs Fans out of the river.
Cocoon lands onto Barrick, and the equalizer goes down, and Chanter Cristalero as well. Hang on a second, is this the game-winning pick? Maybe not, but Pocus able to get forward, gets the pulverize off. They get Barrick's flash, but he is level 18. He'll be back with the TP pretty soon.
Yeah, so they get the flash out of Barrick, but that is 2 big ultimates burned ahead of the fight. That might be what Dog Fans needs to get on in. Again, Immaculate Engage, though, needs to be the look. King, Clueless, and Protoss, what can they find?
Well, they might have found Pocus here. It might be enough. Pops the ultimate to keep himself alive there. There goes the Cataclysm. Up and down goes Low Jab. Hang on a second here. That was the play that Nightstar needed. That was the play that Dog Fans needed. They hold off the Soulhawk.
That was literally it. That was the play. It was Low Jazz. He got caught with his flash up and dies. Chain CC was immaculate. Soul denied. It's not enough to win Dog Fans the game, but they do stay alive.
They stay alive in a big way. Now the 2 worlds popped. Decoy has to burn his flash little by little, getting these advantages, Hawk. Still a long respawn timer on the jungler. Do they dare try the Baron?
Now, this is aggressive. In my flex games, we call this running it down Baron, because we know the game's lost if we don't get it. 4 versus 5. Low Jazz will not be alive.
That is so much damage. Low Jazz isn't going to get back here. Baz able to grab the kill number 1 here, but the Baron taken there by King Clueless, and they know that that was all they could really hope for realistically. Pocus taken low. Barrick will be the sacrificial lamb. They walk away with 4 members, I should say 3 members, will be wearing purple. Barrick, how much time can he waste? Hawk, what a turn of events here.
And 4x4, this game is about to get goofy because we have 2 members sacrificed for a Baron pickup. Nightstar trying to 1v1 low. Baz, he got him!
Holy moly, that is so much damage.
No
Nightstar.
jump, no jump.
No jump, he used it to commit forward, but he does have the Buster shot.
Oh my God,
Just
Nightstar!
Unstoppable, my goodness. Nightstar kind of playing his little behind off. Fimini doesn't hit this target there, but Low Jazz is, well, low. Able to get out with the Hallowed Miss. King Clueless. He's going forward with the Cataclysm. Oh my goodness. Lycabos is white there behind him. Able to get the kill there onto Low Jazz. He timed it perfectly. Never mind. He's a Savant Hawk. Nightstar waiting in tow. The damage is enough from Fimini. Able to get the kill onto Pocus as Lycabos. Decoy is low. Lycabos dips into the Spirit Realm. Able to get out so far. There goes the Equalizer. That should be enough with the Comet. Decoy picks it back up. It's a 3-for-3. A bloodbath in the jungle.
Oh my goodness, I told you this game was gonna get goofy. This is what Tier 3 is all about, with everything on the line. It's Dog Fans and Apex Mission Impossible just throwing blow after blow at each other. Nightstar, he's woken up in this series. 1 versus 3 essentially, finds a solo onto Baz. Before it all, Baron secured at the cost of their top laner and support. But as things break down, I'm assuming Apex just gets a little lazy with their resets. Baz, alone in the river, did not participate in the chase onto the Zambessa, and Nightstar just decides, I'm going to get this kill. Jumps forward, think he didn't have the secure. So now Rocket jumpless. Here comes Low Jazz. He loses this 1v1 because it's a level 17 Tristana with lethal tempo. Great flash out of the Heartbreaker and away from the teleport of Fimini. And then King Clueless decides to send it because he's got the teleport from his own mid laner. Big engage, Cataclysm between worlds combo onto 3 members, but they only actually kill Low Jazz. Decoy with the Zonia stays alive. Pocus with the Unbreakable Will stays alive for a while, and then Maz eventually dies. It's like an extended 6-for-4, I think, or something.
Sure, we'll go with that, yeah.
Yeah, and now the bottom line is only Nightstar has Baron. That doesn't matter because we're like already almost to a Soul Dragon in a minute and a half.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the pace of this game has picked up in a big, big way. Look, AMI still about 1,000 gold up, and at this stage in the game, that starts to mean less and less and less. Anti-heal has been built up here by Baz to deal with Barrick, right? You get that passive healing. I mean, level 18, that is a whole lot of healing, actually, just from the ult passive, that armor pen as well. Can she get in to get, can the Ambessa get to Baz? We talked about that being kind of the only target in that back line. But Nightstar, man, what an interesting little subplot here, right? We'd been speaking, a little critically and a little kind of, bummed out that Nightstar hadn't had the game that we know is in his pocket. 2.5 games into this one. He might have a shot here, Hawk. I mean, and what a fitting end to it would be if Dog Fans on the ropes the whole game, AMI in control from kind of the 20-minute mark on, if it was Nightstar on a pop-off champion like the Tristana that was able to lock it up for them. Pocus has to pop the Unbreakable Will. That is big.
Nightstar level 18 on the Tristana, nearly full build. Don't disrespect Tristana scaling either. With that draw bead, the extra range can be huge. As King Clueless found 5 mini.
King Clueless did find 5 mini, but it takes Nightstar out of the fight. King Clueless is so low. Decoy buying some time with the stopwatch. And Bessa in the back line. Barrett gets in and gets right the heck back out. Big ol' shield. Protoss is taken out as well. Nightstar wisely doesn't commit forward. He knows that all his front line is down. He's just got to get back, though. No, center off of the wave. Focus. Oh, my goodness. As the Buster shot committed as well. So that's not going to be able for the next fight. Barrett out of nowhere. 2 go down as Pocus and Low Jazz meet their ends at the worst possible time. The dragon's about to come up.
Pocus choked it. He went for the taxi Q flash on a Tristana, but he bungled it. Fumbled the bag at the finish line. Nightstar was able to sidestep it because the timing wasn't there from the veteran support. We can get another look at the extended fight. They go on the 5 mini, but this illustrates the AoE damage that AMI's composition still puts out. Vastly superior to the Dog fans, winning out the fight quite easily. But from here, I have never seen this. Pocus sees the game, goes taxi Q flash, but he queued too quickly. Didn't flash. Nightstar's fine. Dies to the explosive shot. I don't know what Low Jazz is doing. All of a sudden, 2 members are dead. Now the soul is denied yet again. We're going to go to a 7th dragon, and Nightstar's like full build. This is unbelievable. How is this game even?
It is. It is. That's how. Exactly even gold. Not for nothing. Also, I mean, 69-8 to 69-7. 6 towers to 4, right? 1 Baron apiece, 3 dragons apiece, 1 Otacon. I mean, this is... And all the games have been like this, Hawk.
Yes.
We're 3 games into this one.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul. Buckle
we
up,
are.
gang, because this is definitely going to be one for the ages. 1 more fight at least before even Game 3 is decided, and we have at least another one coming back up. Nightstar is officially full build, not basically full build at this point, and AMI wisely saying, hey guys, let's just stand together as 5 people and not fumble the bag like we just did.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for him. On to the Baron, go Nightstar
Bold
and
strategies.
King
Let's talk
Clueless.
about this.
Yeah, well, they are just
They
ripping
haven't, by the way.
right
That's
through
gone.
this. Yeah,
It's
no,
gone.
this is absolutely curtains. Very nicely done. Immediately taking that call. The Scuttle Crab, they had mid control as well, right? But finally, by the time that mid wave got pushed down, where'd the Baron go? Whoopsie, I can't find it. It's in the packet of Dog fans, and now they've got an opportunity to really wrest control of this one in their favor.
I mean, this is a late game Tristana. It took 2.5 games, literally half of the possible amount of the series, for Nightstar to come alive, but this is what we've come to expect from this player. Fantastic rip on the Baron, as you say. And that one fight to decide the game, yet to arrive. It'll be Dog fans with map control leading into this dragon, but the Baron itself will expire before that objective spawns. I'm sure Dog would just love to decide the game beforehand.
Oh my goodness, Pocus able to bump him out of the Cataclysm, but eating a ton of damage. The Unbreakable
the
Will
ult.
Pop kept him alive. Yeah, exactly. All of that through the ultimate, which, little quick math, if he didn't pop the ultimate, he would have died there. So that's not going to be available there should they want to re-engage with the Headbutt Pulverize. You need that if you're the Alistar, but no objective to fight over just yet. It's just about maintaining the battle lines. And like you said, Hawk, which they didn't do too great right there, just don't screw it up. Don't go too far forward if you're AMI. You team fight so well. You have so much effing damage in this composition. 5 and he's on a death cap for crying out loud. If they can fight and he's got a Void Staff, that could change the timbre of this fight, man.
I'm actually curious what he's building with the needlessly large rod and a blinding jewel, but we'll find out. It might not matter. I mean, at this point, like, look, items are one thing, but execution is everything.
Yes.
And right now, it's Dog fans not allowing Engage to come through as they push down both the tier 2s. Here's the pick onto Like a Moz.
They get 2 kills, and like
got him.
meets a bitter end. Decoy gonna buy some time with the Zanyas. King Clueless will do absolutely nothing. He just gets roasted alive by Decoy. 2 kills for him. Double-digit kills for the AMI top laner. Jungler down, arrow not going to land. No objective to be taken, so Pocus just looking to get something here. Low Jazz going through the Harrow Mist. Protoss will back off.
So ultimately, these kills don't matter. It delays the Baron push, but they'll be. Oh no, Nightstar!
Oh my goodness, Nightstar going forward. Here comes the TP.
Did he get a reset?
Yeah, he didn't get a reset, so he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's got the flash, he's got the barrier though, trying to thin out the wave just a little bit. But everybody has been called in to try to get him. Protoss goes down. He was trying to be a hero there, man. Nightstar. Oh no, my brother in Christ. What are we doing? He's trying to get both pockets off him. He's got the unbreakable will back. Flashes forward. Goes forward with the headbutt. Pulverize. Almost made an incredible play. But the shutdown comes through on a decoy. He is hitting his stride in a big way. Talk about full build, Hawk. 4 for 0 for AMI.
Redemption for the AMI support as well, able to catch Nightstar on the jump. This is the start of the play. A great pick comes out as Moz just gets destroyed. You talked just before about a lot of damage. King Clueless dies too. From here, though, it's fine. We're all going to spawn before the dragon. All it does is delay the Baron push. Nightstar again decides to try to go hero ball, though, and now he's down his flash, and he's not going to spawn until a second after the dragon. That will be long gone before the AD carry of Dog Fans is back up. They have forfeited this Dragon Soul almost certainly, and that is a massive mistake.
Is so huge. I mean, this Infernal Soul could be what tips you over the edge, right? In 2 competitions with a ton of damage, 1 more auto could be the difference, right? 1 less auto that Nightstar has to dump into somebody could be the difference here. Decoy, though, man. What a game for him. Protoss, try to get something down here. Yeah, no, there's nothing he can do. Absolutely not. Infernal Soul does go over to the side of AMI in this game 3. We've got 1 more ahead of us. And if it's anything like this one, it's going to be a slapper, potentially a game 5 as well. Gold's still dead even. The map state just been kind of ping-ponging back and forth. It's just going to come down to a team fight around some objective or someone stepping too far forward. Both these teams so evenly balanced, Hawk.
And at the end of the day, look, if you don't like you don't like Dog Fans League of Legends, because they live and they die by their heroics. It's how they got this far, but I mean, it's definitely put them in a very precarious situation. Infernal Soul on this AMI composition, they are going to explode. I mean, nothing short of miracles will save Dog Fans at this point, but we've already seen a couple of miracles. This game should have been over 15 minutes ago. Yeah. Apex has struggled to close games in the past. I've mentioned their mid-game is where they really thrive. Late game, things can get a little suspect. We've definitely seen that on display. So, I mean, the door is always open at this level of play for those that choose to seize it, but it's very difficult to do so.
Baz got the GA now, as well as Nightstar, to be fair. But yeah, everybody's on 100% items here. Oh, Enchantress Valero finds it! Oh my goodness, that's a huge pick onto Decoy. As Lycomos just taking his talents into the side lane. Barrick now joining him, looking for a collapse maybe here. With Decoy down for a minute.
He's dead for Baron.
Yeah, I was going to say,
that's another Baron. Dog Fans has secured themselves much the same as the Soul for AMI. A pick over a minute before the Baron spawns ends up securing it for them. I mean, do they just one-shot him? He's got a Zhonya's knock up into Zhonya's, but the rest of AMI was too far away. Moz does so much damage. 1,000 gold shutdown and a great TP from Barrick as well to dissuade a counter collapse from AMI.
And that's death cap for him. Yeah, he had the LDR and that 1,000 gold shutdown just put him onto death cap. I mean, if he stays alive, oh my goodness. Watch out. He just so that build is disgusting.
It's a very high damage build. Shadow Flame. There's one defensive item in there. Yeah. Not a whole lot of utility other than that. Whoa!
Oh my goodness, 580. Holy moly. Almost a catastrophic mistake there. Does commit flash there from Lycomos and 5-mini. Still holding on to his. It's just too much. With the Tristana in the late game, you got to respect the scaling, Hawk. I think it was you that said that.
Yeah, I mean, that damage to Baron is absurd. I think if 5-mini died, the game was over. So it's huge that he lived. Moz did not commit the ulti, and good poise from the rookie to hold the flash, but I like the look regardless for Moz flashing in, trying to find it, but it doesn't quite work. Now he's down that summoner. Here's the siege.
Oh, Nightstar caught out! He gets lit up into the GA. He goes. Protoss taken out of the fight. Big explosive shot. Lands her on a decoy, but now AMI punch back. 5-mini was alive, and what a difference it made. Now Lojaz going forward in the body of the Tristana. Has a ton of damage. 2 shots onto King Clueless. Takes out 1,000 HP. Baz trying to thin out this wave. Lojaz going forward here. He's got the defensive durability. Should be able to go forward. Doesn't land the stun there. And AMI, they punch back.
Nightstar's still dead for 45 seconds. I don't think they can end. They have no waves
No.
anywhere, so it's just going to be another delay. They've stopped the Baron push, but that's it. Dog is going to respawn before Elder Dragon, after 7 Elemental Drakes got claimed at nearly 50 minutes into the game. We can see the fight. It was Nightstar in the front line who got caught. Guardian Angel as well getting procced. Honestly, that's probably the biggest story to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And now the GA advantage goes over to Baz. Now, I think Baz maybe needs a little less.
Hang on a
whoa,
second
what?
here. Just too far forward. King Clueless gets lit up, went too far forward, and goes down. Didn't have the Cataclysm up, and boy, did they punish him for it. No Nightstar as well in that fight. They got what they came for. Can't really retreat onto Elder. The health bars are low here, but they're able to break open the base and get that inhibitor.
Did King Clueless try to defend the inhibitor? Just give it, man. I mean, it's still, like, none of this matters, because we're going to have a 5v5 in a minute and a half. And that's surely going to decide this game. I will say, in a best of 5 like this, with games going 50 minutes, you have to start talking about fatigue for these players. Staying locked in for this amount of time is exceptionally difficult. And, I mean, this is going to be a grueling one right now. It's Dog fans making the mistakes for the last couple of minutes, but we've seen AMI make their own fair share as they're trying to set up in the river with no jungler.
With no jungler, and it might be a massive problem.
Massive stun. Lycamaw is going to buy some time with the Zanyas, but he will go down. Decoy with yet another kill here.
Now they've got a little bit of control over Baron, but the health bars are low. They should be back just in time, Hawk.
I just don't understand. Now Moz is dead for Elder. They have to give the Elder Baron out of the map for 3 minutes at least. Dog fans, I forgot they even still had it. So you might be able to clear out the waves in your base, but AMI has shown they're willing to dive the turrets already. Like, I just don't get it. They're giving away pick after pick after pick, and these are the ones that lose you the objectives. It's not the King Clueless death.
No. No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This has been quite the end of this game, Hawk. It feels like this game should have been over like 20 minutes ago. I mean, we are at a 50-minute game, but it's just these little mistakes that just get so amplified in the late game, and neither team has had a real foothold in this one and hasn't been able to put this one away. But now this Elder fight, I think this is it, Hawk. I think this is it.
I mean, Moz is dead for 5. He does have teleport. Maybe they can try to find something on the back end of it. Again, an Immaculate Engage. Here comes that TP. The Elder's going to be gone, though.
Yeah. No, you're going to be fighting at a disadvantage unless...
Oh my God, he stole it! Holy moly! King Clueless got his team, the Elder, and not a moment too soon. He goes down, but Lycamaw is huge. He's able to pop Baz's GA. Now the decoy ultimate goes down. Not enough. Doesn't find Moz. He's trying to find a way back into this one. Protoss is low. They can't fight Hawk. They can't get their way into it. They can't use the Elder Dragon. Protoss burning and chair down here. Low Jazz finally will get the kill. Trade it back and forth. A 3-for-1 for AMI after they lose the Elder Dragon.
But here comes the push. Look at this. Dog fans, they want to go on to 5 mini.
Oh, Barrett going for it. That's a lot of damage. Couple autos will do
So
it.
good.
Poke's trying to buy a little bit of time here.
And the Blast Cone is able to keep 5-Mini alive. Pocus saved his mid laner's life with that one, Hawk.
But what about the rest of the base? Now, it's 4v2, but Baz has to flash away from this full build Tristana. Rocket jumping forward with the Elder. King Clueless, are you serious, man? With the Elder steal of his career in a qualification match. 50 minutes into the game, we continue.
I hope for his sake and Dog fans' enjoyers' sake that they do qualify, because otherwise that play is going to be lost to history. And that could end up being, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses, the most important play of his life. But if they lose this game / this series, no, if they lose this series, no one's going to remember it. Except real ball knowers, all the 1,500 of you in the chat. But let's get another look at this, man. King Clueless, I thought he went in
just
too
goes in
soon,
and
but he
gets
had
it.
to do what he had to do, man.
Ball up top. You know, sometimes you just need a shooter. Steph Curry, step back, half court, able to hit it. That is unbelievable stuff. I mean, they're not even able to win the fight because they're so outscaled and they're so split. Like, the battle lines weren't ever drawn, but it's those kind of heroics that can make or break teams in the biggest moments. The base officially broken by AMI in the aftermath of that play. But again, we continue in this game, a 4th Baron to hit the Rift, Elder expiring on Nightstar in 20 seconds. I think Barrack has one as well, and Protoss getting chunked out by this full build way.
They're getting chunked out in a big way. But I think it's like you said, you're going to need a pop-off moment here from Nightstar because he's the one. I mean, well, I like Alaz has all the mobility as well and just a crazy build right now. Banshee's coming in for 5 mini. Protoss is low. As Low Jazz
They found Baz.
almost gets caught out there. Hang on a second here. They've got Baz.
Oh!
The ultimate goes down. Equalizer will find it, but Barrack able to take down Baz. 70 seconds on the respawn timer. The exhaust goes down. Is it enough?
Nightstar's hitting!
In there. Decoy is low, but by the time with the stopwatch, Nightstar getting a big fight. He goes forward with the rocket jump. He got the reset on. He's out to Pocus.
I think that's it!
He's not to Pocus, but he's on to Low Jazz, and that should do it. That will be enough, barring an absolute miracle right now. Nightstar's got enough of a wave. He can shred through these towers. Just keep the Tristana safe, and you've got it. Dog fans, stand up, start barking. Your journey to NACL. Oh my goodness, Nightstar, please just hit the Nexus. My goodness, there we go. Oh, that scared me for a little bit. That should do it. They are 1 game away.
Dog fans, what the hell was that? They just won a 54-minute game against all odds. They were lost so many times. King Clueless stole the Elder, and then it's Moz that makes the play on to Baz, trades out 1 for 1, but Nightstar was able to free hit in the final fight. 2.5 games to come alive, and the 80 carry of Dog fans has finally arrived. The Game 3 Merchants somehow do it. They're up 2-1. They are 1 game from qualifying to the North American Challengers League. I have never seen anything like this.
You having fun yet? You having fun yet, chat? Come on, this is entertainment, man. You get to watch this for free. That's crazy.
I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now. Apex Mission Impossible. Again, you have to start thinking about fatigue. How do they come back from this?
What a heartbreaker. Absolutely.
I know.
Oh,
they
my
had
goodness.
everything they needed, and they couldn't close it out. They're going to be replaying those fumbles in their heads for ages, but you can't do that right now. You have to put that aside. You have to lock back in, and all of the momentum just completely shifts the way of Dog fans.
They have that momentum. They've got the belief that in adverse situations they can pull it out. They're up 2-1 now. 1 more win. And they're in NACL. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, Game 4 of this full Fearless Best of 5 with a spot at the top on the line.
Ducky Getters, we need to start having the conversation. Promotion in their sights, only 2 series away.
And they're just unstoppable throughout their first 3, right? This is a 6-0 upper bracket for the Ducky Getters so far.
And best of burst right there.
Whoa! All right, that's a bullet time thrown down to the bottom lane as Sushi and Mixture nearly take down Double Lift, but he
TF Blade!
survives with just a sliver of health. TF Blade arrives to the scene, but he'll be taken down by Shochi. Look at the Strangle Thorns thrown down by Spica, getting knocked up to
Spica's
damage
huge!
onto 3, and Spica has dominated this fight for near airport. Respawn are routed as they flee back underneath their turret.
Oh my word, the fight looked good.
Here's the equalizer. It hits nothing onto TF Blade, and that might mean that Lawrence has to call it quits, but he lands a harpoon. He's looking for some more with this burn. Not quite getting the damage on across. TF Blade forced to retreat, but will keep his life.
I think that was a missed solo kill. I think Lawrence is supposed to hold the equalizer until after TF Blade's flash. The Ambassador was
cut off
not
the
getting away
escape.
without it. I mean, at the very least, it is a health bar lead. And Respawn, they're first to the dragon. Oh no, we got turned around!
Blade turns it back and takes down Lawrence.
bottom.
Once again, when you think you're winning, you might not be. It's going to be a flash in from Biofrost, finding that stun there onto Chad. Chad is isolated. He knocks them away with the Bramble Smash. Sushi's ultimate pumps out
Chad
plenty
lived.
of damage with the bullet time to get one back, but now the team is split. And Double Lift and Spica are advancing forward. A hook in from Mixture to allow Sushi to find more shots, but he's got a blast cone out. Pobelter winning out on the one-on-one. Sushi looking to outplay, has to flash back to safety, and Pobelter coming on the side. A flash ultimate from Po here, and it just forces Respawn into these impossible
Right.
decisions. They can't leave any single person alone with him in these long lanes anymore.
All right, Gordo, here's what I talked about, though. Here's where
my
Respawn make
God.
their bread. They've called Lawrence
He's
down,
still
but it might not
going.
matter.
Look at TF Blade just throwing himself in there and continuing to clean house near.
Just a hook to end all hooks. Here they come. They have to go.
Chad coming in on the side. A nice equalizer going to land on all 3. Bullet time is opened up. Does a lot of damage to Biofrost.
Oh
but
my
it's
God!
only Biofrost and Double Lift plus Spica just melt through the members of Respawn. Shochi, the last damage dealer alive, but they have torn his team apart. He opens up with comeuppance, but they absorb it like it's nothing. And the base is cracked open. The Nexus is in their eyes. Near airport, looking to start this series off 1-0.
Yeah, they are. Oh my goodness. Spica with the plays. And that is definitely going to do. Here's Wash. He's having a pretty big game on this Victor. I mean, fell behind in the lane as expected, but hold that thought. We still got more fighting.
Root coming on through. Chad trying to lock him down on the other side. Mixture's already been melted down before anything even comes out. There's bullet time to get a little damage on a Speak on Biofrost. Sushi doing a good job
Sushi's
of spacing
cooking.
this out, finding the damage, taking down Bio. Chad looking for help. It's going in on a double lift. A couple more autos from Sushi, trying to turn
Okay.
this one back. The young gun takes down the veteran, but it's Spica looking to fight back. A little more burn damage is all it takes to push Sushi.
We're seeing that, you know, Ezreal just doesn't have the wave clear as Chad.
There's going to be a nice aim of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they will be able to get Chad there.
Oh, mixed.
Mixture comes in with a big multi-man knockup, but it's turned right back around by near airport. A double kill, a double lift already. Lawrence goes into the all-out form, trying to hunt down Pobelter on the opposite side. Sushi is slowed up, though, and nearly taken down. It's shutdown gold to Sushi, but double lift is still rampaging through the fight. It's a
Penta!
quadra kill to double lift, looking for the penta kill.
Again, my internet just getting dunked just like Respawn, as it looks like...
Welcome back to the North American Challengers League Open Qualifiers from an absolute cinema of a game. Dog Fans versus Apex Mission Impossible at match point. 1 game away from going into that Challengers League. How are we feeling, Hawk, about that last game?
How am I feeling is a loaded question, because I'm hanging by a thread right now, but this is what makes tier 3 tier 3. This is what I live for. Over the years, it comes down to the defining moments, and it was Dog Fans in that 3rd game. We might look back on this one day when Nightstar is playing in the LTA, and look at these moments. Unbelievable stuff from them to somehow pull this game out from the abyss.
Yeah, you know, that was such an intense game, back and forth madness. 54 minutes of pure fighting for what we've seen. I remember earlier we were talking about how Apex Mission Impossible had that scaling team comp. I was like thinking, how did Dog Fans come back from that like scaling team comp? Because they kind of developed and played themselves so well throughout that game.
I think Henrique's muted. So I can take that one instead. I'm going to be honest. There's two ways that you could look at this. One, Apex fumbled the bag a little bit, which it happens. It happens to the best of us. But I think the better way to look at it is that Dog Fans simply have that dog in them. You cannot teach a clutch gene. Things like King Clueless stealing the Elder Dragon that somehow converts into a win for your team, or like Amaz finding Baz in the final fight and trading out. You can't teach that. You just have to come alive in the right moments, and that is what Dog Fans was able to do last game, and I mean, that is what champions are made of.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. I'm back from mute jail, self-imposed, not on purpose. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, look, it was, yeah, it just came out to, you know, an unlikely hero in this series. It was, like you said, Moz finding the play, right, finding Baz, and using every part of that Aurora's kit to get over in a hurry, get the kill, zoop right back, and then, look, they had no business winning this game. Dog Fans, man, absolutely not. I mean, you're speaking of a one-button Boris, Protoss on this Elise, look, he did his job in the early game. He was fine. This isn't Protoss slander hour, but like you're playing a 4v5 almost, right? You're just a cocoon bot at that point, right? You're providing so much more value if you are the Alistar. But it was just individual greatness. Just, you know, people saying, "Give me the ball. I'm gonna go get us a bucket." And to be fair, that kind of happened at various points over the last 20 minutes. But Moz made the pivotal play, and Nightstar followed it up, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. And I say this with so much love for both Barrick and Protoss. I feel like that game was mostly a 3v5 in the later stages for Dog Fans. Like Nightstar and Moz and King Clueless were the ones generally making the plays later on. The Ambessa from Barrick is actually the first game that we've really seen either of these top laners get meaningfully kept down. And while Barrick still made his presence felt at times, you know, it wasn't the Ambessa game that I think he was hoping for. And I'm in full agreement with you. The Elise was more of a distraction than anything, it felt like.
Which could be useful, right? If
No,
you are a
absolutely,
distraction,
yeah.
if you could just hold up some flags and go, "Hey guys, over here."
No, yeah, I agree, but I mean, and that just goes to show again the level of clutch that they have. Apex, my heart truly does go out for them because they had so many individual moments of their own. Low Jazz, a great game for 50 minutes on the Viego, and then in the last 4 gets an Elder stolen from him and can't close out the game with the team. You know, I know somewhere the Year of Low Jazz believer is probably crying out, hey, he's still got 2 games that he can win back to back, but like everyone everywhere was playing their heart out this game, and at some point someone had to win.
Yeah, I'm definitely worried about the stamina of these players. 54 minutes of pure League of Legends. That is so much time and so much work invested in that last game. It's a bit saddening for Apex Mission Impossible that they were not able to take in that win from that last game. But, you know, like you said, there's always believers. There's always possibility to go to Game 5. But as we're talking about the teams and talking about their compositions, what did Dog Fans do to win? How did they utilize their composition in comparison to Apex Mission Impossible?
That is a great question. I mean, I think you got to give some credit. You know, you got to get like AMI didn't put themselves in fantastic positions sometimes, but I think it was just, I mean, like what we said about this composition from Dog Fans, they have a lot of 100-0 in them, right? If you can get a pick, you can shut somebody down, and that's what we saw them not be able to do early on. But eventually, they did find those, right? King Clueless with a couple of, a couple of hero plays late, one Cataclysm makes the difference, and you've got enough damage. I mean, with the Tristana and the Aurora, right? 2 autos or 2 spells take someone out of a fight. 3 auto/spells can straight up kill somebody.
And to add a little context as well, it feels like an age ago, maybe 20 minutes into the last game, 4-4, we called this composition a balls to the wall comp from Dog Fans. And that does not just describe how the fights need to be played, but also how you need to approach the entire game. And Dog Fans went balls to the wall in this game, and I think that is, like, look, it didn't work half the time, and they probably should have lost, because of some of the misplays that they made here and there, but they never stopped trying. They never stopped fighting. They embraced the mentality that their composition needed to be piloted to a win, and it got them there.
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask, what do you think was the specific turning point that led Dog fans to this exact win, this exact moment in the end here?
I think it's the one on your screen right now, because the last 20 minutes were just a series of every couple
Literally
minutes.
only the final fight.
And that speaks to like the quality of this game, right? I say quality as in the descriptor of this game, because depending on who you ask, there were varying amounts of quality in this game, but that was what this game was at the end of at those last 20 minutes. It was just who's gonna get that marginal advantage. And at the end of the day, it ended up being Dog fans, and yeah, it ended up being that last fight. But the point is, it could have been, if certain other things had broken differently, it could have been any one of those fights in the last 20 minutes.
How insane do you have to be, by the way, to stat pad 3v2
Mental.
in a 55-minute game?
Mental.
I respect the hell out of that from the Dogs. They knew they had it in the bag. I feel like there was no decisive moment. We can look at the Elder Steel. We can look at the 2 or 3 Barons in a row that Dog fans were able to pick up with their super mega fed Tristana. But I am in agreement. There was no defining moment of that game because of how in the balance it was from the gun all the way till the finish.
Okay, thank you so much for your analysis of that last game. And before we get into our next game, a potential match point for Dog fans, or a Game 5, we're going to be talking about our MVP. So, Cassius, would you like to tell us a little bit about your MVP choosing?
Yeah. It could have been one of a couple people. Nightstar, maybe for late game team fighting, but I think it has to be King Clueless, the man that stole the Elder, the one that was finding the fights in the early game that even got them to this point. I think King Clueless is playing the best League of Legends I have ever seen from this player. And I mean, again, you just can't teach clutch. And I think it has to be recognized what King Clueless brought to the table for his team in this game.
Yeah, no, he was absolutely awesome, right? I mean, like you said, the fights he was finding in the early game, right? Kind of, giving Decoy the business in the early game. Look, Decoy ended up being fine, to be fair. He was absolutely monstrous, demonic on the late game Rumble, but he's the straw that stirs the drink, right? We talk about like what the quality of this composition, right, and what it can and should do, right? This play also extremely ballsy. I thought it was a death sentence, but they were able to get little advantages here, right? So clearly there's synergy with him and the rest of his squad, especially his solo laners, right, to be able to get there, pop the TPs at the right time, and just hold down the fort until the cavalry arrives and gets that extra damage down. And then obviously the game-changing Baron or Elder Steel. That, I mean, like I said, I really hope for his sake that Dog fans promote, because then that'll be on the highlight reel forever and ever, amen. But if they lose, no one's gonna remember that.
We'll remember.
We will.
Last but not least, I want to know a little bit about King Clueless's history, because I know he's been in the scene for such a long time. What would this like promotion mean for them as a team, and for King Clueless specifically?
It's so interesting because King Clueless is a player that he's been around in the scene for a while, as have most of these Dog fans players, but just haven't really had much success, like mostly only known for playing on UC San Diego, had a short stint on Gentle Hearts. Otherwise, like not really much of an OQ player. And I mean, to see King Clueless potentially go from a high tier jungler in admittedly the weakest region of CLOL to NACL, like that would just be an unbelievable story. Y'all, we have the draft. Apex back to the red side. They still want those R5 counters. I just don't even know how to fill up that last game, because like legitimately my analysis is they just have to come together as 5 and shake off that last win or last loss.
And if there's anyone that can, it should be AMI, right? They are the power of friendship team. Oh, we've got Malphite for... Was it Decoy or Barrick that pulled out the Malphite and dropped like he dropped a nuke earlier in the tournament on the Malphite?
I want to say it was Decoy. I know Decoy,
I think it was Decoy,
had a Malphite game against, was it either Dorado or Red Note? Again, like Doctor Strange, multiverses crossing in my brain. But also Lilia for King Clueless. So You're talking about maybe players feeling themselves off of the back of an MVP performance. It's the most carry-oriented jungler we've had for Dog fans so far. And I will say, has been spectacular leading the charge for the team in a bit of a different role. How will they look?
it was Decoy 11-5 and 11 in a game against Dorado last weekend, or maybe yesterday. I don't know when that was.
Would have been yesterday. Yeah. There's a Twitch on my screen.
There is a Twitch on your screen, yeah. And I look, if we get like just these like hyperscalers late, right? That I mean, I kind of do miss, and this is definitely like nostalgia and just like, oh, you know, I haven't seen this lately, so you know, whatever. Talking like, okay, I was gonna say like a Jinx of Felios, just kind of like, you know, play the game sort of standard, just like see, you know, like try to chase the AD carry, right? Whether it's a Malphite or a Renekton trying to, you know, old school Prowler's Claw flash into the back line. Twitch Yuumi. Speaking of demonic.
But into it, we have Jinx, Senna coming out from
crazy.
Protoss.
That's crazy.
Senna is a Protoss special, known enjoyer of the champion. Yo, we are getting into the real depths of Fearless right now. Remember, 30 champions at the top of your screen banned out initially. Also another 10 for this game. Bottom lane, immediately a focal point for me. I also still want to emphasize, I think mid matchup, which supports junglers and mid laners are able to influence side lanes, just like the last few games, going to be of massive importance.
Yeah, and like you're saying, that Twitch Yuumi, something we never usually get to see. I'm a little bit curious to see how it's going to be playing out into the Jinx and Senna. But besides that, what do you guys think of the team compositions? Is there any specific team compositions that you guys are leaning towards, and what is your analysis on them?
I mean, I feel like this Dog Fans comp reminds me a little bit of the AMI comp from last game, right? You have a control mage in the mid lane, you have carry champions in the jungle and in the top side that can take over a game, right? As it has to be snowbally. Then you got a hyper carry in the bottom lane. It's a little bit different. Obviously, the Senna throws a little bit of a wrinkle into things. I'm curious to see how this lane plays out. This between Twitch Yuumi, and I think one of you guys are gonna have to fill me in there. But I just love that AMI. They just picked kind of this like. You have a ball delivery system, which is good, and it's a bit of a wombo composition, but it's a bit of an ooga booga composition as well with Decoy and low jazz. Just like go forward, hit R, hit buttons, and just murder ball.
I mean, when you lose a 55-minute game, back to basics, never a bad thing. I think if this game is as messy as the last one, I love the Twitch Yuumi. I don't think there's enough dive on Dog to get on top of this guy and kill him. The problem is, Twitch's damage is all kind of packed into one big part of his kit, which is his ultimate. Otherwise, it's just sort of single target plinking away. Jinx Senna, on the other hand, in these late game fights, if things start to break down more and there's not a big one-shot wombo combo to come through from AMI, I think are just going to absolutely run away with this game. They should also have the advantage in the 2v2 with their range. So I think I'm favoring Dogs right now. I think I got them 3-1, which was my prediction.
That was your prediction. I remember that.
It's
true. It's true.
I'm somewhat the same way. I was leaning towards Dog Fans, but that's because I'm just a Yuumi hater. But besides that,
so real, honestly, so real.
We're going to be getting into game very shortly, but before then, I want to know your guys' predictions. As you were saying earlier, I think you were favoring Dog Fans, but maybe, this draft can maybe change that, possibly?
I mean, I think this draft, I mean, it feels like, I don't know, like you've got more options, right? You've got more different weight. You get a couple different threats that can be, carry threats and Dog Fans, right? I mean, with a monstrous game from Nightstar, maybe he's feeling himself right now. That's kind of what I'm afraid of if I'm an AMI enjoyer, that they finally awoken the beast and put him on something that is going to be a little bit safer, right? With a little bit more range, can play to that. Maul's on the Azir, right? He's on the control mage. You've got, a carry threat in both the jungle and the top lane. The range advantage, I think, is kind of, it's not nothing, right? But thankfully, if you're an AMI fan, you've got Malphite Volibear. You can close that range gap really, really quickly.
Ooh, I think we got some word from production. Hawk, would you like to tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, baby. Damn.
We've got our first team into the NACL over on the other stream. Congratulations to Near Airport, the GOATs of North America, qualifying back into the LCS, or rather the NACL. Excuse me, wow. They're not there yet. Maybe at the end of the year.
All right, slow down.
They can get into the LTA, but no, they're back into the NACL 3-0. The Cinderella run of the Friendly Fellas, unfortunately, does run out in the upper bracket. They still go down to the lower. They'll be awaiting some of the winners later on. We still got a lot of teams to go through in the lower bracket, 10 to be exact, but that doesn't matter because, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more team still to promote this evening. Thank you, Kimmy, for joining us in the draft. We are on to the Rift. Dog fans dictating match point. Apex Mission Impossible wanting to deny.
Man, oh man, and now we're getting into the good stuff with Fearless right now, right? And I mean, like, the bottom lanes especially, right? It was like you said in the middle of last draft, is like, yeah, you got a ton of options, right? In the jungle, maybe a little less, right? In the solo lanes, you have a ton of options. But ADC is where it starts to get spicy, and you were right. And now we're getting Yuumi Sen, and we're back in 2022, man. I mean, but again, Fearless is, it's just sick, man. Like, what are we doing?
Fearless is sick, and if Tier 3 Fearless specifically has taught me anything, it's that just go scaling later on into the series, because everybody's getting tired. It's all about the, who's going to execute in the team fights. Like, literally, none of the random solo kills and everything usually matters when you get to this point in the full Fearless best of 5. It's all about how the team comes together in the most critical moments. Last time around, Dog barely pulled it out, but something tells me Apex still has something up their sleeve.
Absolutely. They're not going to go down without a fight. I mean, they played that last game really, really well, and just kind of got out-muscled. Not going to say, anyone wanted it more, because I think that's a little bit hard to judge, but look, Dog fans, they had to be the ones to take the riskier plays, and boy, did they. And look, they ended up flipping heads, right? Rolling 9s, as it was. 5-0, unlike Amaz in another matchup as old as time here. Again, all eyes on this bottom lane. Junglers starting on opposite sides. I don't think any deep wards saw anybody. I guess the deep ward onto the tops, or the blue side red buff, or the blue side blue buff, I should say, does tell you that King Clueless is clearing from bottom to top, but that's about it.
Yeah, and I will say, King Clueless, I think this is the first game in this series. He's pathing towards top side. Obviously, Lilia just clears faster, starting her red side quadrant with those Raptors, but still, this is a different look than what we've seen from Clueless, both in terms of the champion pick and the pathing. Maybe there's a world where Lojaz on this very aggressive Volibear pick will be able to make plays. Still very much the first person usually leading the charge for this team in terms of the fights that happen with Protoss on an early roam. That's a kill.
Yeah, I mean, it should be. Absolutely. Like you said, Maz just kind of inching away from his tower. You go, what is he doing? Oh, he's leading you right into certain death. First blood over to like a Maz.
Yeah, 5mini goes forward thinking it's a good 1v1. Clockwork wind up on the Orianna, but they didn't know where Protoss was. I think they thought the Senna based, because that's where the Jinx was when it all happened. Instead, he just walked up the river. 5mini's not ready for it. That's a huge play by the support of Dog fans.
Well, I forget if I was talking with you or Rudude about it, but it's that classic first support back roam, right?
He didn't even base, though. He couldn't have gotten there in time if he based, so he had to have just walked.
No, sure, yeah, no, but I'm saying it's like that timing that can throw so many people off, right? If you're not explicitly paying attention, right? If you're not communicating, like, hey, I don't actually know where the Senna is, just, heads up. And, like, taking the hint of, like, why is Lycamaz slowly inching away from his tower when I've got the advantage on him? Must be nothing, right? Like, these little things. And now Protoss got that assist up there. Jinx saying, all right, thank you, that's good enough for me. We're going to go call. We are going to opt out of this lane. But a big first get here for Maz. Absolutely able to put on the carry pass. Protoss showing up here, not able to get the W, but in a little bit of trouble here. Has to flash away. The poison will not take down enough. Get a little bit of healing there as well from Maz, or from Protoss, I should say. Maz in a good spot here. Both summoners blown here for Nightstar. Not for nothing. Protoss, got to be careful here. Hey, whoa. What happened? Lojaz.
I think a bear came out of the woods and slapped the Azir. Nice play, Lojaz. I wanted him to get involved, trying to still prove 2025 could be the year of Lojaz. And this is also why I said if the game is as messy as the last one, I love the Twitch pick, because you can just start walking up the people and auto-attacking them. And especially when Twitch has been out of the meta for so long, there's a world where Dog fans aren't really ready for the play. As don't tell me it's literally the same thing in reverse. Maz gets baited into the 1v1.
It basically is. Just like walking into the jungle little by little.
Stop walking towards the enemy Raptors if you're a mid laner, man. It's crazy.
Oh no, I'm made of metal. I don't have a soul. What can I do? Bonk. Flash bear slap. I think he did blow the flash there, but yeah, now we're all square. Decoy zooming his way to a bramble vest as well. Couple couple of Dark Seals picked up by the mid jungle. A lot of AP, obviously, on the side of Dog fans. They are up 2-1 in this one, in this full Fearless best of 5. Game 4, if Dog fans wins, they will join near airport. Double lift Pole Belter and the boys in NACL as Nightstar, a little bit too far forward, drops the poison cast, just autoing him to death. He's got no summoners, remember, from that last exchange. Well, no hit the zap either.
Protoss and Nightstar really need to clean up their resets right now. They're not resetting together, and Baz and Pocus are doing a beautiful job of taking advantage. It's going to get the Dragon down here for Low Jazz. And, I mean, great play from the bottom lane of Apex to be able to force Nightstar out. No summoners as well meant that, like, I mean, there's definite kill threat down there.
Oh, absolutely. No, and I think once Low Jazz hits 6, I think you're going to see that, right? Depending on where the wave state is, obviously you'll get more or less value out of that ultimate. King Clueless, meanwhile, up on the top side, Game 3 MVP for a monstrous performance on the Jarvan all gosh darn game. All 50 minutes of it. 6 minutes into this one, he's got himself some Void Grub, as well as those Faded Ashes. Gonna be doing a little bit of damage up there. Yeah, but a good, I think a good first buy there, obviously by the Malphite there for Decoy. Again, Barak on a champion that, I mean, you always worry, right? If you can't get going here early on the Renekton, what sort of good are you? Can you get into the backline? And now that you've got a Yuumi on the shoulder of that Twitch, I think the Renekton's usefulness in this late game just it gets even worse, man.
They got to call Clueless down here. Baz and Pocus are just juggling the wave in front of their tower, not allowing a flashless Nightstar to really step up. Now Lilia's coming down towards the bottom side to cover, but playing top.
Now Barak, he's in some trouble. Went into the jungle for a snack and came out. Turned into a pair of leather skin boots. Chair goes over the wall. Decoy able to pick that one up.
That guy just got hit with the steel chair, I think. That's a fly and a rock to the back of the head. Nice play.
Whoa.
They know that Clueless has to go down towards the bottom side, spotted him out on a ward near the Raptors, and able to go for it, knowing that there's no counterpunch. Barak, in general, just a little too far forward. And this game, still just remaining in the balance after this kill, right? Again, this stuff obviously does matter, but it's gonna really be about who's strong in the team fights.
Well, yeah, I mean, if nothing else, because 3 games of these two teams have taught us exactly that. That I mean, there's just no point in putting too much stock into these because, again, for good reasons or bad reasons, things tend to shift in the mid game. Leads get thrown back and forth. Baron takes aren't exactly used the most efficiently and things like that. But you know, it's also people being in the right place at the right time. Just someone, just a different hero every time, trying to make a play, and it works out that way. In this one, Hawk, I mean, do you share my concerns about this Renekton? I mean, I just understand why he's a controversial champion, but you're going into a matchup like the Malphite, where if he's not able to get down and kind of, get out of lane a little bit, again, you can double dash, and just lock up an 80 carry or something. But with a Twitch Yuumi, that gets harder.
He's not going to kill him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think Renekton is usually a little overhated because of the value that he just generally brings to the table. Also, into the Malphite, it's worth noting, Malphite shuts down AD champions, but Renekton wins, especially if he rushes Black Cleaver for a pretty long time in this matchup 1 versus 1, so it can be difficult for Malphite to actually get active and into the game. So that's another thing to keep an eye on. That being said, I do agree with you. It'll obviously be much less useful than the Unstoppable Force later on. And yeah, I'm curious to see what Barak does with the pick. Yeah. I think Orianna, more often than not, actually going to be his target in team fights. The main thing is you just got to be a distraction, right? Be a big, scary crocodile that everyone needs to be afraid of, so you're you're Azir, Jinx, and Senna can carry.
Yeah, because it is a lot of range, right? You've got a lot of options. That was what I liked about Dog Fan's composition. You've just got so many different ways to carry, and with the healing over the top as well, a lot of healing in this composition that could be end up being quite consequential to be those marginal gains that we've seen are good enough to win you fights and therefore games between these two teams with Barak and Protoss.
In both compositions, honestly. Volibear, Yuumi on the other side as well.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, Volley Yuumi as well. Absolutely worth looking out for. Going into the lethality here early is Baz. Fair enough on the Twitch for that early damage, right? Make those autos, make everything hit that little bit harder. Like you said, Hawk, I feel like that counteracts a little bit of his power being disproportionately loaded into his ult, or am I too big braining this?
No, I would generally agree. I think. Barak, though, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Renekton still wins this matchup for a little bit, able to take a plate for himself, utilizing the grubs. I think taking stock of the game so far, again, it is very even. Dog Fan's actually up a couple hundred gold despite being down that kill. AMI, though, they might have something to say about that. Ping's coming down, both summoners in hand, but that wave state is not great.
No, it is not ideal. Man, I mean, Yuumi on the Twitch is one thing, but Yuumi on the Volley Bear, Yuumi on a Bruiser. I mean, remember when it was Olaf Yuumi, right? And that was just like the
Well, I'm
terror.
really glad. I will say the best friend. I think Yumi's still a dumb champion, but at least Yuumi generally is incentivized to stay on one person these days. So should be pretty well bound to the Twitch and not just going on Volley Bear and making things stupid. But yeah, I do agree. Good cover from Clueless to make sure Nightstar can push out. We have seen a CS advantage open up at this point in bottom lane in favor of Baz and Focus, largely thanks in part to their invisibility shenanigans that they've been pulling out. Nightstar's been having to drop a couple waves here and there, but as expected, Barrack kind of having a bit more up in top lane, and then mid and jungle staying very even.
Yeah, and through a couple in this one, right? I mean, look, the gold is even, and kills are a little bit, a bit of a misnomer, for lack of a better term, but again, it's the top jungle for AMI, and the lead that they've been able to generate, right? Loja's on a different type of champion, not the Viego, right? But can be a little bit snowballing and take over games in a similar way to that Viego, but it's been the top jungle. They've been the heroes in this one so far.
Yeah, I think Lojaz, despite, the heartbreaking Elder Seal, has generally been very good across the course of the series. It's really has had a...
Whoa!
That's a kill.
That is a kill for King Clueless. Getting one back, the mid-jungle, as you said, Hawk.
Yeah, we talked about this matchup earlier. I said, usually...
Here goes the spray and pray. Final chapter gets read out. Eulogized onto Nightstar. The slow is enough, but not quite to be able to lock up the kill. Should be able to push this one out. That CS discrepancy, Hawk, just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, love that from Baz and Pocus. As soon as enemy jungler shows mid, they know they can look for an all-in because the 2v2 is winning and nobody on Dogfans can come to counter. But we can get another look at the play at mid. Earlier we said usually first shuffle is just to get the flash, but 5 Mini, he knew he was done for, way too far away from any help. Just ends up dying, and it gives all but one Void Grub over to Dogfans. So credit again to Lojaz, able to at least pick one up.
Swirl Team's gonna go wide. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a kill. They're gonna get the sleep down here, but the damage will not be enough. Yeah, didn't even bother committing the Lilting Lullaby. No point in that one. Just a little pressure release off of Barrack. They should be able to get, maybe get a plate off this. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing something really similar to what we saw earlier in the Galaxy Gaming matchup. They know they can't really fight for this dragon, so they're just going to try to use their 6 grubs to get a lot of turret plates. Now, the dive, he's got no ult.
Yeah, this is, it's doable, but it's a lot of damage. Dawning Shadow coming out over the top. Decoy flashing forward. Barrack taking a lot of tower hits, and it does not go well. No mana, not enough there.
Well played by Decoy under the tower, and a small misplay, and
Ruh-roh, oh my goodness.
Dead.
Super Mega Death Rocket comes out over the top, and Nightstar and Protoss might just be toast here. Baz isn't even there. When he shows up, it is certainly curtains. Feat of Warfare achieved there as Lojaz grabbing himself another kill. 100% KP again. Like you said, Hawk, there's a really good series from Lojaz, man.
Lojaz looking fantastic right now, and Nightstar getting completely left to the Wolves, or maybe I should say the Bears.
Boo.
As, I mean, just in an extended cross-map sequence like this, you cannot face-check your own tower against Volibear. I mean, hell, Nightstar didn't even get there, but the point still stands, and I think a bit of a misplay from Clueless on the dive, as I think we're going to get another look. Okay, this is the bottom side play, as, I mean, Lojaz with the Yuumi on top just absolutely eats Nightstar alive. No surprises there. Clueless walked back into tower range with his passive on Malphite, so Renekton wasn't able to pick the aggro back up, and that meant they couldn't get the kill on a Decoy. Now Baz is able to get another one on Nightstar. This situation's becoming dire.
No, this is getting really ugly. I think you're absolutely right. Somehow the goal is even. Excuse me here for dog fans, but the bot lane is a chasm right now. I mean, 40 CS on top of the kills as well. I mean, Baz and Pockets, they're putting on a clinic right now. Protoss a little too far forward. Brother has to flash away. He will live.
Big survival, but I think Jinx flies under the radar often as one of the more snowbally AD carries in the game. Yes, her scaling is great, but look, the more ahead or behind she is, the faster or slower she kills her first target, and make things difficult as...
Oh my goodness, that is so much shielding. The barrier has come through as well. Protoss not able to get the W down, or at least not in range of it. I saw the vision, I respect it. Look, these are the kind of things you got to try here, as Lycamaw is coming down, but Pockets and Baz taking absolutely no chances.
Hey, it does mean that Nightstar is able to get a wave, and he's going to be able to crash one and deny it from Baz. Moz, though, did roam down, so he'll be losing out in mid. Good commitment there from Baz and Protoss, or rather Baz and Pocus. Just understanding that, again, this 2v2 is straight winning if Jinx and Senna aren't able to play their range advantage.
That Shockwave did almost nothing there. King Clueless
Burn
took it like a champ. The burn will indeed be enough. 2-0. We haven't talked about King Clueless in the last couple minutes here, but quietly having a really good game. Well, like you said, did enough on the Void Grubs on the opposite side of the map, trading those first 2 dragons. Now Lojaz just kind of getting chipped away out here, but Baz and Pocus show up, and Dog fans had absolutely no idea as Maw is causing his pants down, and Decoy will just beat the snot out of him. Hawk, it's another slobber knocker. We are in for another one here, man.
I think this is bloodier than the last game at this point, for sure. I was tiding, says Baz, as he pops out and gets more kills for the team. It was a great play initially on the 5 mini. Dog fans, though, they tried to extend, thinking they had a numbers advantage, and the punish comes out. Again, more free time at the very least for Nightstar to still pick things up, but AMI very happy about how this one's going. You can see, though, the one problem for them, 5 mini is getting picked on in this mid lane. The rookie, yet again, I think struggling to have the same impact that he did on the Victor in game 1.
Yeah, that Victor performance seems like a long, long time ago. I mean, because all these games have gone a really long time, but yeah, no, I have no notes. I couldn't agree with you more. He's getting picked on right here, and look, with the Orianna, as the game goes on, right, you scale okay, and you've always got an opportunity for a game-changing play with that Shockwave, especially with such a good ball delivery system, right? Whether it's the Malphite, whether it's the Volibear, you've got some absolute tanks that you can attach that thing to and still have an impact later in the game. So don't write this kid out just yet. But Dog fans, up 1,500 gold roughly here, despite being down to 2 dragons. As Barrack and Decoy, I like the mecha lore matchup up there. But as Baz gets rotated up into the mid lane, trying to get purchased there onto this Herald. Try to break this one open here, Hawk.
Yeah. And Baz being fed is gold in the right place for
100%.
Apex Mission Impossible. This Twitch, such an X-Factor pick. It's going to do a lot of damage if Dog fans ever falls asleep at the wheel, and if he's ever allowed to open up. You just have to keep your eyes on the spray and pray. He's currently controlling mid lane with 5 mini in bottom. Herald on the map, though. Something that perhaps Dog fans looking towards.
Yeah, maybe not here. But the pigs do come down. There's 5 mini trying to make his impact felt in a side lane, just kind of keep bouncing it over, right? I mean, look, he's getting picked on a little bit, but the CS is still even, right? Very much so. So still doing all right, all things considered. King Clueless starts up the Herald. Gonna back off it here. Hawk, I want to touch on Baz again, man. I mean, because we talked about the top jungle kind of carrying the early game, but I mean, the aggression that Baz and Pocus have played with, right? It has been really a treat to watch. You don't think of that really with a Yuumi, but it's just like, when you give the rats steroids, they just start doing stuff like this. This is the same thing they were doing in the bottom lane, just blowing everything to just say, actually, get that, please leave my lane, you softy.
Yeah. Forcing him away, and of course there's the threat of the Lojaz dive as well with the ultimate. Nightstar and Protoss just not being allowed to play this game, and I'm actually amazed that Dog fans is still somehow a couple hundred gold in the lead with how this bot lane has gone for AMI. It's been spectacular. Maw's instead, though, going to be the target, going to summon up the Azir tower. I don't think he lives this. Maybe about how much time he can buy for the Herald to go down.
I think that's kind of it, right? You buy a little bit of time, you're be a little bit of distraction, but Dragon coming up in about 5-6 seconds. I don't think AMI, or excuse me, I don't think Dog fans will be able to get a contest off, but actually the on my way pings are coming down, so maybe they want to fight off the back of it, if nothing else.
Yeah, AMI should be able to get the objective. It is a mountain, so it'll take slightly longer to do. They're really mounting a contest here. I feel like they could just give. They got the Herald already. You could just summon that thing up mid and not worry about the fight. All right, here they go.
No, I think I'm there with you, Barrack. Looking for an angle. Here comes the
they're
TP
still
as
looking.
well. No, they absolutely are. Okay, so they're going to drop the Herald as well as Lojaz just gets immediately onto Protoss. The droppers come out. Nightstar trying to get damage down, but gets absolutely nothing. Protoss is down. King Clueless can't get close, so Barrack and Lycamaz will retreat. They should be able to get that charge up still. 5 mini warming up to take care of that. Lycamaz still kind of lurking here. Maybe not. They shouldn't.
And they don't end up getting mid tower for it either. So much time invested from Apex on the Dragon, and instead, Dog fans, I mean, just an ill-advised fight right now. The entirety of AMI is spiking pretty hard on one item. This Jinx is never killing the Malphite and the Volibear right now.
Lord in heaven.
Immediately losing summoners. And, like, yeah, I just don't really understand the plays coming out from Dog fans right there.
Dude, Baz and Pocus have absolutely no chill. Like, they're ripping that, John, on cooldown. I mean, and look what the value they're getting for. They got the mid-tier 1 off that. What are we doing?
It's huge. So honestly, it's really similar to how Lucian Nami used to play. I know that sounds weird, but you
I
go
hear
forward on mid waves, force the enemy duo lane completely off the wave, and then go anywhere with your comp. And again, Apex Mission Impossible, they are the mid-game river control team. As another look at the fight, I love this commitment from both Low Jazz and Decoy, just flashing onto the Senna in the front line, forcing King Clueless away. It's only 1 kill, but it secures them the objective, and with Dog fans indexing into the fight, it meant that there was no counterplay to be had.
Now at the 20-minute mark here, gold still kind of even here, right? 600 gold at this stage really doesn't mean a ton. But AMI feel like they have more control in this one on the map. They've got the gold spread out into a couple of interesting places here. And Fimony, he seems like he stemmed the bleeding as well here, Hawk. As the last of the objectives pre-Baron have been taken, Otacon spawning up on the top side. King Clueless quietly could be an absolute menace in this one. Maw's on the Azir as well, but I still come down to this Jinx, right? And I mean,
And she's behind.
No, exactly. She's behind and into this composition.
Where is Mawz?
I have absolutely no idea why he's over there.
I mean, he's got his team in mid if he can get to them.
Yeah, I was going to say he should die for this, but maybe he won't. Okay, he's going to get a little bit of healing there from Protoss. Has to pop the arm guard there. And gets the Shurima shuffle off, and it was all part of the plan, Hawk.
That's an expensive escape, though. And again,
Yeah.
Dog fans didn't get mid tower. Just let your mid laner die and kill the tower. Yeah, they're waffling, and Apex continuing to capitalize. Another good flank by Baz. You can see how much damage this Twitch does. And I'm in agreement. I mean, right now, all of the damage basically on Dog fans is on this 2-item Lilia, who King Clueless, again, admittedly having a great game so far, but that is not going to be enough to carry for a good long while. Meanwhile, you have this Twitch, this Volibear, and this Malphite that are all primed to fight right now, and Orianna, hey, she can press R.
Yes, she can. Yeah, no, and again, into the ooga booga of it all from AMI, the fact they can clear so much space so quickly, right? And you don't have really peel, right, on this Jinx. You don't have a center, I should say a Nautilus or a Leona, someone that could just right-click the target if they get too close. And AMI are just kind of aggroing their way forward, like we said, with Baz and Pocus as well. But look, Nightstar, it took him a while to get going in Game 3. Tristana and Jinx, they don't operate the exact same way. They don't operate similarly kind of at all. I mean, they're late game monsters, but the mobility of Tristana allows a little more outplay potential. The team is going to have to fight really, really well around Nightstar the later this game goes on, unless King Clueless can get rolling here, and the kills can kind of keep dumping onto him, because Lilia can absolutely get you to that late game.
And look at Baz just walking forward, looking for anyone to contest a mid-wave. Not only that, it's allowing Pocus to, from stealth, just drop wards in the enemy jungle, push the vision line forwards. AMI, again, I think similar to last game, just choosing to slow things down. They have a Dragon Soul, Mountain Soul, coming up in a minute 15. If you thought the front line was hard to get through before, it'll definitely be more difficult then. I'm not sure. There are 2 members of Dog top. They have been for a while.
W not going to land from Protoss. I feel like it's just a matter of time before they rip the ult and try to get half of this tier 2 down, but they will opt against it as they shift their focus to the Dragon here, Hawk. Decoy, excuse me. Gonna bounce on back. Get us off a TP back to lane, potentially, if Barrick lets him, I should say. Zap not gonna find its mark either. That 4th Dragon of the game, Hawk, we've got Soul in 30 seconds. This is like last game.
Yeah. And again, Mawz, without that flash from the very expensive escape earlier on, that's the only summoner that's down for either team, at least combat summoner that's down for either team in the whole game. Apex is so massively advantaged in this fight, and as a Mountain Soul, you cannot give this up. I don't think Dog fans can win if they give it over, but I don't think they can win the fight either.
It's certainly going to be tricky. TP coming in here from Barrick. Decoy. Oh my goodness, Decoy. He's got a nice angle should he want to go in here. Not opting to take it this time around. Instead, they're going to try for it from the brush here. I think they were spotted as that far side alteration was taken down. Yeah, the Swirl Seed going to find a little bit as well, just posturing around this mid tower. No real control on either side. Just a bit of an NA ram, but
again, Dog fans, they know they've got to contest this, right? So as soon as AMI retreat,
Look
they know
at
they got to
Moz!
go there. Wombo combo on to Lycamaz, and he is very much dead. One-way trip to the gray screen as a lilting lullaby, not even going to be committed. Absolutely nothing Dog fans could do on that one. AMI, that's enough for them. They look their focus to the Dragon.
Low Jazz continuing to want to force a game 5. 7 of 8 KP. That's a great commit onto the member that we identified as flashless. Beautifully done by Apex. That's the Mountain Soul. We talked about how backbreaking this could be. Dog fans trying to do the Otacon, but remember, this takes a long time to do. It's hard to just rip Otacon. Yeah, they gotta go.
They see that, they go, yeah, we gotta get the hell out of Dodge. And that's exactly what they do. Yeah, I mean, Chair, or Low Jazz, he's the only one that needs to be on that Mountain Soul, but that is gonna take a little bit longer because it is a Mountain Dragon, but everybody else can just leave him alone with that. Mountain Soul here, Hawk. Oh boy, this game just got so much harder.
Yeah, it 100% did. I think this is the beginning of the end already. I'm
kinda
thinking
think so too.
about Silver Scrapes personally. I know that was the tune I was singing last game. I thought Apex had also won, and we all saw what happened. So I'm
Yes,
not
we
going to
did.
say it's over, but it's not looking great. Again, Low Jazz, just fantastic play. Knows that Moz should be the target in this fight. Instantly punishes the mispositioning. I mean, that's just clean stuff right there from Apex.
Dog fans have, they've got that dog in them, like you were saying. This game is in AMI's control. It certainly feels that way. The gold lead might not tell that story, but, I mean, just like kills aren't everything, the gold lead isn't always everything, especially when it is this marginal. Look, it's 1,000 gold. That's you know, that's a non-zero amount at this stage, but the Mountain Soul, the increased kind of map control, right? I mean, you've got 5 grubs, great. What are we doing with it, right? I mean, that's the thing to me, right? It just feels like these resources that they have accrued, Unstoppable Force going to be committed there, try to get the 1v1 onto Lycamaz, not going to be the case.
Again, the biggest issue I've had with Dog Fans game the entire series has been short-sighted macro decisions. You're talking about utilizing Void Grub's map control. What happens if in one of the plays where someone kind of randomly died, they just hit mid-tower instead and chose not to fight? I've been asking myself this question, how different does the game look, multiple times. And again, you take the good with the bad for Dog Fans, for better or worse, this is how they like to play, but it's definitely not working out this game. Decoy the target, but he's very strong.
He is, but that's a lot of damage coming through there from a 2-item Azir. Protoss should be able to help them finish it off. Big ol' shutdown. Over to Barrack, King Clueless, Flashless, as well as Clueless, but is able to get out of the fight. Again, little by little. They still have a gold lead here, Hawk. 2,000.
Which is like routinely impressive. I don't understand.
Yeah, I know. I keep looking up, expecting that to be the case, and it just seems to get bigger.
Like, I think it's because Clueless is just absolutely power farming his jungle. That
Yeah, he's
must
up almost
be-
50 CS, my goodness.
It must be at least some other reason. Another replay at this. I mean, it's just a routine pick on side. Decoy, a little too far up. It's a lot of members committed by Dog Fans, but at the end of the day, AMI was just not really in position to trade anything back. They made the call to try to collapse, end up being late. Baron on the map, doesn't matter. We're still just waiting for that next team fight. 4x4, there's an Elder Dragon spawning in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I would love to not see AMI flip an Elder fight this game. Like, I would love to see them actually close out the game cleanly. Again, something they've struggled to do in this tournament, and probably my biggest issue with their game. Just do the Baron, guys. Just, like, I see pings. We got this.
Yep, it's another 3 minutes to the Elder. They turn their sights onto the Baron. Maybe trying to get a pick beforehand. You see them kind of cheesing up in the brush, clearing out some of that deep vision. They certainly have the damage. Now just send Baz and Pakas into that mid lane. Just, you know, blow that out and then move it on up. Azir Tower comes up. Barrack is in the side lane, but he's got the TP, as does Fimony. W not going to land there. King Clueless trying to maybe launch a swirl seed from the side here and get a big old sleep. That could be your ticket in, right? Your big way to start this fight and get Nightstar going. Still sitting 0-2 right now. He is a full item behind Baz.
And this is it. They've pulled the Baron with top lane tower going down as well. 5 members of Apex Mission Impossible grouped up on the Purple Worm. And the call seems to just be to trade mid and bot towers from Dog Fans. I actually don't hate this.
Yeah, I mean, this could be
3 towers. They got to get the heck out of Dodge, though. They do have it for now.
If they get out, it's fine.
No, if they can get away with this, I mean, 3 towers for a Baron, that's a trade you'll take, especially in Dogfan's case. But the if they get out remains to be seen.
I think
Protoss, I think they might be, or at least just sacrifice Protoss, but Lycamos is on the wrong end of the train tracks. He might be the sacrificial lamb as well. Now, if you lose 2 there, well, don't shove them that way. I thought they were going to shove them the other way, but getting onto the Lily, or getting onto the Jinx as well, that is 3 kills, and all of a sudden, it doesn't become as worth it.
Great controlled collapse from Apex yet again. Baz frontlining on the Twitch, leading the charge. 6-0-1 on this pick. I liked the call from Dog fans because they're never winning a fight down Mountain Soul. So just get the towers. Unfortunately, they're not able to get away with their lives, and they're going to lose more on the backside. We can take another look. Baz just does too much damage. Decoy finds Moz yet again. Something about Azir's today, Henrique, not pressing flash when they get engaged on. Actually, I think Moz is right to not flash right there. I shouldn't criticize.
Yeah, it might be a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of thing. But yeah, I think you've got to hold on to that for, because I mean, with the Azir, right? EQ, flash, ult, you can clear a screen, you can change the game. But now onto the Elder we go with a little more map control. Responded very, very nicely. Got the mid-tier 1, the mid-tier 2, and the mid-tier 3. Actually, in that one, I think the mid-tier 1 was down before, but you get the drift. The point still stands. Baroned up Cannon Wave, going to take down the bot tier 2. And all of a sudden, AMI looking the most comfortable they have all game, Hawk.
They have a gold lead! Huge! Somehow for the first time this game. I don't know how it's possible. AMI finally has barely a 500 gold lead. But yeah, they've cracked the base. They're doing things their way. Slow, methodical. Elder in 20, though. I mean, who knows, man? Maybe this is where King Clueless immortalizes himself as the Elder Steel GOAT of Tier 3. Nobody, save for Barrack, though, is 3 items on the side of Dog fans. You've got a almost 4-item Twitch on the other side. Like, this is still a hard game to win, even if they get that.
He was hiding! Protoss deleted from the map. Barrack trying to buy some time with that. Sterix going in. Decoy over the wall with the unstoppable force. It's a clean team fight win and a triple for Bass. Vimany getting on the board, because why the heck not? He gets the shutdown. What a fight. This could be the game, question mark? Those respawn timers are long.
Absolutely. 30 minutes in, Baron in hand. Apex Mission Impossible. They're not going to go quietly. They want to make this mission possible. NACL 1, Game 5 stands between both these teams and history.
What a series, man. What a freaking series. I mean, we knew we were in for some shenanigans, some peak Tier 3 League of Legends after the first few games. But man, oh man, in the shortest game of the series so far. I'm not going to say the cleanest, but definitely the shortest, the most decisive at the end of the day.
I'll say the cleanest.
You say the cleanest?
I think that was by far the cleanest win so far. Apex Mission Impossible, we asked how they would recollect themselves after a 55-minute defeat. And again, the word for Pocus, resilience. They locked the heck in. They took a very nice win. Low Jazz Baz, it felt like they were all this team needed. Everybody else was just helping.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it was a heck of a game from Apex Mission Impossible. Yeah, Decoy, the Decoy and company, they had a really good game. Low Jazz, I mean, look, he continues just a phenomenal series. I mean, if he is able to will his team here, I mean, he's the shot for MVP. I think he's going to be the story here, right? Playing a couple different types of champions, was all over the place on the volley bear early. Vimany didn't really have a fantastic game, didn't need to. Bass and Pocus stepped up on the Twitch. Yumi in Game 4, backs against the wall. That's the type of stuff you like to see. Hawk, any final thoughts, or we should let everybody take a breather before what should be an epic Game 5?
I mean, all I got to say is Apex Mission Impossible. This team continues to fight. Dog fans, now their back is against the wall. One game between these two teams that no one thought would be an NACL conversation. It all comes down to this. NACL in their future, potential to elevate all of their careers, their organization, everyone around them.
Yeah.
And we could not have asked for a better series than this. 2 squads pushing each other to the brink. Queue up your silver scrapes, guys. We're going to 5.
See you there.
Qualifiers again. My name is Alan, joined by Hawk and 404, where we're going into Game 5 of Dog Fans versus Apex Mission Impossible. The first Game 5 in all of our open qualifiers. We're so excited. We're very tired. How are you feeling?
We're still alive. We're still alive.
We got one more.
I
That's
actually
the
muted
thing.
my headphones, so I couldn't hear half of what you said, but we are still alive. And so are both Dog Fans and Apex Mission Impossible. If I'm not mistaken, not just the first Game 5 in our tournament, but the first Game 5 in North America so far this year. Both Fearless were going the whole distance, one game, one team to NACL.
Yeah, 404, we had such a long day. 4 games you guys were casting non-stop. Give us a little recap on what's been going on in this series.
I mean, it's been tight, man. It's been tight, but it's just come down to execution. A lot of these, right? I mean, it's been a different hero every game, but the through line for especially AMI, low jazz, man. And on this Volibear, he had himself a really good game. He's been playing a couple different styles of champion, right? The Sedge, the Sejuani, the Maokai, and stuff like that. But then also the Viego in Game 3. Even though they didn't come out on top in that one, he had himself a really good game. Dog Fans, they pulled that one out of a hat right now. And now in Game 5, I'm excited to see what both these teams pull out, because it's been a couple different kind of styles of composition, but like it's been a lot of just team fighting composition, right? Nothing too kind of crazy or saucy or any of that. And I think we're going to see a little bit more of the same here, because as we get deeper into Fearless, right, you could just default to that. There's so many ways you can default to that. And with your backs against the wall right here, your tournament lives on the line. But I mean, look, if you go down to the lower bracket at this point, you have squandered a golden opportunity, and there's no two ways about that.
This is definitely the best chance to promote I think either team will see. Again, we talked at length in the beginning of the show about how many great teams are in the lower bracket, and you know, obviously Dog Fans in particular proven that they can overcome some of those teams, and Apex I'm sure would do the same, but still, this is your golden moment, and I am in full agreement. You do not want to lose it. And you know, from this past game, it was a tale of low jazz being just stellar on the Volibear, setting up every single play perfectly, having the highest kill participation on his team. And then you also have Baz and Pocus, who on this Twitch pick were phenomenal. And now for the 3rd out of 4 games, Nightstar has been kept completely out of this series, and that has been a huge difference maker, particularly in Apex's wins.
Yeah, now that we're going into Game 5, we're going to be squeezing out every single champion that we could possibly play. So I'm wondering, 404, what kind of draft do you want to see from these teams going into Game 5?
I mean, something that gets the best out of Nightstar, but like, you've tried a couple different kind of flavors of things, right? I thought that the Jinx was going to be, you know, the best way to roll here, right? Like, you can kind of, you know, you can rip a call and just kind of sit back, and you get excited one time in a team fight, you can just right-click your way to victory. But look, I think with both these teams, they've made their money just kind of team fighting and playing solid League of Legends, playing mistake-free League of Legends, just like following the script here. There's no reason to differ from that right now. I think we're going to see more of the same here from both of these teams. I don't think we're going to see carry junglers anymore,
but but then it's like, okay, what junglers are kind of left, right, that allow you to play the similar sort of style? I guess we have something like the Amumu. We've seen that, right? That's not completely out of the realm of possibility. Vi is still on the table. We haven't seen that, assuming he doesn't get banned out. Yeah, I'm sure to see where the junglers are going to go, because I think that'll determine a lot of how the comp goes.
Yeah, I think to add to your point, Wukong, another jungler up and available. I think I agree that Dogfans has to enable Nightstar. Put him on a mechanical hyper carry that he can get the team fights and pop off on. I'm thinking Zeri, Kaisa, hell, if he's got a Vayne, Kalista, these sorts of champions that he can try to individually outplay on, because it felt like on the Jinx Senna lane, they kind of just got bowled over by Baz's counterpick. And credit to, again, Baz and Pocus have been playing a great series so far. But, I mean, this is the guy that got them here. Obviously, it was a team effort, but Nightstar has been one of the MVPs of the tournament for me up until this point. It's just not happened in the series, and it needs to. Do or die, one game, promote to the NACL.
Yeah, and I just want to talk a little bit about the team's history as well. What does it mean for these teams to progress into the NACL? How have they developed as a team, like based on what you guys been seeing throughout this open qualifier and throughout their history of playing competitive League of Legends?
I mean, look, it'd be everything, right? I mean, for so many of these guys, especially because, I mean, with none of these players, right? None of them expected to be here. I shouldn't say that. No one expected them to be here, right? But I feel like for a lot of the older players in kind of less heralded programs as well, it would mean so much, right? I mean, King Clueless, CeeLo top 16 in 23-24, got knocked out by Slew both times. Lycamaz is 28 years old, right? Harrisburg University top 4 in CeeLo in 2021. Nightstar's been in OQs a couple of times, right? On Grandview, and they fought through a couple of these programs as well, right? Fisher, Grandview, Gravity, Tempest, Dogfans has had an immense run here. So I think for confidence for these players to say, look, even if we don't get promoted here, right? We took down Gravity and Tempest, right? On the way here. No one expected this of us. Everyone expected us to get tonked by these guys, but it would do them immense good no matter what, with the view that, look, you can beat almost anybody in this tournament. But I think also if you want to talk about program building and just kind of like, the spirit of what we want NA Tier 2 and 3 to be in the future, AMI have been a really, really good example of that.
It's important to emphasize these players have always believed in themselves and been confident. Pocus said when I messaged him earlier today that they think they can promote. They woke up to the affirmations from Leanne saying, we will make NACL. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nightstar was tweeting last night about how they're going to do it, how he believes in his team. And, I mean, they have full confidence in themselves, and they're going to need it for this game because, only one can do it.
I know, and I'm so hopeful for these two teams too, because they worked so hard throughout the series. I think you guys have seen it. That last game was just 30 minutes, which is the least amount of time we had in a game throughout the entire series. And I think that really says something about these two teams. They're very resilient. They want to work hard, and they, want to play at their highest point to get into that NACL league. And one last little thing before we get into our game here, Game 5, we're going to be talking about our MVP. So, Hawk, would you like to announce your MVP for the last match?
I would. It was hard not to give it to Baz because the Twitch was so fantastic. But 2025 is the year of Lojaz on the Volibear. What an incredible game he had. Again, highest kill participation on the team, setting up all of the plays that came through for them. I just think Lojaz was way too integral to how this game played out, and I cannot not give it to him.
Yeah, no notes. I mean, look, I think Baz and Pocus had a really good game, but you can't really get one without the other in the way that Baz and Pocus played out that lane, and they did do a ton, right? So if I was to give MVP, I'd give it to, Baz and Pocus, one word. But if I had to give it to just one person, Lojaz, man. Right place, right time. And just in this whole series, man, he's been super, super consistent. He's definitely on the up and up. The year of Lojaz believers, they were right, and they've been proven right the more that this series goes on.
Yeah, it truly, this guy, I'm routinely impressed. I think he's arguably the MVP of the entire series so far. I think he's been so incredibly consistent, literally except for a couple of crucial mistakes in critical moments. And look, the ability to put those out of mind, I think, is just as important as what he's doing to put his team ahead. And he's done that. Now, just avoid those crucial mistakes. One more game, AMI, and they can maybe overcome. But I know Nightstar with that clutch G and the rest of Dog fans, they're going to want to have something to say about it too.
Yeah, can you guys give me a little bit of a history of LoJazz? Because I'm a little bit questionable, like questioning his name, Chair 1, if there's some sort of correlation with that. I'm not too sure, but I'm just going to be asking because.
I never question solo queue IDs, to be honest with you, but what I can tell you is LoJazz has been playing with this AMI team for quite a while. If I'm not mistaken, I would actually have to double check myself here. I think he's the resident American on the team from my memory. So, yeah, which is obviously super cool. Either way, if he is Canadian, I'm so sorry. I know that the rest of the team, at least Baz, Pocus, and Decoy are Canadian. And he's been with this AMI core now, again, for the better part of the last year and a half plus. And, I mean, he's been leveling up so much.
Low
right,
Jazz
now
is
we're...
American, confirmed.
Ooh. Oh, he is. Oh, yay, go Americans.
Well done.
Okay, I
Anyways.
knew, but I needed to make sure.
We're going straight into the draft. Look at all these champions that we're not going to be seeing in this next game. Take us away, 4x4, and tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Hot damn, we've got Kindred Akali in the mid-jungle, baby, for AMI Game 5 for free? That's crazy. Barrack on the Gwen as well, right? Getting him, we talked about, we wanted to see him on something a little more carry-oriented. You know, and look, as a top laner in a best of 5, especially in Fearless, you're not going to get to play tanks every single time, right? You're not going to get to play what you want every single time, but he fulfilled his paper, you know, just fine. And now MF coming in hot. Do we see the Amumu support here?
I mean, no, Amumu support's kind of fallen out of favor, I think. I'm trying to think of what support they could go to. Wait, Rel is still open in the series.
No shot.
What do you guys think?
Well, Protoss doesn't usually play
my
tank
goodness, you're
supports.
right.
That's why it hasn't been picked. But that is a Heimerdinger! Of course, this is a Protoss special! This is like one of his picks! We get Misfortune Heimerdinger in Game 5 Fearless. Not only that, Dog fans choosing R5, Gwen for Barrack. Last game was the only one of the series where he's been kept down so far. I love them giving the Gwen pick to him in Game 5 up against Decoy's Gragas, giving the keys to a carry. This is a pick that can 1v9 the game against the likes of Zeri and Kindred. This is a big one, folks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Since we're in Game 5 draft, it's looking a lot like my solo queue like teammates right now. But nonetheless, 4x4, would you like to give us an analysis of these team comps and these like lane matchups?
Oh man, I mean, look, I think, look, like I'm also gonna look. He's back on another control mage, right? But Fibony, he's a rookie trying to make his name on this Akali here, right? If you could survive the first few levels, your all-in is just as strong as the Syndra's, if not stronger, depending on how things go. But this bottom lane is going to be absolutely demonic. The amount of pressure that Nightstar and Protoss should be able to put on this lane is going to be absolutely immense. The only thing they got going for him, right? I mean, look, you've got abilities, you got shields, you've got, but you've got long cooldowns as well, right? And you are a little bit more mobile with the Zeri, but with the double up and the, I mean, with the strut, with the towers, I mean, that's what I'm looking at here, right? This bottom lane should just cream the other one.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna come in and say I think with this bottom lane that Dog fans have, I think the draft is lost for AMI. They have no good fight setup anywhere in their composition against Misfortune, Heimer, Syndra backline. It feels way too difficult to try and divide the fights and actually kill the members that you want with a Nocturne and a Gwen that are going to be running at you and murdering you. It feels exceptionally difficult to play. I think this is a great bottom lane pick for Dog fans. They should be able to control the lane. To throw a bone over to the other side, again, 5 Mini, the rookie sensation. He's not really gotten involved the same way that he did in Game 1, but on the Akali, melee mid player. This has typically been his counter pick into the Yone, piloted it multiple times to great success so far in this tournament. Played the Yone himself, so didn't have access to that counter pick this time around, but still busting out the Akali at the end of it all, as my light has given out after 7 games of casting today.
You're doing amazing, and you still look great, but nonetheless, thank you so much for your analysis. I wanted to know a little bit about, let's see here. Like you said, you were talking about lane matchups earlier, and we're talking about that Heimerdinger Misfortune specifically. I'm not really sure how exactly that plays out, so I was wondering if you guys can tell me a little bit about that matchup specifically.
I mean, just the range you can get on the double up, right? I feel like, and just again, just the oppressiveness. I mean, you've got to choose where you want to, put your energy right onto the towers or onto the CS. Yes, first North American series to reach Game 5 of the year, so that's very exciting. He came in Tier 3 of all places. I think another kind of interesting, wrinkle here is, look, the Kindred is a bit of a game warping, a composition warping champion. Where does the Kindred go, right? Is there a lane that you're looking at, Hawk, for them to get their advantage?
It's a hard question
Because especially pre-6, right? I mean, that lane, look, it's not that I don't trust 5 it's just that matchup is rough early.
Yeah, no, it is. Like, Syndra should be able to get push. Misfortune and Heimer are going to be able to get push. Gragas can fight Gwen early for push, but Gwen outscales the matchup. I'm just trying to think. I don't even remember what the jungler was for King Clueless. I'm going to be so honest with you. Because, honestly, I think the angle is, like, it's a Game 5 comfort pick kind of thing for Low Jazz, right? Where it's give me the Kindred. I know I can play it well. I'm just going to scale up and try to be a menace. Like, it just feels like Game 5 comfort is what AMI went for, which I do respect. At the end of the day, comfort is king. Comfort is everything, and that usually just being proficient on the champion is better than any sort of composition to get you across the finish line, but we'll see if it works out, because like I said, I think draft-wise, I really favor Dogfan's composition.
Nocturne, that's what it was.
This is a good matchup.
I would have been here all day. I was just trying to think of the jungler. Big thank you to Alan for taking us through draft. Here we 5. This is it for all the marbles. Do or die. Either Apex Mission Impossible, the pride of the Great White North, or Dog Fans. A bit of a CLOL ragtag group. A bunch of SoCal kids trying to make it to one step closer anyway to Santa Monica. Thank you guys so much for being here. I am 4i4. That is Hawk. Our guest host today was Alan. Shout out to Liga Ace as well for producing this one. No shenanigans in Game 5, as is wont. That could go left so fast. So just 5-pointing it right now.
And always the question in Game 5s is, do the teams come out the gate swinging and brawling, right, or do they play cagey and scared, and it comes down to that one big play, right? I feel like you usually see closer to one of those two extremes instead of somewhere in the middle, but only time will tell. It needs to be emphasized what an achievement it would be for either of these teams to make it to the NACL. It's already been an achievement for both of them to make it this far. These players and teams proving themselves so much, and now one deciding Game 5. Only one gets to promote today. Obviously, chances still remaining, in the lower bracket for the loser, but they both want this so bad.
I think the only ones that should not, I should say, be playing scared and cagey, that's got to be that bot lane, right? I mean, look, there's a difference between playing aggressive and playing reckless. So you don't want to exhaust all of your rec for sure. But Nightstar and Protoss, again, they've drawn themselves a bit of a trump card here in the bottom lane. King Clueless, Rutro, he has absolutely idea what Low Jazz is doing in that jungle. And again, man, the Low Jazz arc just continues. Kindred in Game 5.
Yeah, but that's a big stop on the invade right there from King Clueless, skipping the red buff to make their way down there. I think maybe a ward or a move from the enemy bottom lane spotted it out. Because that's how Low Jazz wants to play. It's not about attacking a lane. Attack the Nocturne. Get yourself ahead in this game. And try to use the lane pride to make it happen. Wasn't confident to go for the skirmish, though. And now just finds himself behind in the clear.
5 and he actually kind of taking it to Lycamaz here early. A guy that I thought was going to be playing a little more respectfully early on here is just playing very disrespectfully in the best way possible. Up 4 CS here and has had the health bar advantage on Lycamaz pretty much from the rip. Making very good use of that electrocute keystone. As Barrick got a little bit of that snip there up on the top side. Yeah, this one's going to be an interesting matchup as well. Opting for the Doran shield in this one is Barrick.
Yeah, I mean, it actually is a really smart adaptation. Gwen, one of her biggest weaknesses is lane sustain. One of Gragas's biggest strengths as well, and so she's going to keep Barrick in this lane longer. You don't really want to trade with the Gragas. You just want to scale yourself up. You have decent kill threat once you hit level 6, get a couple items here or there. Mainly looking at the Nashor's Tooth Spike to be where the matchup starts to tilt in the Gwen's favor more heavily.
Yeah, stacking up that Q passive as well, just so quick, right? And then ripping all that true damage and healing. It makes those trades so much more brutal. Get that Conqueror stacked up so much quicker as well. Nashor's Tooth is an unbelievable spike for the Gwen. Then you get that Riftmaker going with a little bit more AP. Buy 3 items. You are SOL, as they say. But look, we've got a long way to go before we get there. Decoy can be such a stopper with the phase rush as well in this Gragas matchup. As Chair.
We saw what it could do earlier today with Philip. on the pick. Big explosive cast, because even if he falls behind. I will say credit to Barrick, already early on, actually opening up a pretty nice CS lead up there. That's really the only discrepancy we see across the map, at least meaningful discrepancy anywhere. So
Comes back with
again,
a blasting
you
one.
know,
My king.
yeah,
Look at
flat
it go,
damage really
man.
good. So Decoy's already TP'd back. That's a huge trade from the Gwen. Good equalize from the Gragas, but Barrick is feeling super comfortable, and again, has been having a phenomenal series, really only kept down in the previous game. I'm so glad Dog fans went and enabled him to be more of a factor in this game, given the draft yet again.
A lot of attention being paid down in this bot lane. Rightfully so here, as Lycamaz had to burn the TP here. He's coming back with a little more firepower. The Ruby, or Sapphire Crystal, I should say, and a Amp Tome. Hits level 6 going to be pretty big here for Barrick especially, but for Decoy as well to get himself out of any sort of unfavorable trades here. But Decoy actually doing a pretty good job here. He's shored up that CS deficit in a big way, Hawk. Very impressive stuff.
Gragas sustain, man. This champion's so annoying. Like, he takes a bad trade, but it's not a bad trade because Gragas is able to sustain back up, and Barrick needs to sack pressure on the wave. Being a melee champion, too, you know, can be so much harder to crash the wave after the fact if it gets in front of the enemy tower. I think ultimately, though, Barrick still fairly comfortable. I'm actually surprised to see Lojaz seemingly playing more towards the Dragon. I feel like Void Grub's very strong for the Heimer Misfortune Gwen composition, but... Or, sorry, excuse me. This is King Clueless playing for the Dragon. Yeah, I would think they'd want Grubs, but, I mean, regardless, I like Dragons. You can force AMI to fight you, but this is a 1v1 that the Kindred wins.
A little down on combat power, but... yeah, should be able to take that one. Just kind of popped in, inspected the Dragon, and popped right back out. And if Lycamaz takes this back, maybe you can call Find Me down here to contest. He is level 6. Nope. With Nightstar and Protoss roaming up, maybe not yet. With no help from Baz and Pokus either. But actually, just as I say that, no one wants to take the Dragon, Hawk.
So Maw's based. Oh, hang on. All in.
Yeah, this might be it as soon as he gets all 4 stacks there. Jing, there goes the Conqueror.
Q
Come
flash?
on.
Q flash?
Yeah, it's just who's going to commit it first. And neither one. Man, Decoy. My goat.
Yeah. That was pretty gangster. I'm not gonna lie.
That
Decoy
was
just
sick,
drank the beverage and walked away. Got the passive proc as well as the damage reduction, so Barrick didn't want to go for the play. I was waiting for full stack Q flash. He might not have had the mana for it, or the call is I would rather have my flash and Gragas still have flash as well, because Decoy probably reacts in time. He's good enough mechanically to do that. Ultimately, we do get the Dragon for Grubs trade. Like I said, I kind of liked the Grubs for Dog fans. They end up taking the other, but I think both teams still going to be reasonably happy about the relatively slow pace of this game. We're talking about substantial CS leads, though. Decoy shoring things up in top lane. Moz falling behind in mid. Again, 5 mini. Maybe waking up yet again in this series. Starting to take a lead. A very mechanically proficient player and comfortable on the Akali.
Yeah, and what a statement way to get into the NACL it would be. Near Airport, again, they took that series 3-1 over the Friendly Fellas. Friendly Fellas, they're down in the lower bracket, but they got boosted way the heck up. I think they're 2 series ahead of where the rest of the bracket is right now, so it's far from a death sentence to be sent down this late. It's a missed opportunity. I think more so for this semifinal than the other one, but we'll stop talking about the past. We'll start talking about the present. As Lojaz gets up there, 1, 2, 3 stacks onto Barrick, gets into Gwen's immunity. And one more auto should do it. They go forward, throw the barrel out, and First Blood getting on over to Lojaz.
Yeah, Barrick tried to outplay. I think he just was like, all right, I'm dead. I'm going to go for the wave. And then he was like, wait, I can live. Unfortunately, not able to in the end. At the very least, got 2 flashes for it. Great play. Lojaz, the playmaker, yet again.
Yeah, dude's nice. He's kind of nice, dude.
He's kind of good on the sticks.
Yeah, nutty on the sticks, brother. Hitting those, Yeah, no, I got nothing there. I should stop.
I'm using too much Gen Z lingo for you, Enrique.
Yeah, and also I'm just not
It's been a long day. 7th game casting is pretty diabolical, but regardless, let's look ahead. Dog fans invading on the bottom side in trade. They have the push in bottom lane as Nightstar and Protoss have really started to take over in this 2v2. King Clueless may be wanting the red buff, but with the rest of the team being around, it looks a bit precarious.
Yeah, as they should be taken over in this one. King Clueless staying even. I mean, he's ahead on CS here, but obviously down the 1 kill. Take another look at it and how this went down up in the top lane.
I mean, it's just pretty easy stuff. Decoy set up the gank super nicely. And again, I think Barrick just deciding it's, at the very least, if I'm going to die, get the wave, right? And then still tries to get away. It was 1 flash for 2, so still completely worth, but ultimately a good play for AMI to get that kill for themselves. Getting the Kindred on the board is huge. I will say, if we can get a stack check from the observers just by clicking on Kindred, I don't think this guy has any marks. Either that or it's only 1, because the kill was not a mark.
Yeah, it's either 0 or 1. It is 2, in fact. Okay,
all right, not bad, actually, not bad.
Yeah, no, two at this point in the game with a bit of a...
That's totally fine, especially for how slow it's been.
No, 100%. Exactly, right? For how bloodless this game has been, very much A-okay in this one. Do you think he goes down bot at all, right? Just, I mean, with the wave
you
being
like,
constantly where it is.
If you try to gank this lane, I think you lose 2v3, because Renata does not offer enough disruption, I think, to really fight this duo. As Nightstar's getting all in, team's here.
But do they win the 2v1? The handshake goes out on the Baz. He's going to get hit with everything right now, but he's going to get the bailout if he can get an assist. Oh, he'll survive, and that's exactly what he does, but he gets hit by the Rockets on the back end. Nice little outplay there by the AMI bot lane, but it is a 1-for-1.
That is huge, though. Maz roaming down, and it just ends in the 1-for-1. Baz able to get it, and Maz held the unleashed power until after Nightstar died. He didn't think he would need it. And now that means it ends up being a 1-for-1. Baz! That is so big. Scaling up on the Zeri. We didn't talk about this in the draft, but he absolutely can be a carry as Pocus just with a beautiful hostile takeover to be able to get one. And a great capitalization in the first place. Protoss roams for even a second. Nightstar's too far forward. And the AMI bot lane seizes their moment.
And what a huge moment they could end up being, because in this bot lane, the windows are small. Right? And these opportunities to leverage yourself and take yourself over that hump and equalize things, right? Which they have. 20 CS down, ding, you get 1 kill. Guess what? You're back. On combat power, look, Nightstar still got the BT. Yes, fair enough there, but Baz in a pretty good spot here and got himself back into this lane in a really good place. And it gives you hope of, Paka's playing these things on the margins here. Very nicely done on the Renata. As King Clueless, I'm kind of waiting for him, though, right? I mean, look, you want to see the Nocturne just kind of rip, stuff off cooldown. That's the one missing piece here for dog fans. The bottom lane's been going all right. Barrick died once, okay, but he's still playing well. He's, scaling up on this Gwen, man. King Clueless, I need to see a couple, the first knock ult, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, we've really yet to see that first big paranoia, but neutral objective trade just going to continue. Again, a very cagey Game 5 so far. Dragon priority still here for dog fans. We saw on the Kindred clicked as well 3 marks. So Lojaz has just been slowly but surely picking those up off of camps and neutral objectives. Once you get to that all-important 4, you do start to come online. I do still have concerns later on into the game, compositionally though, for Apex and kind of taking stock of the state. Barrick scaling up very well, CSing nicely for himself, and Nightstar 10.2 CS per minute coming into today, highest in the tournament at the time, and living up to that at the moment.
Yeah, he's kind of rocking that same rate. Really, really good. On this lane where you should be doing that. You should be bodying your opposition. That's exactly what he's doing. So very much living up to, exactly what he should be doing. Like you said, Hawk, kind of taking stock of things. First big items are starting to come through, kind of from everybody. Lojaz has accelerated his way right into a Triforce here early. No true tanks kind of on either side here. And that, look, for full 5-game Fearless, that is what I want to see in my Game 5. The handshake lands there onto Protoss. He is dead meat. Nightstar will walk away. Can't Protoss take anyone down with him? Chair, just be able to, just tags him 1 auto. Thank you very much. The rest is yours, Baz.
Second kill for Baz, though. Feat of Warfare getting claimed. I mean, it's just small mistakes kind of mounting up for dog fans right now that AMI has beautifully capitalized on. Lojaz gets involved again as Protoss is just way too far forward in this lane with no real control over the wave, no real reason to be there, and Jungler on the top side.
Get another look at how this went down. Protoss was trying to get a little too cute, and Pacus, seeing daylight, he ripped the handshake, comes out the better for it.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, it's just clinical stuff right there. And I said, oh, if they go bot lane, they're going to get 2v1'd, but not in that situation. Again, Nightstar and Protoss have been a little bit separated in some of these plays, and it's led to a couple of kills going against them. Now, under threat again!
Ooh, Scout of the Week lands, and not a moment too soon. The Dragon still ripping there and actually gets the Lamb's Respite there out of Low Jazz. That is big. That is a long first ultimate.
Yeah, worth for Lycamaz right there to trade ult for ult, getting the Lamb's Respite off the Kindred as you highlighted. But again, this is Low Jazz, baby. He just takes control, bullies you out of the river, and does not let you in. Look at the line of blue wards. You know they don't want to give over a third straight Dragon.
No, they can't. I mean, then you get yourself in this situation like we did in the last couple of games, right? It's just the 30 or the 20-minute soul, right? Just ripped immediately here by just like the team on the red side every single time. Now 3-1 up here, 700 gold. But Low Jazz, again, just getting this dude snowballing. He's on that 4th mark, right? That's the big break point that he needed to hit. And Baz, man, 2 kills here early. I love what I'm seeing here from AMI early. I feel like we're going to get clipped on what we said about the bottom lane, right? For Nightstar and Protoss, how much of a Thanos pick it was.
I mean, at the end of the day, the execution's not been there, and that's what matters the most, right?
And Lightning Crash goes down, just sidestepping the bullet time, just autoing him to death almost. But the 1v1 comes out in favor of Nightstar. All right, you're welcome.
All right, Baz,
you're welcome.
I respect it. I respect it. He got a little big for his britches right there. Tries to turn around the play, but Nightstar still had the barrier. I guess both of them did, but misfortune on a BT. That's a big-time one-item spike. That's going to be first tower going their way to boot. So that's the first feat of strength for the side of Dog fans. Now it's going to come down likely to this Herald for who claims that one. And 4-4, I think I could say that was a caster curse from you.
Yeah, hey, look.
-1, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's my first big one. My first big oopsie. You've had 1.5-ish. You've had a couple,
I
but
think I've had at least 4 this series. I'm pretty good at doing that. We have a superpower up here in the booth. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, no, we do. And to those that don't think so, well, just watch more League of Legends, especially in the tier 3 space. You'd be surprised.
I will
Herald,
say,
like you said,
like that was needed. Dog fans, it just felt like they were kind of not having any.
No, they were bleeding out. They were bleeding out in this game, 100%.
And so getting Nightstar, of all people involved, is important for their game plan. But let's look ahead. AMI first onto the Herald, and it looks like it's going to go uncontested again. King Clueless has not wanted to rip this Paranoia this game.
No, and I think I saw it go on cooldown earlier. Don't know what the hell that was about. Well, just as I say that, it's my superpower. We're coming back here onto Barrack. Going forward is 5-Mini, able to use some fancy feet to get himself out of dodge. R1, R2, and just like that, that'll be it on the top side. Low Jazz, claiming the Rift Herald.
That's a big escape, though, for 5-Mini. Credit to the rookie getting out of dodge, knowing that the play would be him. Because Paranoia and Needlework burned before the Dragon spawn makes me think that AMI will be in a very comfortable position to take this fight should they so choose.
Yeah, no, puts us in a very interesting position here. They're actually in a decent spot here. Gold again, even. If you're just joining us, the first 20 minutes of every single game have basically been this. This has been a lot less bloody, we should say, but it's been very even early games here as Low Jazz. Ooh, man, he's playing with fire here. Kindred doesn't have that range up just yet. Really short-range champion. Finally got the Lamb's Respite back off cooldown, but level 11 crucially hit there. A couple of big spikes have been hit as well. I think if Decoy can get back and get that Fimble Winter, that's kind of the next big thing you're looking for there. But Barrack keeping him in lane so far.
Barrack not looking too strong, though. This Gragas kind of beating him up a little bit. Likely doesn't want to fight anyway.
Yeah, Low Jazz. He gets
great control over mid.
Yeah, no, he gets scattered the weak into his own Raptor Brush, and now it's Dog fans that have control over this river. At least the entrance to it. Boy, oh boy. Hawk, you gotta shut up, dog.
What did I do?
You said Decoy wasn't looking
Barrack
too
wasn't
strong.
looking so good up here.
Oh, you said Barrack. My bad. That's on me. Hey, my bad.
Man.
I thought you said Decoy.
It's all right.
I thought you said
It's been
Decoy.
a long one. It's been a long one.
I thought you said Decoy, and I'm like, look, once he gets the Fimble Winter, he'll be fine, right? He's just kind of
Decoy's
sitting on a little bit of
chilling.
gold here. Oh my goodness, does he
flash,
just? There's
though.
no way.
Oh, man. Low Jazz coming up top. He's got the mark on the Gwen. Gonna buy himself some time with that Lamb's Respite. Decoy, no mana, no problem. Question mark. Gwen is immune. Get in there and get the kill. Low Jazz, attaboy. Way to juggle that one, the top lane of AMI, but that does leave Dragon for Dog fans.
Dragon goes over, but that's about to be 7 marks for this Kindred. We got word from production he had 5, and that's a Krug mark and a Gwen mark that just got picked up. Low Jazz is getting really big on this carry pick. Nightstar now wants a piece, but he is real far up. Focus!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A absolute comedy of disaster for Nightstar. Holy Pocus, are you kidding me?
Oh, someone spin the track of that replay. Pocus with a prediction on the flash. Insane stuff coming out. But why was Nightstar there? I cannot fathom that play. We have seen multiple blunders of this level from the Dog Fans 80 carry as Barrick in the 2 versus 1. I don't know if this is tilt, fatigue, or something else as he tries to make the outplay happen, but just not respecting the fact that his entire team is on the bottom side of the map, and then Nightstar literally just does the same thing, gets flash predicted, and just like that, it's AMI about a goal, 1.5K in the driver's seat.
Paranoia coming out. Man, Pocus is just monstrous because with a handshake immediately, Hood and Seahawk, the lights were turned out, and Low Jazz gets another one on his opposite number. This dude cannot be stopped. Protoss almost into certain death. Pocus, dude, another great handshake.
Yeah, another one, and the queen of counter-engage, Renata, just rips out that hostile takeover, and King Clueless had no chance. Dog Fans is waffling.
5 pinballs himself around the business end, the sweet spot of the snip, and gets a TP there out of Lycamaz and leaves mid lane wide open. AMI, dude, these last 5 minutes, or last 3 minutes, have been all AMI. Now Lycamaz, I mean, look at all the time they're wasting. Absolutely. 5 he's already got his ult down. There goes the needlework. If he can get down, dodges big balls, but that should be enough. Yeah, shut down, and a much needed one there over to Barrick.
5 with the broken arm guard right there. Dodged out on the Unleashed Power. Thought it might be enough to live. Protoss is caught.
Oh my goodness. Protoss gets lit up. Decoy just T-posing, walking right at Nightstar. Finally, he will go backwards.
I mean, despite all of this, it's just more kills. Everything going the way of AMI. It doesn't matter that 5 dropped. Dog Fans is completely waffling in this game right now, and Apex Mission Impossible, they are the ones staying poised. Low Jazz leading the charge, 4-0-2 on the Kindred, 8 stacks on the passive right now. I was critical of the draft, but at the end of the day, execution is all that matters, and it's Dog Fans that's being executed.
6 out of 8 KP, Low Jazz, dog. I mean, you gotta tip your cap, dude. I mean, like we said, like the first time when he pulled out the Viego, that was our point. Was like, look, you know, this guy's a really good jungler, but this isn't the style he usually plays. And he said, so what? You can stop being a loser, right? Play a carry champ. Live a little. My goodness, 8 marks already. We're 20 minutes in. Low Jazz, dude. Hats off.
Shibby might have been onto something, man. Year of Low Jazz. Could be alive.
Yeah, Shibby, we need to talk. Let me know where the flux capacitor is, because clearly you got the Back to the Future sports manual.
His hot take on Salty Runback as well from last week, looking real good.
What was his exact take?
He said that Apex Mission Impossible is going to upset Galaxy, because we all thought it would be Galaxy.
Yeah.
And then make it to this match against Tempest Gaming. I think it's fair to say this is going even better than Shibby predicted. Currently a game away from promoting to the NACL, and they're in position to win said game. Shout out to everyone, by the way, watching the stream that has been here for 7 hours now alongside us. Game 5, Apex Mission Impossible against Dog Fans with NACL promotion on the lines. Currently Apex nursing a 3,000 gold advantage 23 minutes into this game. I was critical of their composition, but their 80 carries very much online.
Baz 3-2-1. He's on 2.5 items right now. Nightstar still with a little bit of a CS lead. He's gotten that second item. That Essence Reaver's big for the MF. Just makes things a little bit easier, a little bit smoother, the rotations as they come out. Maw's on 2 items. 5 once he gets onto that second item, I think that might be the go button that they're looking for. I say that, you do have Low Jazz, who is putting on an absolute clinic
destroying
here.
Him.
King Clunis just gets absolutely mopped off the rip, and another money handshake from Pocus. AMI marching through this mid game.
AMI is running over Dog Fans. The opposition looking like they're losing focus as King Clueless was contesting a ward in enemy jungle with the support in base. Nightstar gets baited into the follow as well, and it's Apex Mission Impossible that are grouped up together. Low Jazz and Decoy leading the charge. a tier 2 tower now being taken in the picture-in-picture. They're
My
going to be able to
goodness.
convert that into a dragon to deny the soul. This is looking like Apex Mission Impossible's game to lose.
Yeah. It absolutely is. First dragon of the game. It's kind of crazy that it is their first dragon of the game because things have been going pretty well for them, but that has been the story. The red side in this series has been controlling the dragon pit, and up on the top side, 6 grubs for Low Jazz and company. 8 out of 10 kill participation. He's on 2.5 items right now, looking towards that wit's end, it looks like. And now with the Gragas with the Fimbulwinter, 006, a clean game from Decoy here. Hawk, this is, I mean, this is an absolute treat, man. Again, like you talk about program building and building for the long haul, right? The resiliency, the importance of that, the importance of synergy for all of these players. And to have Fimony, look, he's not the star right now. Low Jazz has been there and done that in this space. He is the superstar right now. But Fimony and Bads, to have that in your back pocket as AMI, as this game in this series, and should they win, NACL goes on, you like their odds to do something.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I hope the org owner as well for Apex Mission Impossible, his wife comes back if they win the series, but whoa, no!
I gotta stop talking, dude. I knew that was stupid. As soon as I started the AMI glaze, I knew it was gonna come back to bite me, and there it is. Shut down.
I mean, surely it's not game losing.
No.
It is a lot of gold over to Moz as Low Jazz did not use the Lamb's Respite, did not react in time to the execute that came through from the Syndra, unlocking that one with enough splinters of power and parlaying that into a mid lane tier 1. I mean that is an opening.
No, that's big.
For
That's
dog
big.
fans.
Oh, and here's what they're gonna do with it? Question mark?
That
maybe?
was not an opening.
All right. Well, I mean, it was an opening. The door was open. I decided not to walk through it. It's like, do you know what invisible fence is, right? Those like shock collars you put on your dogs. Yeah. So we had that for my. That's what it kind of felt like. Was like a dog that has been zapped by the shock collar too many times and was like, no, if I go over there, I die.
And maybe Low Jazz should have respected the same thing. The Syndra shock collar, it's pretty zappy. We all, I think, forgot that there's an outplay button in this game. So, I mean, credit to Moz, who I think has been, alongside Barrick, the one to step up in this series for dog fans when the chips have been down, especially in a carrying capacity. But it's Apex Mission Impossible. They're right back out on the map. They've got 6 grubs and a tier 1 tower in their sights. Now, big neutral objectives up on the top side of the map, so they don't want to dawdle too long.
No, Baron is up. Atakan waiting there as well. That mark's been sitting there for Low Jazz for the last few minutes here. As things are coming to a bit of a, I don't want to say a screeching halt, but a bit of a halt here. As King Clueless doesn't have that paranoia. Thank you, Brain. Up. Nice start with no ultimate either. Protoss with the upgrade down. Does have the Leandries up here though. Hawk. Look, AMI still in control of this one. I think, again, there's a KG affair, right? It hasn't been, we haven't seen like a full-blown 5v5, right? At most, it's been like 2 or 3 at a time.
Uh-oh,
But this next dragon looks like where the battle lines are gonna be drawn. Protoss. Yeah, Decoy, dude. My guy's just T-way.
Decoy's fishing, I respect it, trying to control the jungle, but now they might turn it around.
Oh, has to flash away. Doesn't able to get the damage onto King Clueless. Able to get the bailout out, or the hostile takeover, excuse me, as Nightstar just gonna get grassed on there by Low Jazz. Pops the Lamb's Respite. There's that outplay button. Scatter the weak lands. Barrick can't go in here. 5 and he shows up, and not a moment too soon.
Low Jazz getting taken so low. I will say, this Kindred may be strong, but very squishy, and we're starting to see some of the issues I had with this composition for Apex, right? They just don't really have access to the enemy backline. Dog fans able to fight grouped up. No kills, though. No major objectives on the map. It's just going to be a reset from both teams, and we're looking towards this dragon in a minute. Decoy losing out on the flash is quite big. No body slam flash combo on the Gragas, but Nightstar, both summoners invested.
A lot of ultimates blown. As the next dragon comes up, look, this is where the battle lines are going to be drawn here. Cloud Soul, not a massive needle mover here, but it's never going to hurt. You do have some big ultimates. Actually, I say that. I don't know, man. These ultimates are pretty valuable for the side of dog fans. And Lamb's Respite, obviously the most crucial one of them all. Protoss has to flash away. I think he's toast here. Yeah, he's done so. He's done so. Low Jazz getting in the right place at the right time. That's 9 marks for him now. Decoy goes over. Doesn't have the flash, but does the body slam. Has the barrel as well. Tries to get Moz into the back line as 580 going over, but he gets scattered the weak out. 580 has to ult out of there under the cloak of darkness, and now Paranoia popped here. King Clue is trying to give his team room to back up here. 580 still fishing, still looking for that pick there. They've got the numbers advantage. Scattered the weak lance, ultra shot Laker. Dude, Moz, he's put on a clinic on this Syndrome, man. Doing what he's done in these choke points is massive. The health bar advantage is in favor of Dog fans. Hostile takeover goes out, gets absolutely nothing on that. They get the dragon, and that'll be it. Unless Dog fans want to chase, they do not.
AMI should be able to walk away with their advantage. There's a great pick onto Protoss, and Moz wasn't quite able to find the one shot onto Baz. Ultimately, with their extra numbers. They're still looking, though. Oh, my goodness. This is so aggressive.
Yeah, this is a lot, man. Moz bit off way more than he could chew. Shutdown going to the pocket of Poke as King Clueless. You gotta be careful. He doesn't bite off more than he could chew either. Nightstar got in, saw the situation, and said absolutely not. We are leaving now. Protoss, meanwhile, lighting up the Baron with some vision. Yeah, Hawk, they got a little bit. Look, still up 4,000 gold here, but I feel like AMI got gifted a little bit there.
Yeah, I agree, and I mean, I just do not understand that angle from Oz. You don't need to go that far forward. Great punish again from AMI. Barrick, though, looking like he's outscaled this matchup.
Yeah, the barrel dropped, the explosive cast dropped again here. As Barrick did have everything up. Well, not everything. He didn't have the flash, but he did have the ultimate up, I should say. Can stack that Q up really, really fast here, but opted not to go for the all-in. That sustain from the Gragas is absolutely massive. And he does a sneaky amount of damage, right? Cosmic Drive Zanya's with the NLR. He's a tough nut to crack, for sure.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, as AMI in the area of Baron and Nauticon. So they did maintain a lot of their summoner spells after that dragon fight. Dog fans invested basically everything to try to get something back unsuccessfully. So it puts AMI in a really good position to potentially win another fight and put this game away. They've had a couple bumps along the road, as they have in many of their games, trying to close them out. But by and large, it's been a clean one so far, still in the lead.
Protoss gets the stun off. Low Jazz. In a little bit of trouble, but not a ton. Again, 9 marks on this Kindred. It was an absolutely legendary early game for Low Jazz. Now he's hit a bit of a wall here. Baz in a pretty good position to help carry this one. Decoy looking for those game-changing barrels. King Clueless, got to be careful here. Pops a spell shield. The barrel not going to find its mark. It is just that Baron just kind of posturing around, and you see 580 try to get control in that top side. Barrick, he doesn't have TP. He's got to be careful here. He's kind of on an island there in the bottom lane, and now the attention turned towards the Baron. Maybe here, finally, is Decoy going to bodyguard it? No, we're going to the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, AMI, they have the tools to be able to set this one up. Again, their river control is just too good. And Dog fans does not have the tools to fight right now. It's a ruinous Otacon, so it's going to give them a huge XP lead. Okay, I just lied. It's the red Otacon. Well, I can't tell my Otacon colors apart.
That's
but
okay.
Still, it's going to give them a fight to potentially take in the next few minutes. Baron on the map, and another possible soul fight in 2.
Yeah, and again, this has been a cagey one. As the bot lane tier 2 goes down, Barrick making the most of his alone time there with the bot lane tier 2. They do have the respawns, or the withdrawals, I should say, up and available as the battle line's drawn again. Dog fans have taken control over that river after the Otacon went down here, Hawk. It's just a deep ward in that tribe rush here. So Pocket's got to be careful when he roams up, taking advantage of the resets coming through to try to clear this one out. Who's going to end up with the better vision setup here?
I mean, right now, AMI, because they have first reset, they're going to be the first ones to walk in, right? Dog fans replaced a lot of the wards before basing, but they come back out on the map second, so they'll be forced to retake yet again. I will say, bot lane tier 2 for Otacon, not really a bad trade. I think that's completely fine for Dog fans to take. It gets gold in their pockets and a little bit of map control, as long as they don't lose this Baron right here. Here goes AMI with the voracious Otacon, just ripping it on the Nash. Let's see if Dog fans is up for the challenge.
Decoy bodyguarding. Protoss and Nightstar inching ever closer. Barrick trying to skip and slash over the wall potentially. Low Jazz taken low here. 5-minute bodyguarding as well. Taking an alternate route in. King Clueless pops the Paranoia. Moz showing up as well. Barrick looking for the big ultimate. As the ultimate goes out there, the hostile takeover not going to find his mark. Decoy into the back line. He goes getting onto Barrack. Gwen is immune, but is Gwen immune that much? Barrett goes down here on the other side as LoJazz able to pick it up. Pops the Lamb's respite at the last possible second. Somehow Decoy still alive here. He'll get the withdraw, and that might be the signal of retreat for AMI. The health bar's too big here. LoJazz trying to waste some time. They grab the Baron, and they get out.
So nicely done! Apex Mission Impossible, they are doing it! They pull the Baron and they do not allow shenanigans. LoJazz secures it, they disengage, losing a couple of withdraws along the way, but that's what the Otacon is for. They're right back out on the map ahead of this dragon spawn, and although it's not sold for AMI, they might just be able to deny it from the opposition. Nightstar let out a massive bullet time, but he wasn't able to stand and fire. And with a great hostile takeover, nobody on the side of Dog fans was able to get into that pit. King Clueless just decided to focus on Decoy instead, and sure, they bring him down. But again, it's just the Otacon buff. This is Apex Mission Impossible in their element, denying the soul, putting themselves on soul point. Yet again, 12 marks now on this Kindred. They are taking steps towards NACL!
Ooh, Solo Bolo in the top lane. A single dingle, if you will. And Fimini absolutely will. Paranoia popped here. King Clueless looks like he's going to be able to get onto Fimini. Pops a spell shield, gets the fear off. That should be enough.
Look bottom, though. Look bottom.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side, tier 2. Shutdown goes over to Leica Moz, but Cher,
Six scrub push.
Yeah, that's the power of that. And then they're looking like they're going to take this inhibitor down as well here. And indeed, they will. Yeah, look, Barrack had some alone time with a lot of towers, but the push, the speed at which they were doing it between LoJazz and Baz, they can rip through these towers, Hawk.
Yeah, Barrack has just not been quite getting it done on this Gwen. Fimini, completely invisible, to be honest, for most of this game. Finds one onto the opposition. And even though he dies for it, gives his team plenty of time to barrel into the base with their Baron. The gold lead is still very much within striking distance, but it just feels like AMI is slowly but surely pulling away, inch by inch.
Get another look at the solo kill up here. Hawk, the craziest part about this game is that Dog fans could win it. Like, that would,
like... Saw it happen in Game 3.
Like, it would surprise me, but it wouldn't shock me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It would shock me, I think, too, but I see what you're saying, because crazier things have absolutely happened.
And Dog fans just kind of, like, this is just kind of what they do.
Right. I mean, this team is nothing if not clutch, but they are definitely fighting an uphill battle. Baron's still here for AMI, and Baz is just pushing with impunity.
Well said. Good verb choice. Or adjective choice, I should say. Noun? It's a noun. Barrel, gonna land on King Clueless. He turns the lights off. He says, I want no part of this. Meanwhile, going forward here with impunity again is Pocus, is LoJazz, I should say. He goes forward. Redemption comes down. Bullet time went out, softened him up a good degree there. No barrel available for Decoy, but that cooldown is dangerously low, Hawk. He's got Death Cap as well.
How about this for Pocus? 2-0-6 at 28 years old. He's on the verge of making NACL after a storied career here in Tier 3. Was at LAN ETS this morning, and now comes and plays for his team to try and make it all the way to where nobody on this roster, save for Decoy subbing, has ever been before. And I think he's been having a stellar game on the Renata. The hostile takeovers have been on point, some clutch handshakes to set up some big kills here and there as well. And even the redemption, just making sure LoJazz knows, hey, you're the carry and you can play like it.
Yeah, and they've got a number of options to be able to close this one out. Fimini, he's such a pest, too, right? I mean, he's... Ooh, excuse me. He's been just skittering around these team fights so well, drawing attention away. Just 2 deaths for him. Right? I mean, yes, look, okay, five kills on the other side. That is tied for the most. I get that, but man, oh man. I think we are in for a, I think we still got a surprise or two in us here, Hawk. Because LoJazz, he stalled out a little bit here. The game has stalled out a little bit, to be fair. But with 3 dragons up here, with 7 elemental drakes one more time, I think we will see an elder dragon, just because that's the way that this series has been going. We're almost a 40-minute mark here, Hawk. Unbelievable. Again, I mean, this is peak Tier 3, man.
AMI, a slow team to close. We're about to see our 3rd game of this series with a 7th dragon, 7th elemental drake. We're approaching 40 minutes yet again, and I think we're going to see this dragon spawn. Barik is the target. Redemption to cancel the base. Come on, Pocus.
Oh, yeah. That's good stuff. Able to get to the TP, though. Able to get up to that top side. So, you know, that was fun. But now full control here for AMI on the bottom river as this dragon spawning in about 50 seconds. So definitely enough time as the resets go out here to regain that control. With the wave being pushed in here by Nightstar and Protoss. But Decoy doing his thing in the bottom lane. Maybe they can get a pick here as well, but now Protoss and Nightstar, they know that, the game is on the line here.
And forcing out that TP was big. Baz is full build on this Zeri, by the way. This is going to be a huge team fight, and AMI, both of their ADCs are primed and ready to go. Dog fans, work cut out for them. Decoy on the side.
Ooh, Decoy got to be careful here. Eating a couple autos there from Nightstar. Forces the
Big
flash
summoner.
out of him. That bicep was not going to be available. The scatter of the week goes out. Maz, he gets lit up. This next to go out. The bullet time coming out over the top as well. Gliding crash going down. Baz kiting back very nicely here onto King Clueless. Protoss goes down.
Minnie's
He'll
alive!
traded bladed all over the side. Low Jazz going forward onto Nightstar. Pops the Lamb's respite. Might have kept Nightstar alive, but he kept himself alive in the process as well. Taken down at the very back end. It's a 3 for 2 for AMI, but with no jungler, that means no problem in this one. They take the Cloud Soul.
Yet again, Apex Mission Impossible stands tall in the fight. Moz sold out to try to kill Decoy, but it was all a decoy in the fight as Baz was the one to carry it in the end. This is just so aggressive from the mid laner of Dog fans. He doesn't get it, even though he buys time with the Zonias, and Nightstar does an incredible amount of damage. Minnie's able to survive on the backside, and they are routed everywhere else. Look at the 3-man trio right here. Nightstar gets the final love tap onto Low Jazz, but at the end of the day, both AD carries were still alive. The full build Zeri is able to do it. That is now Cloud Soul for an Apex Mission Impossible composition where, when I said they might have issues finding targets, movement speed going to shore that up immensely.
Absolutely. With how mobile this composition is as well, I mean, it's going to be like playing whack-a-mole to a certain degree. You can turn off the lights to get yourself a little bit more control, but that's kind of it, right? You need a big-time bullet time, and you can escape from that just a little bit easier. Hugging these walls, Baz as well, man. Like you said, he carried that last fight. The baton was passed to him. I think Low Jazz, he did his job, right? In that early and mid-game, as we crest the 40-minute mark here, it is on Baz's shoulders as the longer range AD. I mean, they've got kind of similar ranges, but you know what I mean. You can do damage from a little farther away. You've got the AoE with the lightning crash as well, and you're able to get kind of forward and behind walls. You're dishing out that anti-heal as well, not for nothing. And Decoy again on this Gragas. We see some good Gragas play in the last series as well. And Decoy, man, I'm waiting for the big barrel. Man, 0-1-8, but with one barrel, he could be the MVP of this game.
No flashes except for supports right now as we are full on NA ramming. Dog fans know that they're one fight away from potentially getting this game back, but AMI, one fight from the NACL. Both teams stepping up. Mini has a deep flank. It's a big scatter.
He's got a deep flank. He's going to be walking over a ward. Just got to make sure that everyone else is distracted enough not to see him. Redemption will get Pocus a little bit more health here. Onto the Baron they go, question mark. Let's see if they want to fight this around the brush. Yeah, they've got a little bit of vision here, but Dog fans know exactly. This is not
Mini's pushing top.
to be taken lightly like Amaz. Actually a little bit separated here, so is Protoss, but like you said, Mini up on the top side. They got to send someone to respond to him eventually, unless they can get a pick here down bot. It will be Barik that will go up to respond here. It's a 4v4 in the mid lane. Meanwhile, not able to actually get all that much done in the top lane.
I mean, it's quite a bit of a damage on the tower, though. 6 grubs for the Sakali, and they need to respect the Baron threat. This is still double ADCs that can burn it down. Low Jazz and Baz, they're on towards it. I think Blue Trinket did spot it out.
Yeah,
but
and that's
it's
why
just,
they back off.
Dog fans is being yo-yoed around the map right now. They have zero agency in how this game is played out. Apex holds all of the cards. All they need to do is choose the ace in the back.
Again, Mini moves himself up to that top lane. They're trying to be a pest in the team fights and in the long game as well. Maz almost hits the scatter of the week there onto Decoy. Decoy gets completely taken out of this. He's got the TP, so he can join at any time. Again, double ADCs, ripping immediately here onto the Baron. I think the Baron is toast.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's just about the fight afterwards. If it even breaks out, Mini bodyguarding. They can't get in at all. Pocus Miss anti-engage herself. Now the Baron comes up huge. That's another mark. Not for nothing here for Low Jazz. The decision is to take that mid-tier 2. Let's see what they can get away with.
I think they should be able to take that one and leave. Apex Mission Impossible, though. Baron in their hands. Again, 6 Void Grubs as well. They'll be able to push down these towers so quickly. That's where the damage that Fine Mini got on top becomes meaningful, and also an open inhibitor in bottom. Basically, everybody is approaching full build. 4 items for the side of Apex Mission Impossible. They're 4,000 gold in the lead, but I don't think that matters right now. It's all about the waves. It's all about the fights, and Dog Fans is out of position with a wave Baroned up in mid.
Protoss has got to get himself in a better position here. Fimini, he does have the TP to join the fight at a moment's notice, but as these waves converge, as these lanes converge, I should say, he is but a hop, skip, and a jump away. As the bottom lane really not the focus right now, trying to get something in mid and top. As these fights go on, another Elder will be spawning in a minute and change. That bottom lane might come into focus here in a bit, but Low Jazz helping everybody take us in the top lane. Stopwatch pop there by Decoy. That could be huge. Inhib down. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, Maws getting some sort of advantage for maybe a brewing fight. They're gonna have to try to defend this either mid lane or bottom lane inhibitor. If you let triple inhibitor down, oh, there they go!
There goes the Paranoia, getting there onto the backline. Redemption coming down as well. The hostile takeover doesn't really do a ton, but King Clueless is out of this fight right now. Pop the Paranoia, he's still got the flash. He uses that to get himself safe as Low Jazz taken to about 2/3 of HP. And after all that, we might get a breather after all. Decoy back to the bottom lane he goes.
2 critical ultimates and 2 critical flashes blown, 1 on each side. But at the end of the day, it does not deny the push. Apex Mission Impossible still knocking on the door.
The winner of this game promotes into NACL. The losers will have to face the gauntlet in the lower bracket. Another 50-minute banger incoming here. The shortest game of this series was game 4, 30 minutes. And Hawk, I mean, 8 hours of casting today. And 5 long games, even games. Dog Fans not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. The gold lead, I mean, the respawn timers, they get so long at this point here, but AMI playing this backwards pretty nicely here. They should have first purchase onto the Baron. Or onto the Elder, I should say. They got 45 seconds left onto this Baron buff. Their waves are in a pretty good spot here. Maybe they just play for the pick. Baz shows
fast.
up. No, they are zooming with a capital Z. Locked up here is Decoy, taking to about
Protoss.
half. Yeah, Protoss didn't even use the upgrade there on that one. Minimal resources expended there. But with that Void Staff, man, he's cooking. TP coming in here from
Bear's got a
Moz.
TP, though. I mean, AMI will one-shot this Elder, so Dog cannot fall asleep at the wheel. They need to find a fight, but here comes Low Jazz.
Ooh, Low Jazz going forward. He gets the flash there out of Protoss. Looking for 5 mini potentially, or 5 mini. Looking for King
ultimate
Clueless.
too.
Maybe Baz hanging out in the pit. He can do damage from over that wall. Moz misses the scatter of the week. Decoy is low. Redemption gonna help out just a little
Neither
bit
team has
here.
engaged.
No, they're too scared. I mean, you look for that window, and if you don't have that window, you might lose the game. You might lose your shot at promoting. The stakes could not be higher as this fight kicks off. Finally, Low Jazz and Baz get onto the Elder Dragon. Hostile takeover goes out. A little bit of damage coming in. That's the goal. Decoy going forward. Milo's going to buy some time with the stopwatch. Bullet time going forward. Elder Dragon popped up here. And it's about there into the back line. Let the Lamb's Respite going up here. Pockets trying to buy some time. Healing
so
comes
low!
in here. Clueless is so low. Baz is low, but he goes backwards. Might be able to kite this one out. Nightstar finally showing up with the triple when his team needs him the most. He comes up with 3 massive kills to get Dog Fans back in this one.
How does Dog keep doing it? Nightstar gets a triple. Moss goes back to base. He's got the teleport and 3 members dead, but they're not going to go for the end. It's simply a retreat to the Elder Dragon with King Clueless still alive. Decoy pulls the trigger in the fight, but it's Nightstar with the bullet time across multiple, untouched. 5 mini can't find him. Decoy can't find him, and the Lamb's Respite gets blown early. Love tap, and Dog is still alive. Are you kidding?
Onto the Elder they go. Tried for a miracle steer there, did Decoy, and they've got the Elder now. Like in game 3, so in game 5. When you least expect him, but when you most need him, Nightstar thrusts himself into the main character role.
How is it possible? He's been so quiet this series, but on the Tristana, at the end of game 3, he steps up. And now on the Misfortune, after doing so little all game, making mistakes in mid, he's here. A triple kill to save their series and their dreams of NACL promotion through the upper bracket. Unbelievable stuff. Apex Mission Impossible has played this game so well, so clinically, but they just can't close against Dog fans.
Dog fans is, I mean, they are holding strong, man. They are digging the F in. They are, I mean, this is gritty, white knuckle stuff from Dog fans. As Low Jazz gets a little bit of damage here onto King Clueless. Bear it up in 30 seconds, and we'll see those battle lines drawn. Or will we? I mean, with the Elder buff here lasting for another minute and change, how much can you even contest this if you're AMI?
I don't know. I don't know if they can. 20 seconds on the Baron spawn. They don't have any control over mid. They don't have any control over top. And Nightstar will like one auto kill everybody. There are 0 tanks in this game. Barrick does not have an Elder. I think it's only a Nightstar and King Clueless, if I'm not mistaken. Moss has one too. That's big on the Syndra. So it's not everybody, but
okay. It's 4 though.
The Syndra in Misfortune will just delete you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Protoss has one too. I guess, did he respawn fast enough? He must have.
He must have, right? I mean, it's the only explanation. So.
Sweet.
Oh! Full build Zeri,
I love
by
Zeri.
the way. 6 items, sold the boots.
As he should. I mean, he's going to have that movement speed coming through, especially some of those deal items providing some. But Guardian Angel online for Baz is big. No flash, though. For Nightstar. I don't like them starting the Baron like this. This is a weird fight.
This is a very weird fight. The health bars are already really low. Derek, you got to skip and slash out of there, brother.
50 seconds on Elder.
Maybe they are just committing here. 15 seconds left on this Elder.
Oh my God,
King Clueless pops it. Solo! Low Jazz steals the Baron, and now they're just running all over them. 2 kills for 5, and lightning crash down. Baz is taking it forward like a mouse in the Baron. It's not enough. The bullet time gets nothing done. A weird fight with a fantastic outcome for AMI. That's it. Canada, stand up! True patriot love that only they command! Apex mission accomplished!
2025 is the year of Low Jazz. I have never seen this kind of resilience from a team. 28 is young, these nuts is still funny, and AMI makes NACL!
What a series, what a game, what a way to end this one, man. AMI, I think it has to be said, deserved across all metrics. And I deserved because I think they played better, but because they went up against the most stubborn, dogged opposition I have seen in the OQs.
Yeah, it was just such a remarkable series. 50 minutes of back-to-back action throughout the entire duration of like just so many games, so much time spent into these teams, and so much madness. It's just completely crazy, and congratulations Apex to taking off this win. I'm like literally shaking because this is absolutely insane. And yeah.
I'm right there with you. I have never seen
Chills.
I have never seen a series like this with this kind of stakes at this level of play. We've had incredible 5-game series to promote before between so many great teams over the last couple of years, but never have I seen this kind of scrappiness from 2 squads that nobody expected to be in this position. And Apex Mission Impossible 4x4, you said it. Apex mission accomplished. They have done it. The Canadian organization is into the NACL. Pocus is into the NACL. Mini is into the NACL. This team has overcome every obstacle in. Out of 64 teams, they are one of only 3 lucky few to advance. An unbelievable accomplishment for this organization and these players, and what an honor it was to be a part of it.
An absolute treat. And a quick one there. You talked about it, Fimini, right? Getting in his rookie year. The Samikin comparisons kind of right themselves, man.
Yeah. And the only difference is one of them plays melee mids, and the other one doesn't.
And the other one plays Zoe, which it's good fun either way.
Yeah. I am at a loss for words right now. All I can do is tip my hat to first Dog fans for doing what they did to beat Gravity and Tempest Gaming yesterday. They played 11 stage games in the last 2 days, and unfortunately falling up short at the final hurdle to potentially make NACL. They now go down to the lower bracket. I'll look at the bracket later. I'm recoiling too much But Apex Mission Impossible, they are the ones that are victorious. I cannot give enough congratulations to these players, this organization, every single person involved. It is incredible.
Yeah, congratulations to Apex Mission Impossible. Maybe not so impossible after all, as they are going to be making their way into the NACL. And shout out to you guys, you viewers watching. I think we're making it about 1,900 viewers watching at this current moment, which is like, oh, actually 2,100 at this current moment, which is the most we had on the stream.
It's been a haul.
So thank you so much for supporting us. We really appreciate you guys. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look, and yeah, thank you guys for everybody for supporting Tier 3, for being here, right, for watching, no matter how long you were watching, you were here for all 8 hours of this. If you're a true sicko, thank you. And if you're not a true sicko, if you're joining us for the first time, if this is your first taste of it, thank you. This is how we grow it. I mean, just stuff like this, man. I mean, look, we'll see how they get on in NACL, but if the power of friendship is as powerful as we think it is, they've got a shot to make some noise here. Let's get into the replays, because this one was, to use a technical term, a slobber knocker. This was an absolute rock fight. What a freaking game, man.
Truly. I mean, Apex Mission Impossible, it is incredible how much they controlled this game. Way back, about 6 hours ago, 4x4, we talked about their mid-game teamfight prowess and their ability to take control of games. And that was exactly what happened this game, but they struggled to close in the later game teamfights, as we'll obviously come to see and we just saw. But they did not let that get to them. They stuck to their guns, and it truly was a whole team effort. We'll talk about the MVP very shortly of the entire series, but I have to give so much credit to some of the other players. Baz, I think an unsung hero for this team, incredibly consistent across the course of this series. Great games on the Twitch and the Zeri in particular to close things out. I need to give another shout out to Pocus. I have been covering this player since 2021 when he played on AoE randoms, and this guy, the heart and soul of this team, I think he had a phenomenal series. Flash handshake right there on the Nightstar, many such clutch plays throughout, and no matter what happened, I look back on Apex Mission Impossible losing that third game in 55 minutes when that probably should have been theirs. If I had to guess, it's Pocus that probably brought the team back and was able to rally them to win 2 straight after the fact.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight how crazy their run was. It's so inspirational to watch how hard they worked to get up to this point. And honestly, I'm truly proud of Apex Mission Impossible, and I gotta give it to Dog fans as well. They played really hard, very patient. These long games like really showcases how these players can, showcase themselves individually.
Yeah, absolutely. And to speak on Pocus again, right? I mean, this was a series full of individual moments. Look, it was a lot of really good team fighting, a lot of good macro, especially Hawk, like we've highlighted the whole series, from AMI in their mid games, controlling these neutral objectives. It's really been excellent stuff. But we'll remember things like, the King Clueless Elder swipe. Again, we'll remember. That might be lost to history for non-ball knowers, but I mean, and then this Baron swipe as well in the late game, right? The big bullet time, and the Tristana plays as well, Moss on the Aurora. I mean, just all of these individual moments. And Pocus, I mean, my goodness, I feel like every time you see Renata, it can be so boom or bust, because you get one shot at everything, right? In a long team fight, maybe you get 2 spell rotations, maybe. But the handshakes early from Pocus, oh my goodness, it got me feeling some type of way, man.
Yeah, they were truly game-defining, and
to win this fight not having Elder, right? Like, to just bulldoze this one like this.
And Loja's coming up with the steal, like, yeah, I can't believe it. Apex Mission Impossible, they've done it, and I want to jump immediately into who our MVP is, because we talked about a lot of these players, but it was rumored, it was on the wins this year, that it was a certain type of year, that this was the year of Lojaz, and my MVP of the series, without a doubt, is the jungler for Apex Mission Impossible. The Kindred performance in Game 5, the Volibear in Game 4, all of this after having an Elder stolen from under his nose to end Game 3. I think the performance from this player has gone through the roof over the last couple of years. He went from being a low to mid-tier, like, Tier 3 competent jungler to now he's going to the NACL. This guy's been grinding for so long, and I mean, truly the shot caller of this team, by the way. I cannot think of a more deserving MVP than this, because he stepped up on the biggest stage of his career and absolutely delivered for 5 games straight.
And like you said, Hawk, I mean, the way that he bounced back right after what would have broken most people, it would have broken me, of course, but I have weak mental. That's why I'm casting and not playing. To get that Elder swiped, right, and to have such a frustrating loss in Game 3. And again, Dog fans, we'll talk a little bit more about them, but they are some stubborn SOBs. They're like, they had no business being in some of these games. And yet, at every point, we found ourselves, looking up at the gold lead and going, Dog fans still kind of look, they still kind of got this. We look up and go, heck, it's only a 2,000 gold lead, right? Dog fans, man, I mean, what a, they are going to be, if they mentally can stay, kind of locked in, for lack of a better term, they're going to be really brutal opposition for anyone in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and congratulations to Low Jazz again for that MVP. You really deserved it. You played out of your mind. Congratulations to Apex Mission Impossible. And I want to talk about a little bit about today. Maybe, Hawk, can you give us a little recap of what happened today?
Yeah, I can bring us home. Here, Apex Mission Impossible in 5 games has promoted to the NACL. Congratulations as well to Near Airport on the other side of the bracket. Without dropping a game, has promoted to the NACL. And then meanwhile, on the bottom side of the bracket, I can run through a couple of those games real quick. We had 4 matches going on earlier today. St. Clair, Fisher College, and the Pepe team all taking 2-0s off stream, while here we watch the Citadel take a 2-0 over Galaxy Gaming. So those 4 teams will be playing their lower bracket matches against some of the losers from the last round in the upper bracket. We still got 4 more rounds to go down there. Coming up next weekend, so you're not going to want to miss all of that. Joined by 4i4 and Rude Dude providing all of that coverage. This team...
It'll be Gordo. It'll be Gordo.
Yeah.
I'm deuces. Gordo's got the...
It's Gordo. Sorry, you're right.
Gordo's going to take us home.
It's Gordo and Rude Dude taking you home the whole weekend. And then obviously Dog Fans and Fantastic Five, they've still, or rather Friendly Fellas, confusing. Those 2 guys will be down in the lower bracket. 2 series to the NACL with 10 teams still contending. It's been a long tournament and we're still not quite there. We got 1 more team to crown, but this stream to me is a celebration of Apex Mission Impossible in Near Airport.
Oh, thank you so much, Hawk. I'm going to be closing it out. Thank you guys for watching the NACL Open Qualifiers. This is me, Alan, joined by 4i4 and Hawk, as we congratulate Citadel for making their way 1 step closer to the NACL. Apex advancing into the NACL, same with Near Airport. And we still got 1 week full of games for Open Qualifiers. And yeah, we'll just have to see you guys next week as you tune in to see who else qualifies for the NACL.
Thank you so much to everyone that joined us here today. From everybody behind the scenes at Liga Ace Production, myself, Hawk, 4i4, and Alan. We hope you all have a great rest of your week. We'll see you all here Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, as we bring things home next week. But that's going to do it from us here tonight. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your night.
Just a little bit here. Actually, able to get the cocoon down, but Decoy decoy just rips right through Nightstar. Kill going over to Low Jazz, and now they've got the turn on to Protoss. AMI picking up one, probably two huge kills here in this mid game. They should be secure onto the Dragon. Looking for an angle here.
Oh, they're still looking.
Well. No, they absolutely are. Okay, so they're going to drop the Herald as well as Low Jazz just gets immediately onto Protoss. The droppers come out. Nightstar trying to get damage down, but